Hey, everybody. Welcome to the Ladies Room podcast. We are so happy about this show, y'all. It's going to be lit. All right. I am Ashley Michelle, your host, and I got my squad here. We got a couple people that are going to trickle in a little later, but we got our girl, Mrs. Cannon Hill.
Hey.
And we got Mr. Darwin Hill. Hey, Darwin.
What's up, Ash?
Hey. How you doing today?
A little bit under the weather.
Oh no, you too? Oh Lord.
Hey. How y'all doing?
Jobo.
Hey.
Darwin, this karaoke footage, I was here for it. I was here for Cannon semi evening gown. I was for all of it. I was like, yeah, we're gonna have to karaoke with them because little known fact about Mr. Mosley, he is the karaoke. We have a part in our house that is dedicated
that is karaoke.
to karaoke. And so one of my husband's favorite pastimes when he is in trouble is to pour some brown liquor and sing to his wife.
That's what you do.
So
always works.
That's how he got you. That's how he got you, Mr. Jobo.
I got a story behind that. That's exactly. Yep. Oh, let me see if my avatar worked because I did create a login for StreamYard. Hold on, let's see.
Oh, you created one.
Bam! There it is. Alrighty.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh, you got okay, good. All right, y'all. So thank you, everybody who's watching right now. If you haven't already, go ahead and share the link, y'all, so we can get more people on to this discussion tonight. We're talking about some good stuff tonight.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Our girl, Mrs. Understanding is going to drop by
a
little later. All right. But we're going to go ahead and get started. Hey, Black Man Unfiltered, how are you? All right. So we're going to kick this off with our first topic of the day. A little lighthearted, a little crazy, a little funny. And it's regarding Irv Gotti and Ashanti. All right. So Irv Gotti, I think he has some type of DVD or something coming out, right? And I think he is in promotion mode because he is trying to spill all the tea and talking a whole lot about he and Ashanti's relationship. Hi, Charles. We see you.
I'm sure he's not promoting mental illness.
All right. So I'm going to play a short video for those of you who don't know all the, stuff that's been going on with Irv Gotti. I'm going to go ahead and play a clip. All right. So this is Irv Gotti. Well, this is more of like a review, but you'll see Irv Gotti addressing Ashanti.
Restraining order against Irv Gotti because he's speaking about her again in a new interview, saying that she ran like a cockroach when he got arrested. Welcome back to the Kempire Daily YouTube channel, your number one source for pop culture news in music, entertainment, reality TV, and so much more. As always, be sure to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and hit that notification bell so you never miss out on breaking news when we go live or when we upload. So we just were talking about Irv Gotti and the Drink Champs interview that he did, where he said that he was blindsided by Nelly and Ashanti's relationship. Sidebar, Ashanti and Nelly had a really provocative, performance recently. So the two reunited after their other reunion during the Versus battle. Well, Irv Gotti is speaking out again. Okay. As you know, Ashanti and Irv apparently had a romantic relationship years ago while he was still married, although his wife did say they were legally separated. But he also says that he did cheat on his wife. I don't know if necessarily it was with Ashanti, but definitely with other people. Well, now he's talking about Ashanti and when he got arrested. You remember when Murder Inc.'s offices got raided, where coming together to report it, according to page
You know, I don't know why.
He dry snitching. He definitely dry snitching.
Dry snitching, dropping all types of, stuff that just, you gotta say everything.
Kissing and telling. Like,
Who's
I
you
thought
snitching
that
on?
was like not
Yourself?
what we do.
Exactly. It's I was sitting on my couch with my wife and I found out that Ashanti had moved on from me. That part, but we'll get into that.
Here we go. I'm so sorry, y'all. All right, here's the real video I'm trying to play.
I kind of dish. I'm not invited. I'm not invited to those things. With me and her ain't like, you know what I'm saying?
They don't
We don't get along.
You gotta go.
Gotti,
Like, I felt like just me looking for the outsider looking in. That's an insider. That's an outsider, but an outsider looking in, nonetheless. Right? You understood that? I know you probably didn't, but you did.
No,
you know what I'm saying?
You see what we're talking about.
Yeah, but I just want, because I wanted, like, it felt good.
I'm never a hater.
No.
So anyone out there,
let me rephrase that.
Remove. I am never a hater.
Yeah.
Me
I'll rephrase that.
Me and Ashanti created and made history.
Right.
Yeah. Right. Absolutely. But I don't see eye to eye with her anymore.
Let me explain what I meant, right? Because the week after that, I went to DJ Khaled's. I always pronounce his name wrong. And I got to see Jay, and I got to see Diddy, and I got to see Fat Joe, and I got to see, Corey, and all these other people that was behind the scenes of Khaled that probably didn't necessarily get those big pictures. Like, it's the very, after you get the I wanted Gotti to, were you a cheerleader though, right? I was cheerleading watching the ceremony.
All right, y'all. We're not gonna play the whole thing. All right. So basically, Irv Gotti just went on kind of spilling the beans, telling about their sexual relationship, saying that, all the things he liked to do after they were intimate. And then he went on to talk about how she was cheating on him. And then more recently, he was saying that Ashanti left him and ran like cockroaches after he got arrested. So what does Irv Gotti need to say less? Y'all know Ashanti had a song called "Say Less." So I'm wondering, does he need to say less?
This goes back to when they say men don't have emotions and women do and stuff like that. It's just the way that men exhibit their emotions, right? A man is not going to go to his homeboy with a gallon of ice cream and some snacks and cry all night about what's going on. They go do stuff like this, dry snitch, try to put their business out there to make the other person look bad, and all while he making himself look bad. If you ask me, didn't nobody have to know how hurt he is except for him. People need to learn how to take their L's in silence, and he definitely taking another L right now. If he didn't feel like he took an L when he found out that his side chick had a new romance, he's really taking an L right now because I guess that reopened some more wounds when he saw them performing, and I guess he's hurt all over again. So, and this is the way he's opening up and showing his emotional pain right now. He's not crying about it. He's just acting like a kid, and this is why a lot of women don't, casual date or go out on dates or they hesitant to do certain things because this is how men act. You know what I'm saying? They get all emotional attached and then they start changing the rules up, because I'm pretty sure, they had an understanding. He's married, you know what I'm saying? And why would he be mad if she got another boo or whatever, the case may be. He had already admitted to cheating on his wife and stuff like that. So, this is just another example of a man can't take what he dish out. So,
okay, what do y'all think? What you think, Mrs. Jova?
Y'all see me shaking my head. just sometimes people don't think about how what comes out of their mouth affects the people that they have to deal with behind the scenes. Imagine you one of his children, okay? And I'm not sure. I think he has kids with his he had kids with I guess she's now his ex-wife, if I'm not mistaken. But imagine you watching Drink Champs, you watching your father online, right? You being a supportive child, and then your father decides to say, and I quote, "Guess where I was when I found out her and Country Gamma got together? On the couch, sitting next to my wife."
I don't think he said to sit next to my wife
or something of that nature. I was still.
He said he was at home, but I think people like he was married at the time. So
yeah, you at home
next to my wife.
I quoted the meme, but I'm just saying, like, dude, your kids, kids.
And I mean, his ex-wife too, though.
And it's like his ex-wife, who I think she like a hat designer or something, you know, living her, you know, being a mom, you know, a divorcee, a business owner, you know, and then you just minding your own business, and then bam, blogs start lighting up, and now here your business out here in the street. You know, just yes, he needs to say less to answer the question. Say less. Be glad that Murder Inc. is getting this little revival with the docuseries they doing with the I don't know if y'all read about it, the multi-million-dollar deal he has with like new artists on the roster and all this. Just be glad. But why when you get blessed, you got to run your mouth? Just be happy. Like, really, you don't think a lot of us women don't know that a lot of you guys around that time prior to social media being that it was, that it is now, that we don't know y'all were out here in the streets trying to manage a career, but also managing the strip clubs and managing the you know, the ones that got past security and made it into your hotel door. You don't think we don't know that?
Video vixens and wrote some books.
Exactly. Okay, Corinne Steffens been put y'all on blast. So why you need to tell us something we already know about you, Irv Gotti? Out of respect for your ex-wife and your children, shut up.
And yourself.
Exactly. You are looking like Irv the nerve of the manosphere. Shut up.
Do you all think he was trying to make her look bad?
I don't know if he even considered whether or not he was making her look bad. I just think that it's like entitlement and hubris and like borderline like narcissism. Like
it's the same thing Romeo did when he said I hit it first. You know, he's trying to put himself back into the mold. You know what I'm saying? Well, I had her too. You know, don't you're the past. You know what I'm saying? Let it go. No one asked you about what y'all had going on and when you found out she was doing this and that. Like, why you have to input your little thoughts about what's going on right now? Like,
yeah, because that wasn't even like common knowledge that they had messed around, because at the same time he was married at the time, so that wasn't even something that was like common knowledge. So he put that out there intentionally, and I think it was to drum up notoriety for his upcoming projects, and he didn't care if it was at her expense. I just think he didn't care.
Yeah.
It's disgusting because he got children. And that's their mama.
Yeah. Well, he went on to talk about how he hasn't forgiven her. And so that to me was kind of my confirmation that he's a little bitter about it, of whatever happened. And he is trying to make her look bad. I think he is a little bit trying to make her look bad, because it's like, you know, this was so long ago and he's bringing this up, you know, telling personal details, you know, talking about her in a negative light. The only positive thing he had to say was that, you know, they made good music together and were successful. You know what I mean? Well, I won't say that's the only positive thing, but that's what it sounded like from the minutes that I've watched of him. It's like everything else was negative. Like, oh, she left like cockroaches, you know, kind of trying to paint her as a woman who bounces when things get hard, you know. But my whole thing is, if she didn't know about all the legal things that he was purportedly involved with when that came about, like, I think you can't blame her for leaving. Now, she knew about it,
but she was at the courthouse. So she was during his case.
Yes, and I heard that too. Like, I read that too, or heard that on a video or something.
And he said it too. He said she was there. So then he turned around and said she ran like cock. Like, it just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, so it's like he's trying to make her look bad. Huh? What you say?
The ninjas with money be the biggest clowns.
Yeah, because I think that a lot of times they think that their money makes up for a lack of character lack of morals and lack of personality, and then they get bitter when it doesn't. Like that's why you hear all these conversations with like, and now women can make their own money. Like, yeah, now you have to actually be a person that people want to be around, right? Because you can't just be like, here's the money, and then just be whatever kind of asshole you want to be.
Exactly.
Just deal with it.
And let's just be honest. Ashanti out here looking like better than when she first
looking like a snack.
just a beautiful woman who is, I think she just got an award. Like all of her singles are like top singles played on like adult R&B stations.
Yeah.
And they generate a lot of like playtime, which is a huge deal. And so who's to say that Irv ain't a little jealous too? Because
and he's so much older than she is too.
Exactly. So it's like, yeah, we know you behind the scenes at Murder Inc. or whatever, but that's Ashanti singing them hooks. Like
he probably also saw Salty because she re-recorded her album.
That part.
She re-recorded those albums, so she didn't get points.
Exactly. Yeah. Same thing they did with the whole same kind of energy when they got mad at Cardi and Meg for making their songs. Same energy that we just talked about with Lil' Kim. Now she, the whole body dysmorphia thing. Oh, y'all cashing out on that, but y'all ain't talking about when she was like, no, I ain't gonna be dancing in your video. I'm about to get on this second verse. Mm-hmm. This whole power structure that these men have with these women and the music industry. And just like Darwin says, like every other week, women are falling in line with the changes, but the men, they get left behind. And instead of working on self, it's the women's fault. They out of control. No, they out here making money and making a life for themselves, and y'all got a problem with it. That's the problem.
Yeah. One thing that he said was that he made Ashanti. And when I first heard that, I personally was like, that to me when people say they made you, that sounds like they're trying to take 100% of the credit. Hey, Super Supreme, sane wife.
Hi, guys.
Understanding. How are you? So when people say that, it makes me think that they're trying to negate the other things that help someone become successful, right? And so when I heard it, I didn't like it, but I was like, okay, he was a crucial part of her career, right? And he put her in the position that she was in a long time ago. But like the response video that I played a little bit of earlier said, if you think about it, Ashanti also helped Irv, because before Ashanti, Irv Gotti was a hit on the streets, right? Like in Black culture, he was the thing. But it wasn't until Ashanti's success that he was able to be in a more pop or mainstream limelight. And so the truth of the matter is that she was helpful to him as well.
Yeah, they were helpful to each other.
Yeah, they were helpful to each other. And it wasn't so much about her. It wasn't so much about him. It was about them together, along with Ja Rule, of course, right? So, I heard that as well. But when I heard that, I'm just kind of like, he is just really trying hard to be, and maybe it wasn't conscious, right? He's trying to promote something. He's obviously in his feelings. But to me, like, it's like he was intentionally trying to taint her character a little bit, like, oh, look, she was cheating. That's like code for, she was going around, she wasn't loyal. And then she left me when I got arrested, all these things. And then I made her who she is. So how dare she do all those things? Like,
you should have did this. You should have did that 10 years ago. We love Ashanti. It's over with now. You can't tame her. Can't tame her. He done got better and thicker, and her mama look good, her sister look good. It's over with. You can't mess with her. It's over. Yeah. Leave her alone. You know what I'm saying?
So we can protect Ashanti at all costs, but
you barking up the wrong tree. It's certain women in the industry that we just not about to change our minds about, and she's one of them. So whatever you want to say about her, we don't care. We still love her. You know what I'm saying? So
a Facebook Viewer says, for him to say he made her and then introduce the sexual and cheating elements of their relationship, he is making things too cloudy. Let business be business and pleasure can stand alone. All right. And Dorian says Ashanti was popping after Murder Inc. And that was another point that the guy in the response video made. He said that, you know, she's gone on to have other success. Some people, Herb, I think, tried to say that she hasn't been as successful, but I do believe that Ashanti has gone on to do other things like movies and all types of stuff she's done.
And she writes.
She writes. Yeah.
She has been the pen behind some other singles for some of these up and coming women in R&B. I'm telling y'all, everything was copacetic when the women were shaking their things in the video and the guys are sleeping with them behind the scenes. But then I'm telling y'all, shout out to Lil' Kim. Lil' Kim, watch our show. Blow us up because I love you. Because when Kim said, nah, I'm finna hit this verse wearing the G-string. I might put on a G-string, but I'm about to hit this verse. And by the way, y'all about to cut me a check for it. Then that's when all the problems started. Okay? So
that's why all of them be having problems with OnlyFans. Like that's literally the complaint. Like, you don't remember they was all like, winter is coming. And they're like, because OnlyFans getting shut down. And it's like, why are you paying for OnlyFans and then mad because it exists? I don't understand. Like the only reason could be you're just mad because in order for you to get this sexual access to the women that you want, you have to pay for it, and you don't want to pay them. Well, you don't want to pay them for it. Like if a man was getting the money, then you would be okay with it. But if it's them getting the money themselves, then it's a problem.
Right?
Like you guys are the ones that are paying for it because it's not mostly women who are keeping OnlyFans afloat.
You know, I just believe like he's exposing himself, and one could argue that she really did put more into his success than he did her because he's using her name right now to get notoriety. She's not going around talking about him. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, one could argue that. Like, why is you mentioning her? You getting attention because you're talking about her. So
exactly. Meanwhile, she's making money off actually doing music industry entertainment stuff. So what did I say about you, Irv?
he did not paint a good look for himself. He really did. But I want this to lead us or segue us into the next question. Okay. So the next question is about women supporting their man. Okay. So Irv talked about how, you know, Ashanti left him, you know, when things got rough, basically, right? So I wanted to know, what does support look like, you know? And I saw a post on Facebook not too long ago, just a couple days ago, and this made me think about this. Basically, it was saying that a woman's loyalty is not dependent on how much struggle she can endure with a man. And I'm not saying all guys are this way, right? But I have heard very often men make statements like, man, you know, she didn't hold me down, or she, you know, I was going through and she left. But then when you start digging a little bit more, you find out that he was doing all types of crazy stuff, dysfunctional things. His life wasn't together, and it had been years and months. And so what does that loyalty look like? Was Ashanti wrong for leaving? Was she, you know, like how does a wife support her husband in his dreams? What does that look like?
All my hands on
a wife or a side chick?
Let's talk about a wife or a girlfriend, a significant other, somebody who's significant in a man's life.
Right. Because you mad at Ashanti because she left your married behind. Like, what?
Nobody even knew they was messing around. Like, it wasn't even like a known thing.
I don't think a woman could fully support her husband or significant other unless he's totally honest with himself, right? You know, a lot of men go into relationships lying, acting like they're not concerned about certain things when they really are. So that changes the whole dynamic of how a woman is supposed to support them, right? Say, like, for instance, if the whole conversation about I don't want a woman who has her own house or making more money than me and this and that. How can she support you if you were to follow your dream, and your dream doesn't necessarily make as much money as you would like? But how is she supposed to support you? For example, my wife, she was quick to tell me to quit my job and the only reason she can say that is because she makes good money. So if I would have went and found a woman that a poor dumb woman that doesn't make any money, that doesn't have nothing going for herself, then what would that leave me if I wanted to change different career paths and take some time to myself? I couldn't do that, right? So it's all about the man and how he chooses his woman. And a lot of these men, they setting themselves up for failure because they want women who don't have nothing just so they can have that power. So if you want to get these younger women that these men want, these women that doesn't have a lot of assets, that's not career driven, that doesn't have the houses and the goals, then you're not gonna get too much support because you're supposed to support them at this. These old men getting with these 40-year-olds getting with these 20-year-olds, and they want the 20-year-old to support them. That's not how that go. You old as hell. You supposed to already be stable. So you supposed to be, if you go get a young woman that doesn't have anything, you need to support her. It's a lot of times that these men just, I don't know what they asking for, but it seems like they're just sabotaging themselves and their life when they move like this.
I do. Are you? I was gonna say this seems like the argument about a man can't be kept unless he want to be kept, because just like with Irv Gotti, he had a good, fit, feminine, friendly woman at home. She took care of all three of their kids, and he's sitting on their sofa crying about one of his many side chicks. You can't support a man that obviously, I don't want to say he feeling empty on the inside, but it sounds like an ego thing. Like he wants to stroke his ego regardless of how he got to get it done. So it seems like a kind of like impossible position to be in.
Yep, I agree.
So what's the difference from supporting your man and just being a fool? Because some women seem to have that a little confused. Like, what does support look like, and what does sticking around with the man who is not going anywhere looks like?
Well, I think that people in relationships should support each other, right? It should be some kind of common goal or common understanding, something in it for kind of both people. I don't think anybody should just blindly put themselves in situations where they're completely putting everything into any single person. Like, I just don't think that's smart for anybody to do. And not even, I mean, there is a trust aspect to it, but not even just that. I mean, it's just not smart. I think that in relationships, people should both have a common goal that they're trying to achieve, and they should go for it. It shouldn't just be a situation where a woman is just expected to put everything she has, all of her time, energy, effort, and everything into supporting a man's ideas of what he wants to do. Like, I just don't think that makes any sense. Mm-hmm. Like, you should kind of spread it out just a little bit so you can have multiple things to fall back on for both parties.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. What if he is the sole breadwinner, like the one who's bringing home 100% of the funds?
We got to get out of this mindset that people got to finance. You get to finance, what you need from a relationship. We got to get out. I just had this conversation with a client today and with somebody else. We got to stop letting these paychecks get to our head. Like, it's just certain things that money can't buy. I'm sorry. It's like the conversation that we've had on the show about just duty. You signed up, and I'm talking to my married people out here. You signed up for something. You exchanged some vows. Okay, you got a legal document that says you bound by law with someone. Like, we keep taking. It's like taking the flavor out of that. And replacing it with something else. Like, okay, so he the sole breadwinner. And I don't want to say because that is important, but okay, so if I'm the sole breadwinner, then you just need to just be willing to just throw down everything and just be here for me in the capacity that I need you. That ain't how life works. You don't get to just say I'm the sole breadwinner and then expect people to just go all in and kind of just ignore them and just drop everything they're doing to be quote unquote supportive to you.
Yeah.
That is so unhealthy.
Yeah.
We
I didn't even consider
it's
that.
unhealthy.
Yeah, I didn't even consider it from that perspective.
Yeah.
Because it's like people do think that if you are the primary provider, then it has earned you some type of additional something. And I didn't even consider that, because I have been the primary provider before. And you know, they always say stuff like, oh, because and then when women get money, they want to throw it in your face and they want to do it. And it's because people think that, again, like you said, Ms. Jovo, that you can buy your way into like something, like you're owed something. Because when for me, earning what I earn, I just earn what I earn, right? And I have a family. You know, it's not like, oh, I'm doing all of this for you. No, it's for the family, right? Which I would be doing it for my family regardless, right? So it's like, why am I acting like this person gotta like bow down to me and kiss my feet and all of that just because I'm doing what adults do and I'm good at it? You know what I mean? Like, I don't understand.
I mean, it's just getting to the point now where, like, you know, and I get why people bring this into the conversation, but on the flip side, it's like, okay, so say you made 6 figures, say you that guy, you bring home that money, you know, you hit 100K, you bring it home, using that as a form of, okay, I really need you to go along with this and remember who. And I don't, and in my mind, in my little feeble, you know, country girl mind, I don't want to think guys are using that and saying, okay, whatever I go along with, like, you need to understand, I'm paying for all of this. Whatever I go along with, you need to go along with it too. If you're doing that, guys, and I don't know what guy I'm talking to, it's just in my spirit to say this out loud. If you are doing that, that is a form of abuse, and you need to stop doing that right now. Like, using your paycheck as a form of manipulation or using resources to put someone down, like, you need to, like, cease and desist that, like, immediately. I'm just saying, it's not healthy.
I have seen, you know, relationships like in my own life, but also, like, you know, relationships from the outside in, like we all have, when we can't really know what's going on from the outside, right? But I've seen men who are successful, but they support their wives, like, in what they want to do as well. They think about where they are going ultimately, you know, and the wife makes sacrifices, the husband might make sacrifices. They work together, right? Sometimes they have to put their personal needs to the background, but there isn't this idea that the only dream that's important to support is the breadwinners or the man's, you know. So I appreciate what you all are saying. I get that. Like, I personally think that it's very important for wives to know how to support their husbands, but that isn't to say that women don't need support in their dreams too, especially in today's age, you know, because it's not like men are the only ones who are breadwinners or bringing home a significant amount of money either. So anyway, I just want to know what y'all thought about that. If you all want to chime in on this topic, please call in. I want to hear what you all have to say when it comes to wives supporting their husbands. All right. Now, back to the original statement. I want to see if I can find it, but it was on Facebook where it says a woman's loyalty is not measured by how much struggle she can endure. Is that like a real thing in our community? That our loyalty is measured by how much we put up with? You know, like, I've even heard men in these spaces talk about how, oh man, that's what women do. They run, you know, they divorcing us, they leave. They're the ones breaking up the families, ignoring a lot of the issues that have led up to leaving. You know, most women want to be with their man. You know, you fall in love with a man. I think most women want the relationship to work, and you go through a whole lot before you get to the point where you're like, okay, I'm done. Right.
No.
So where does this idea come from that we're not loyal unless we're willing to just endure? a lot. Where do y'all think that comes from? Is that like a real thing? What do y'all think?
It's so embedded in our culture though, right? You know, with the whole, you know, suffering just makes you this super strong person. Like the more you've been through, the stronger you are. But it's like, why do we go to the suffering part to measure how loyal somebody is to us or how much love they have for us? You know, it's like why is it measured through like trauma and pain? Like it's like why do some people only use that measurement? You know, like it's so embedded in our culture. I don't think a woman's loyalty. I don't think it's healthy to tie it to just that to the endurance of pain. You know, I don't think so. It's like love is a verb. You know, and I get that from my friend Ty. That's something that she has taught me, that, you know, we're verbing every day. We say we value and care about certain things in our life, and we're verbing every day, meaning we're doing things, making moves to show that we love, care, and we're considerate of certain things. And it's like, why can't her loyalty be tied to, you know, the times that, you know, she's been consistent in helping you out with certain things? You know what I'm saying? It's like, you know, the times where she's been consistent with, maybe it's something as simple as making sure that you have, you know, home cooked meals throughout the day. You know, maybe it's you know, if you're in a blended family and you have a new wife, you all have previous children from previous relationships, it's her embracing your kids. Why can't the loyalty be tied to that? Why do we automatically go to the suffering and the pain? You know, it's like we focus on just the traumatic part, and we don't focus on just kind of what we would say are mundane everyday things. But that's where the loyalty lies for me. Like just that consistency and being part of that person's life on a day-to-day basis. What does it really say when people have to measure how loyal you are because of just, I'm gonna just say it, whack behavior that you know that they endure? You know, you say you that guy who's cheated multiple times, but my wife stayed, and some men wear that as a badge of honor. And it's like, what does that really say though about you, and what does that really say about your relationship with your wife, where you would do something like that to her and then go around and brag to people where she stayed? Like, I don't.
Mr. Rucker says a man determines what loyalty is.
Yeah, I saw that. He just likes to be in charge. Shout out to Mr. Prenup. It's all right.
I saw that.
And they wonder why the divorce rate is so high. Again,
right.
We do not get to pick and choose what loyalty is.
Right. It's what I say it is.
Right. Okay. But my thing with that whole thought process is, these same men who is saying what he's saying, they never say that going into relationships, or they never say that to their actual partner. None of them are ever getting married and being like, well, my loyalty is going to be paying these bills, but I'm going to sleep with other women, okay? But you need to be faithful to me. They never say that. They only say that in like general conversation and be like, this is what I believe. But they are not going around getting into relationships and saying that to women ever.
Because they can't get the woman they want with that idea, you know? I know guys that do have 2 or 3 women, and they all are popped. So yeah, you know, you're not about to get no nice looking woman with something with a good head on her shoulders telling her shit like that. That's not about to happen.
Right. You're not going to get a woman that has better options to settle for things like that. And that is the entire point. So they're not going to go into a relationship telling a woman, well, you're going to be faithful to me. I'm not going to be faithful to you, but I'm going to show my fidelity through paying the bills, and you're going to be okay with it. No, nobody's saying that to anybody. It's like, that's what's so funny about it.
Yeah, it's just like, you will breed what you are, you know, like if you are a toxic person, you're going to encounter probably toxic women and/or have toxic relationships, and vice versa, right? Like, if I don't think people realize that enough.
And I think if a woman does stay in an environment like that, I guarantee you she will change for the worse. You know, men going out doing what they want and thinking the woman just go be the same old nice prissy woman throughout the whole marriage. Nah, bro. If you walking around thinking she's not getting no payback, you a fool. Because all these men want to talk about is how bad women are, but at the same time, they think a woman is not going to get any payback or any revenge for what they're doing to them. They just walking around living life as free as they want to live. Nah, you need to be careful how you treat these women, because as you can see, Ashanti ain't stay with him and be loyal to him while he's sitting up there married and doing all these other things. She went and found her happiness, and that's what a married woman, a single woman, any type of woman is going to find their happiness at some point, even if they get into a relationship thinking that something is something else and they get fooled or tricked. And once they snap to, I was over with.
Well, that's any person. And that's why I think it's important to stop trying to treat other human beings like they're not human beings. I don't understand how people go into relationships with one set of rules for the other person and a whole nother set of rules for themselves. Like, it makes no sense. Like, you're not going to hold yourself to the same standard you're holding your partner to. Like, and then wonder why the relationship is deteriorating or declining, or why you can't keep a good relationship. It doesn't make any sense. Like, you literally have to hold yourself to a standard if you have any expectation of having a good relationship. Like, that's what the work is. Like, that's what the sacrifice is about. You don't just get to do whatever you want to do and then think you're going to get somebody who just going to accept that and put up with it. And again, it goes back to that trying to use money as a power dynamic instead of being a person with character and integrity.
Exactly.
I think a lot of men probably think how they're thinking now, in terms of money being the reason why they can do certain things, because for so long women have put up with a lot more when a guy has money, right? And then you have a lot of, like, think about some of these celebrities.
Well, people will put up with a lot more when people have money.
Yeah, and that's not the only. And then also,
that is true.
It's not just about money either. Sometimes it's about money, but it's tied to survival. So, like, if you're with the man and you all have children together and you share your finances, then it's obviously going to be hard to leave. But I think that sometimes in these spaces, men are talking about other men who have like a significant amount of money, right? Mm-hmm. Like these celebrities, these athletes, right? They think those men have the right, or whatever they call it, the right to cheat, but it's not called cheating. It's exercising options. So I think that they are looking at the fact that, well, I'm not saying what they're looking at, but I think that a part of the reason they may think that or be trying to hold on to that idea is because you do have women, pretty girls, think about Tyrese. Think about who is that? Neo's wife. Like all these women who are like the pretty girls, right? That they want, right? The light skin, long hair, the exotic looking women that these men get, and they put up with so much, right? Like they put up with all the cheating, all this, all that. And some of those women, and I think Tyrese's ex said this, some of those women just fall in love with the image and the lifestyle and just wanting to be with a man of that stature, right? Mm-hmm. And they don't realize these are horrible men to be in relationships with. So it's like, yeah, you can get money and get women, get the pretty girls, but eventually what are they going to do? What do they all do? Tracy Morgan, Tyrese, Neo, what do they all do?
Well, the thing is that, but that still goes back to, it's not just a woman thing, is what I'm saying. Like people in positions of power and who have money and influence and power and celebrity and all that get away with a lot of stuff with a lot of people because a lot of people want access to that. That's why they have the people who hang around in their circles, the hangers on and all of that. And that's why they running around here talking about how much they can't trust nobody, because people are only trying to be friends with them, trying to hang out with them, trying to do these things simply to have access. Right. So, I mean, again, you could think that lifestyle is all these great things and what it's cracked up to be, but people have complaints on both sides. But I mean, the fact of the matter is that we do live in a society where power, influence, money does matter. It matters to people. Now, if those are the type of people that you're trying to attract, knock yourself right on out. If you want to be surrounded with a bunch of people that are just around you and yes men, and they let you do whatever you want to do to them, just because you have money, then go ahead and do that. And then when things really come to a head, when you really need something, or when you are really looking for people who genuinely care about you and you can't find it, then I mean, it is what it is. Like, what?
Yeah.
But I mean, everything is a trade-off.
And
Tyrese are going through, Neo, and all these other guys who have lived that life, you know, and gotten the girls, Chris Brown, all these women.
But guess who not going through it?
Yeah, and now
Will Smith and Jada Pinkett. They're not going through that.
They don't have stability in their relationships. They don't have support. So it's like, how long are you going to carry this attitude that money is just it? That's all I got to bring to the table. I don't have to treat you right. I don't have to be nice. I don't have to be kind. I don't have to be loyal. I don't have to be disciplined. Like, I can just live my life, do the hot boy stuff, and you know, and like,
but most of the ones who be saying that don't even have the money or the celebrity or the influence. So I be trying to figure out, like,
it's all about ego. It's all about ego. If they went into the door with this mindset, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that, that's automatically letting a woman know to do her too, right? So they can't accept that the woman will potentially be out there having relations with another man because their ego is going to be hurt. And that's why everybody can't understand the Will Smith and Jada Pinkett dynamics, because that's a big, I don't know if I can do it knowing that my wife is sleeping with another man and this and that, but the open relationship thing is too much for me. But he was real with himself and he found a way to have fidelity in his marriage. And it works for both of them. He gets to do him and she gets to do her. And I don't know what type of counseling he has to go through to cope with the fact that another man is boning his wife, or even if he does, I mean, he just built different. But a lot of men are not built that way. So they're going to go into the relationship lying, and try to manipulate the situation in order for them to have that open marriage lifestyle only on the one side. They want it on their side, but they don't want the woman to have it, So
but also too, on the flip side, okay, I need some of my sisters out there, hear me well when I say this. You are entering a relationship to be a companion or a wife or whatever title you want to be. But stop trying to be these guys' social workers, okay? Like, it ain't your job to come in and be like, Super Saiyan wife and come in and just change him. Like, no, that's not your job, boo. Like, don't be hemmed up on them Hallmark movies trying to say that we just gonna have this warm and fuzzy relationship because I'm gonna be, warm and fuzzy and submissive and just love him so much to where he's just going to put down those poor behaviors. No, he changes on his own. And guess what? You don't have to be there to witness that change. You do not have to subject yourself to abuse to show that you are a faithful wife, a loving wife, or a caring wife. So I need my sisters out here to stop being social workers. Like, your job in this man's life is not to be this man's counselor or social worker. You are here to be his companion. And yes, and I'm speaking to sisters, okay, women that look like me, different shades. Like, we need to stop. So we in a marriage, sis. Not you're not at a rehabilitation center. Like, did nobody sign you up for that but you? And see, that's the setup, and we got to have some accountability behind that, because we'll come in, we gonna love his family and love on his kids, and sit up at midnight, 1 and 2 in the morning, telling him how everything gonna be all right, and then the whole while he out here got a whole life you don't know nothing about. And it's like, look, don't be just the giver in the relationship. Stop draining yourself thinking that people are going to change abusive behavior, because they can't. They change on their own. They change as it relates to how it's going to benefit them. And you don't have to be there. You don't have to stick around for that change. Like, you just get, I just told a client this today, going through a divorce, and guy was abusive. And he telling her everything that a typical abuser will say to a woman to keep her around so he can continue doing what he doing. And for those of y'all men who don't believe that, when you sign up for a exclusive relationship, but then you lying to her and you going out here sleeping with this person, that person, putting it all in her face, all this stuff, yeah, you being abusive, bro. So I'm just gonna call it what it is.
Yeah.
You know, we use cute terms like, you know, oh, you know, or that phrase, shout out to my friend Ty in the chat of, you know, men are taught, I'm gonna just be a man. Some men were taught abusive behavior and they don't even know that it's abusive behavior. I'm just saying. And when you a serial liar and your lies start to affect people, and I know I'm going off on a tangent, but when your lies start to affect different people in your life, including your kids and the woman you lay up with every night, guess what? You're participating in abusive behavior. That's what that is.
Yeah.
I agree.
Do you all think, I think that a lot of women, basically in a nutshell, buy into this toxic view of loyalty being tied to how much you endure. Like, I even got into like an argument, not like some big, huge argument, but like a little bit of a disagreement and argument about with one of my dear friends about this. And she was just like, yeah, you know, I'm here to build the person up. And, you know, like, and I was like, okay, but while you're building him up, he's tearing you down. And then how is that affecting you for the next relationship? How is that affecting you not just here and now, but in your future? Like a lot of women, you know, they'll endure so much and then they get bitter, they get mad, they think all men are this, all men are that. And then they go into another relationship with somebody, and that person that they're in a relationship with is getting the residual, you know, residual effects of what they went through before, you know. And it's like, I'm just kind of like, you don't have to put yourself through that. Like my mom always told me that you don't give a man the best years of your life unless he's your husband, right? Like you don't just let him wear you down, run you dry, you know, in the prime of your life. And then when you're older, you know, now you're left to pick up the pieces, and the guy that you were building up is, you know, enjoying life with somebody else, you know. So it's like, I think women got to be a little smarter when it comes to that. They too kind of buy into this idea that loyalty is how much they can stick around for.
This whole idea that people just gonna change when you want them to is just so. This is why I will always have a job. I'm sorry I had to say that out loud. This whole idea that you all gonna be able to change these people out of their patterns of behavior during a time in which they don't even see a problem with what they're doing is absolutely redundant, and it's tearing y'all, and it's wearing y'all down. That's why I said to the sisters, start signing up to be companions and stop turning into social workers. Like you trying to save somebody who don't want to be saved. Like when that red flag, and that goes back to one of our very first shows on red and green flags, when that red flag goes up and they have indicated to you that they are someone who engages in just this questionable behavior that goes against your principles and values, run. Like stop trying to change these people into things that they don't want to be. Okay? Because if they wanted to be that, guess what? They would be that. But they're not.
Yeah. So De Sousa, I'm not sure if I'm saying it correctly, says it's a choice to be with those men. Please don't play victim afterwards. Accountability for both genders. And yeah, and that, I mean, that's what we're saying. You have to be careful about who you engage with in the story. You know, it impacts you, your spirit, your life, everything, right? He also adds, I don't know if this is a he or she, she asks, as long as women are okay with it, why would the men change? Well, I think you were asking that question. We were talking about like men like Tyrese and, you know, certain men who have like a lot of toxic traits or who don't have very healthy relationship skills. We were talking about them and how, you know, they have the fun of being in the limelight and having the type of women that they want. A lot of these women are drawn to their money, you know, and a lot of the women don't think about the other aspects of a man that they should be thinking about if they want to have a long-term healthy relationship. Like, how does he communicate? Is he honest? Is he loyal? Is he confident in himself? Like all these things. Is he disciplined? Is he aggressive and abusive? Like You know what I mean? They're not thinking about that. They're just thinking about, you know, the limelight, the bags, the dinners, the private jets. And then they get sick of it. Then they get sick of him cheating. They get sick of him, not sick of those things, but they get sick of all the toxic behavior. So all we were saying is, if you want longevity, if you want marriage, like Tyrese says, this is what he wants. He's 40-something years old now. After all of these things, like now he wants that. But how could he get that? Like Hannah was saying, like, you're not going to get the type of woman that you want. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if you don't have substance, you're not going to get the woman of substance that you want. You know?
Yeah, but I was going to say too, though, Ashley, that some of these women do know that, right? But I think that it comes from a place of being jaded too, because a lot of people will say, well, you know, all men cheat, or all men act this way, or all men are going to do X, Y, Z, or most of them are going to behave this way. So why would I deal with that with a man who can't support me, as opposed to having all of these other things that I could benefit from, and be able to at least get that out of the situation. And then, like you say, it does become too much to bear because nobody wants to be in relationships like that. But I don't think that it's always just where they're ignoring it. I think some of them feel jaded enough where it's like, well, I mean, all men act like this, so why don't I just get with one that at least can support me if this is what I have to deal with from men, you know?
Yeah, I've heard that too. I've heard women say that too. Yeah.
And I think it's important to acknowledge that people can leave. Like, it's okay if y'all started off like that and a year in you decide this isn't actually what I want to do. You are not held at gunpoint. You can just leave. Both parties, men or woman, male or woman, you can just leave. Just leave. Just don't kill nobody. Don't burn nobody's house down. Don't bleach nobody's clothes. Don't slash nobody's tires. Just leave.
Don't cut off the sleeves of his shirts and leave on the other sleeve. Don't do that.
Cut a hole in the nipple part.
You know, don't do that. And that's the mind of a Gemini. I'm sorry. I just had to say that out loud.
And I think a lot of women are getting smart. If men are leading with money, a lot of women see that and they go after those type of men. They get their bag up, they use it for money, and they dip off, you know, and that's why, and that's on the man, you know. I know a lot of men gonna say, no, the woman is wrong and this and that. But if you're leading with money, your intent is to control a woman with money, it's gonna show, you know what I'm saying? And they just like men can detect these low self-esteem women can detect a man when he's leading with money and trying to use his money to obtain some type of controlling relationships. And a woman will use his fire to actually, you know, give it right back to him. Like, yeah, okay, I see you trying to buy me, so I'm gonna let you buy me until I'm ready to move on, and now I'm done with you. And a lot of men get salty about that. Like stop trying to buy these women. It's not going to end up well for you. It's just not, you know.
But it's so ironic because one of the definitions that goes with the word loyalty talks about faithful and commitment. So my whole thing is, if you're one of these high value men who exercise options and you're unfaithful and you think you're going to attract faithfulness, like, I'm really a believer in the law of attraction. So what you put out there and what you're putting your energy towards, that's what you're going to get back. So my whole thing is, if you live in a lifestyle that is inconsistent with you being able to be committed to something exclusively, someone exclusively, you know, your life screams you all over the place. Why would you think anybody in your life will treat you with loyalty?
Yeah, no, that the thing is, and what's funny about this question is if a woman's loyalty is tied to how much pain she endures. When you consider the double standard, right? Think about how a lot of these men will shout out their wives and the things that they say, or how they disparage their exes and the things that they say, right? And then think about how women do it, right? So generally, you will hear men be like, and she couldn't stick it out with me, and I was getting better, and I was working on me, and I only cheated one time, and I wasn't even really cheating. I just talked to a couple girls, and she blew it out of proportion, and all these things, right? Or like they'll be like, you know, my wife stuck by me after I had 3 outside babies, and she this and that. Like, people will say that, but you do not hear women being like, I only cheated on him twice and he left me. Like, how he gonna leave me and I only cheated twice? Like, women don't say that, right?
Exactly.
So I think that it definitely is like specifically something that is gendered, where it's like men's behavior, like it's just expected that men's behavior is gonna be such, and then women are valued on how well they can accept these behaviors from men. Like, and it's like, oh, you're not a real woman because you didn't put up with this, you didn't stick by me through it, you didn't work with me through it. Like, no man is sitting there trying to work with a woman through cheating. Like, no, they're not. Like, they're not trying to figure it out. They're not trying to help you get your habits together. And they're not trying to do any of that. Like, they're not dealing with it. So it's like, but the woman is expected to.
Our nurturing is not a green light for us to be your therapist. I'm sorry.
Or to be abused. All right, we got Ra, y'all. We got Robbie with us. Hey, lady.
Hey,
Ra, what's going on?
nothing much. How y'all doing? How y'all doing?
Hey.
We are good. So we got a question in the chat that I think is a good question. Actually, two. Eugene asked, is the man worth a woman enduring pain? And then he asked, is the woman worth a man enduring pain? What do you think about that Super Supreme saying wife?
Ooh, I'm gonna say no on both ends. I think that we confuse pain with like the regular aspects of a relationship. So let's say you guys get married, move in together, and he squeezes toothpaste from the bottom and you squeeze it from the middle. I don't think that's pain, but I think that's like a relationship compromise. I think I don't know. It's not pain, but I don't know what you would call that. So just no, because I don't think relationships should be causing people pain. But I do think you're going to compromise, so maybe some discomfort. I don't know.
I think that you can inadvertently do things to harm each other, right? I think that can happen. But again, I say inadvertently. But I think when you're doing things that you would not accept someone doing to you, then you're hurting the other person intentionally. Because if you're doing something to them that you know you would not want them doing to you, then you're doing it intentionally. And so I think that that's the difference, like saying enduring pain, like if it's like a misunderstanding or just a way in which you're socialized different and you're trying to work through those things and you hurt the other person, because like I say, we can do those things. But if you know you're being selfish, if you know you are operating in your own ego, if you know you're doing all of these things that again you would not want your partner to do to you, then I think that's intentionally putting other people through pain. I don't think anybody has to endure that at all. No.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say yes, because like she said, people go through pain without trying to cause it, or that they send their spouse or their significant other through things that causes them pain, and it's just up to that person if they can withstand it, and if they can forgive them for what they caused them, So, I mean, is it worth it? Maybe, but it's all a risk. If you go stay there and stick it out, I think being in any relationship is a risk emotionally. So, I mean, I don't think you can find the person that you really into, and I mean, you can find a person that fits all your checklists and everything, and you're still going to be taking a risk when you get with them. Being in a relationship is just a risk, period, and you just have to be a strong enough person or ready to deal with these problems when they hit, because it's going to be problems. You're two individual people with different outlooks on life, so you're going to run into problems. So it's all about communication, and if you feel like that person is worth working through it, then that's on you. But I think every relationship is different. So one person might say no, it's not worth it, and that's because they don't see the positive things in the relationship, and they see more negative things in it. So they just be like, nah, it's not worth it. But if you've seen more positive things, the person that you're with their intentions are good, and they have proven that they genuinely care for you, and that when they have hurt you in the past, that they make it a valid effort to fix things, then I think you should I think it is worth it, but like I said, it's always a risk. So don't think the grass is green on the other side and you go get with the next person and it's not gonna be any problems, So
Right. And a person who loves you can cause you some pain, but like you guys were saying, inadvertently. And then I think it depends on the severity of the pain or the, what type. I shouldn't say what type of pain, but the source of the pain, right? Like if it's you hit me upside my head, like that's pain that I'm not gonna tolerate. But we say things to hurt people that we love, and sometimes it is intentional. Sometimes, we trying to get under that person's skin. It can be very hurtful. But if it's habitual, and then if it's something that, it's just very toxic or like unhealthy to your mental health, like, or your safety, then it's like that's a pain that you don't like. Nobody has to put up with that. That's what I think anyway. And that's in any relationship. Manage your expectations.
People gonna disappoint you.
Yeah,
that. It's I keep saying this, dealing with failure and rejection is a life skill. It really is. And the reality of it is a lot of us don't know how to deal with when people disappoint us. What Big Cap in the comments was saying that, just because somebody cheat 1 or 2 times don't make that a cheater. You absolutely correct. But let me tell you something. You can do whatever you want to do, but you do not get to control the outcomes and the consequences of what happens when you do these things. So for you to go out there and be a cheater and then expect for him or her to stay, manage your expectations, because if they really love themselves and they have told you from the beginning that infidelity is a deal breaker for me, guess what? You messed up. Own up to what you did. You lost one. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. I think he's just saying like some people that they're like that. Like, look, I'm out. Infidelity, that's it.
Can't do it.
Some people are just kind of more so like, okay, this is something we can work through. And you do, like, if you choose to cheat that one time, you have to also realize that might be the last straw for that person.
we don't get to dictate how somebody is supposed to respond to what we've done. They are allowed to feel how they feel. They are allowed to receive it how they receive it. We don't get to dictate how they're supposed to do that. And I think that, when people start bringing stuff like religion and, well, we're married and it's, oh, well, you can't just leave me. And it's like, where was that mindset?
I was about to say, now we married.
Right before you did what you did. Where was that mindset?
Was you thinking that when you was doing what you was doing?
Exactly. All behavior is a choice. All behavior is a choice. You chose to do what you did. Nobody put a gun to your head to do it. You chose that. So now you got to deal with the outcomes.
Yeah. All right, y'all. We got some good comments. Big Cap says the ladies, that also means a woman being controlled by money is a choice. I think he's responding to you, Cannon, when you said that a man being controlled by sex is his choice.
That is a choice. That is not the same thing as financial abuse. Someone being in a situation where their money is literally being controlled, where they don't have access to bank accounts, where they can't do things to feed themselves, is not the same as you not being able to control your sexual appetite and letting somebody do something to you because you want to have sex with them. Like, that is not the same thing.
Hey, these men be exposing themselves when they be making these little comments, when they be can't no woman control me with sex. I'm sorry.
like that is literally not the same thing. Like, that is crazy.
Yeah. Well, I think
what you was gonna
say. I can't with the whole controlling with sex. I think that goes both ways. I think men try to control situations with sex as well. But back to the question, I don't think that you should be with anyone that's causing you pain, because love is not pain. Love is patient and love is kind. So if the person that you're with, granted, things happen, you're going to go through pain in life. Like when you lose someone, when you harm yourself, or, you know what I'm saying, when you just get into an accident or something, your partner is supposed to be there to love you and help you through. No, nobody is worth causing you any measure of pain. That's not what God purposed relationships and marriages for. And I think we have been taught and conditioned this struggle situation, and it goes so against the word of God. But meanwhile, it's always Black people trying to utilize the scripture to promote tools of the devil. Like, And I just had a conversation a few minutes ago with someone and trying to give them clarity on the scripture. Well, you don't know what you're talking about. It. Oh, look at you. You got an attitude. No, I just know more about the Bible than you because I've spent time.
I got to go back and watch it now, Ra. I got to go back and watch it.
Because I spent time cultivating a relationship with God. And that's another thing, too. Like, where's your source? Even when the other week we were talking about psychology with Miss Jobo, people have all of these thought processes and ideologies and they don't do no research into it. What is a relationship? What is a marriage? It is a union. It's supposed to be like-minded, like principles, not exactly the same, but you should be on a similar page. If you're not on a similar page with somebody, they're going to cause you pain every single time, advertently or inadvertently, because their core beliefs are in direct opposition with yours. We have to start choosing relationships based on our core beliefs and principles. It's never the people you trip off, it's always the principles. I'm gonna be quiet.
So do you think
Yes.
men's definition of pain is different from women's definition of pain? Because I'm kind of feeling like it is, you know, because you know, a lot of men feel like they're being done wrong when a woman just simply has an opinion about something that's different from theirs, right? Or when a woman is just not tolerating some of the things that the man is putting them through, they want to say, "Oh, you being disloyal, you're not supporting me, this and that." So they feel like they're getting caused pain. And then a woman's pain is like basically like a man beating on them, cheating on them, stuff like that. And I always hear women complaining about like cheating and abuse, and then I always hear men complain about, oh, she's not supportive, she's not supporting me, or she's not being a good wife, and these things. Like I think pain is different for both, but I think pain is really not pain for what men be talking about. I think it's just like the discomfort of the relationship. They might want to say it's causing me pain when I'll actually like step it up and just, you know, it's ways around it. You know, like they don't want to tap into another dimension of their emotions, and that's really what it is. They when they start feeling inadequate, and it's not always even about a woman. It's just because they haven't been through a lot, or they haven't really tapped into the emotions a lot to deal with things like women deal with them. So they feel like the woman is causing me pain. Because I felt like that a lot of times when I had discussions with my wife, and she was winning all these arguments, and I'm like, damn, and I kind of felt like, she was manipulating me at one point. I always felt like she was, but then I just had to tap into my emotions and be like, you know what, she's actually right. She's not really trying to manipulate me or cause me any pain. She just knows how to deal with the emotions better than me. And I think a lot of men don't know how to deal with that. And when they get put in those positions, they always feel pain, I guess, or
Yeah.
they're being done wrong or whatever.
That's a good
In my opinion, is ego. So when men are hurt, it is emotional. It's a egotistical pain, and their reaction is to cause what they feel is equal pain. So when you see a man that is physical with a woman, the level of physicality that he inflicts upon the woman is equal to the egotistical hurt that she meted out to him. So but also, I will say men have similar pain too, because if a woman cheats on a man, it's completely destructive and devastating to him. It'll change how he views himself for the rest of life. If a man cheats on a woman, on the other hand, she'll be aggravated with that particular man. She may be with her guards up in other relationships, but it's not going to change how she views herself because the way we were designed, I guess we are
You don't
just.
think so, Ra, though?
I think it does, but maybe not long term. I
Yeah.
think women go through feeling like, oh man, I wasn't this enough, or I wasn't that enough, right? So when they're cheated on, right? But I think that we over time will recover from that and kind of regain some confidence. And then obviously there are some people who just need to take accountability for their faults that may have led to their relationship ending. But I do think also, like, it's not so much that men change how they see themselves. I think they just change how they see women. Like, it could be just that one woman that cheated on him, and so now women are just horrible, like, and we even had a guy on this show say something like that, where he called in, he was like, he was always taught that women were so pure and that they were just good, right? Nurturing, caring, loving. And he had somebody like cheat on him. And so that made him develop this attitude that man, F women, women go through that, but I think we shake it a little bit more eventually,
I think both sexes, I think it's just the person, some women, if they get cheated on, they take it out on, they look differently at the whole gender of men. And I think some men, when they get cheated on, they look at women differently, the whole gender, and they just can't get over it. And I think it's just how they was raised. But I do think women get over it faster because how y'all are raised, and it's like a man is supposed to cheat, let him be a man, let him do this. A man's supposed to sow his wild oats, all this other stuff, So I do think women, y'all were raised to like somewhat have some type of disappointment when it comes to the fidelity area, because that's what y'all been taught, that a man is going to do this. So when it happens, y'all don't have that shock. You know what I'm saying? It's not like a very big shock to y'all. But men, on the other hand, we're raised like a woman is supposed to be this, a woman's supposed to be that. She, it XYZ, until when y'all do it, it's like, what the, how the hell did she? What did I do to deserve this? I have to be this type of person, because
not what did I do to deserve
this? It's like they supposed to do this. Women ain't supposed to be doing all these dicks. So like when she do it, it's like either we gonna look at them like, oh, her mother must have been this, or that she raised us, or we gonna look at ourselves and be like,
But do you all
right?
Well, I was gonna say,
but now I would,
surprisingly enough, the men do look at themselves different. I facilitate a group called Moral Recognition Therapy, and in this group, men are learning to challenge certain things about their personality, defense mechanisms, beliefs, both irrational, mostly irrational beliefs that have led to them participating in high risk behavior. And of course, this is with a certain population of men. But what I find interesting is when they do start to speak on infidelity. And even for me, the first time I heard it, these men, it's like they'll lose a really good relationship through infidelity on their part. And then they're almost speaking into existence because they have these other issues, of course, that I'm probably not going to do right in my next one either. Like, because I know me. I hear that so many times. Mm-hmm. And when I ask that question, what damage have you done to yourself with the behavior of infidelity? It gets really deep. So I can't really say, I guess, because of occupational hazards, that these men don't see themselves differently. Yes, they do. They almost like a client told me the other day, Ms. Mosley, I'm a savage. And I said, well, savages learn how to survive. Don't you want to learn how to live? And his response was, I don't even know if I'm ready for that, because then that means I have to look at what I've done to, hit the mother of his kids, his current girlfriend. He has to look at himself for who he really is. And the only way you have to do that, it goes back to what Darwin said about ego and personality. You have to really check your ego and look at certain parts of your personality to get to who you really are on the inside. So surprisingly enough, they don't say it out loud in the general public, but behind them therapeutic walls, a lot of them know, yeah, I'm jacked up because of this relationship and because of what I did, and I ain't ready to deal with it yet. So I'm gonna just keep being quote unquote a savage. I do hear that. So
not to mention whatever they've seen their mothers do.
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right.
Like,
oh,
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
So like a lot of men, they will sit there and the things they've seen the women in their life do as they grow up, they project that onto other women because they feel that they're not worthy of anything better. So then that is another aspect too that we often do not look at. What is your upbringing? What is your moral fiber? What type of woman was your mother? Was your sisters? Was your auntie? Because if you seen your sister hopping in and out of dudes' cars, putting her mouth on everybody's business, beating people out their head with money, then you're going to assume that all women are like that. And no matter how much you have the intentions to go into a relationship with the purity, that is going to like stick in the back of your mind and make you a poor partner. Just saying.
Yeah. Okay. Mrs. Understanding, you want to close us out on this topic? We're going to go ahead and move on to the next one.
Sure. I think it's important to, like Ms. Jovo said, manage your expectations because we're all growing people. You know, even in relationships, we do make mistakes, whether, you know, we do it intentionally or not. I think it's important just to manage our expectations and know who you're in a relationship with and what you guys will, you know, do in your relationship.
Okay. Thank you, lady. All right, y'all. So I want to remind you all about our clubhouses. We got one coming up tomorrow, y'all. We got Mrs. Jovo. She's going to be on Clubhouse. Go ahead, Mrs. Jovo. You want to tell them about
We're talking about attachment styles. Okay. Kind of a one-on-one conversation like we had the last time. Okay. I got some other shows coming up where I got some guests. But we're going to talk about attachment styles because we up here bonding and we don't know our attachment style and we bonding with the wrong folks. And it's like, and then they disappoint us and then we surprised. So we're going to talk about attachment styles tomorrow. Shout out to Cannon who gave me this idea. I appreciate it because people need to know because they don't know. So we need to tell them.
All right, y'all.
8:30 tomorrow. Join the conversation.
8:30, y'all. Clubhouse. Make sure you all share, not share, but follow us on Facebook as well so you can keep up to date and join our conversations on Facebook. All right. So let's go ahead and move on. This next topic, y'all, I'm excited about this. This one really could be its own show. Okay. It really could. It could be its own show. But the question is, how can Black men regain their positions as leaders in our community? So I have heard on YouTube and in my personal life, a lot of men say that they are not leaders of our community, that our community is run by Black women, by the women, and that we have a patriarchy. I mean, a matriarchy. So what do you all think? What can Black men do to reclaim the role of leaders in our communities? This question was inspired by a video that's surfacing of Judge Mathis. So for those of you who haven't seen it, go ahead, stay tuned. Here it is. I'm going to show you this video of Judge Mathis and what he has to say to Black men.
Watching ESPN or playing your video games and sending your woman out there to go and march and protest and fight for voting rights, registering voters, out here protesting. The majority of the Black Lives Matter marches were Black women and white kids, while our Black men sat back and each other, falling into this trap that they have set for us by failing us in our education system, bringing in guns and sending out the jobs. And you chumps are going forward like a bunch of suckers. And you're supposed to be cool. You're supposed to be the man. No, you ain't no man. Ain't nothing. You's a punk. Until you stand up and fight for your women, stop sending them out there, turn the TV off, go out there with them, sit down, stand up. Everything our Black sisters need and our families, give it to them. Otherwise, brothers, you don't matter.
Amen. Come on,
Well,
You were right. You were right. When you said
Somebody finally said it.
I wouldn't say that they don't matter, but all that other stuff he said was, I think, significant. But I want to hear what you all have to say. But I don't want to just talk about like what Black men didn't do or did. I want to talk about also how Black men can reclaim the role of leader in our communities. And I wish we had some more fellas on so that you all can give your perspectives. I'm going to drop the StreamYard link into the chat so that you all can join us, all right? And share your opinions, all right? So who wants to go first? You want to go first, Reggie?
yes.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
I was gonna say, I'm so, when you said I had to watch the video, you went lying now. You should have saw that one. But yeah, I think he's really he's saying what a lot of the things that we've been saying before. Even with the recent appointment of, I think it's Kenja Brown, Kenija Brown, I don't know how to say it, the Black female Supreme Court Justice, I believe that was just put on. Even with things, sorry, there you go. I just remember it was KJ. I think, right? Anywho, even with situations like that, a lot of times Black women are advancing and still, trying to reach back, help the community, and we don't see that. So it was just nice to hear somebody else say it for a change. It isn't too different from, what we've been saying already.
Okay. All right. What do you all think? What you think, Rob?
I think Judge Mathis was right. A lot of Black men need to grow up. They need to stop acting like they're teenagers and become the men and the leaders that they claim to be. Like, everything cannot be the fault of everybody else. They're constantly calling for women to take accountability. So it's really great to see a strong Black man, an accomplished Black man that has been from the bottom, and now he here, started from the bottom, now he here, telling these dudes, all right, you had your time, you were wilding out, you were acting a little immature. Now let's put on our big boy pants and handle the business. Like, I grew up so different. And sometimes when I'm speaking on these panels and I'm speaking to people, their perspective is mind-blowing to me. Because when I grew up, I was like 3 and 4 years old, marching with the NAACP, marching with Jesse Jackson in the city, you know what I'm saying, for these protests for our people. Like, when the Tawana Brawley thing happened, everything. Like, and to see so many men nowadays just sit back like, man, so what? She wasn't submissive, no way. Man, so what? She's a baby mama. Man, so what? Whoop, whoop, whoop. Like, finding excuses and reasons so they don't have to step into their purpose. I just wish more men would talk to other men about, like, listen, get rid of those excuses and step into your purpose. And that's why I like Nathan Daly, because Nathan Daly speaks that all the time. Like, stop making these excuses and do better.
Yeah. All right. We have Dr. Eugene with us. Hello.
Hello, how you doing?
All right. How are you?
Hello.
I'm doing fine.
Hey.
All right. You want to respond to this?
Yeah. For so many years, and I want to sort of piggyback on what Robbie was saying a little bit about us, stepping up as leaders. It sort of reminded me of, the hero situation. The only way, to have a hero is to be the heroes ourselves. And the same thing with men stepping up. We're so busy, looking for leaders, yet we don't want to step up to be such leaders. So it's going to be up to us as men to step up. It's mind blowing to where, we as men we have become a little bit more effeminate, if you will, and you're not taking our place as men. And I think we're also afraid that if we step up as leaders, they're gonna see our masculinity as toxic. But we must show the world we can step up Get 100% in our masculinity, but show the world it's not toxic. Okay? We must be leaders, but with intelligence, not with these. Okay? Okay? Not with brutality, but up here. And that's what we need to do.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I love that. Thank you. Thank you so much. I hear often that, from black men that they are not leaders because of women. It's always tied to something that women did. We kicked them out the home. We're the reason they left the church. I think I think Big Cap has a question. Is that what women really want? I think he's asking, do black women really want black men to reclaim the role of leader? And honestly, I don't even think it matters. Like, if you're supposed to be the leader of the community, then you're supposed to be the leader, right? And to answer the question, is it something we want? I think a lot of black women do want black men in leadership roles. I just think that we also want the opportunity to take the lead on some things that are dear to us in our communities. Like, we also want to, develop our dreams, but that doesn't mean that we want men in the background. You know what I mean? It's like I know many women who have done some wonderful things in their communities, and people's lives have been changed because of the organizations they started, the funds that they started. So it's like, yeah, women want to still do those things, but I don't think that means that we don't want men in front. You know what I mean? Like, we still want male leaders. Sometimes I think our brothers think that our success and our stepping into certain positions means that they're losing power.
That's called zero-sum thinking. That's the same thing that happens with white people when black people gain rights. Like, any group that is seen as gaining rights, and other groups that are seen as losing privileges, they view it as a zero-sum game. So it's like it's finite rights or privileges. So whenever someone's gaining, it's like they feel like it's taking it from them. And therein lies the problem, because it's not a zero-sum game. Like, it's if we're winning and you're winning, then we're all winning. It's not me winning means that you're losing. And that is the problem with the thought process. And I think one of the most disappointing things that I have been hearing in a lot of these spaces are men who are repeatedly talking about how you cannot change men, how we're not going to change men. You can't change men. Men are just this way. Men aren't going to change. They just, you have to guide them with sex. Like, it's like, are you serious? Like, is this all that our communities are boiled down to? That men just not gonna change? They're not gonna do nothing different. There's no point in even talking to them, discussing nothing with them. You just have to hope that women can hold out sex long enough to try to manipulate them into doing something with sex. Like, what is going on? Like, there's no other integrity within them. There's no other drive or no higher purpose to them other than to procreate and have sex with somebody. Like, that's all. And to not take care of that progeny or anything, but just to procreate and have sex. Like, that's all that drives them. That is like probably one of the most disappointing things I've heard in these spaces. And it just keeps getting repeated.
But wait, it gets worse. You women have so much education. You women make so much money. However, you need to submit to me for me to protect you with my money and my resources. Which is very, very funny, because there's a movie that I love. I watch it all the time. It's called Knives Out, right? In the movie Knives Out, the nurse is left all the money from the patriarch of the family. And the family loses their whole entire mind, and they try to intimidate her to relinquish her inheritance, to give it back to them. And they're like, oh, well, if this thing happens, then we can take our resources and help you. And she says, well, if this thing happens, I can help myself because I have all your resources. So another thing that men have to stop doing is trying to utilize a resource as like a carrot that they're dangling over your face. Ooh, you see the shiny object? You want the shiny object? Do what I say. No, that is not respect, and that is not reciprocity when I can get it on my own. That's where the I could do bad by myself comes from. And then men get upset with that too, because they can't provide the lifestyles for a lot of women that women are providing for themselves. I'll be quiet.
So how do men reclaim the position of leaders? I have some ideas about it, but I want to know it's from all of you, but especially from the men. Like, what would you all say? Joe,
That's what I was gonna ask. I want to know if men want to reclaim, because just like I said earlier, we have to get out of the mindset of thinking that we're gonna be able to do all this superpower level of motivation for people who may not even want to do it. You know what I'm saying? They may not even want to change certain behavior. And I don't know. I mean, and then my whole thing too is if you see a need, like, I'm using this as an analogy. I remember in 3rd grade, I really wanted to win the spelling bee. Like, that was like my whole thing. I want to be the kid out of my class that is the best speller. And what I had to do was I had to study. I had to study the person who won last year. Like, how did they win? What did they do? I did not go to all of the teachers to say, I want to be the spelling bee champ so bad. Can you create space for me to do that? I had to work for that. And I think in a lot of these conversations, we want, especially when it comes to the guys, there's always this need for us to validate and create a space for you. And it's like, we're not in your way. And the simple fact that we always have to reiterate that in a conversation, like, aren't y'all tired of us having to repeat that? Like, if you see something that you want, go get it. That's it. That's all of it.
Yeah.
Nobody's in your way. Like me being on this panel, Raw having her channel, Cannon being successful at what she does, Ashley, you being an educator, Raven, being a business owner, whatever we're doing. Why are you focused on that when you should be focusing on this is what I want. I want leadership in my community. Let me go get it. Because when I go to community service, when I'm giving back, the guys that I see there, they're not asking me to create a space for them to participate. They getting in there and they doing the work. So I'm just saying, like, I don't think it's a we thing. I think, like, the men need to commune amongst themselves and say, okay, we see something that we want. We see a need for us. Let's just go do it. I don't know if y'all followed the story. I think this was like last spring. A group of Black men in Southwest Atlanta, they got sick of all of the shootings that were going on in the Cascade, Ben Hill area. And they didn't look for somebody to create a need for them. They didn't look for no organization to do it. They rounded up all of the men in the neighborhood. They went out and knocked on doors. And they said, look, if your son need a job, if he needs some mentorship, or a baby girl out here playing, we here to protect y'all. They didn't need nobody backing them to do that. So this whole thing of, Black women having to create a space for you, like, where is this coming from? I don't get it, because I'm just saying, when you're driving in a parking lot, you ain't telling the car in front of you to create space for you. You have to drive around a lot to go look for a space. Like, we complicate things that are not that complicated.
And this basically comes back to what I just said in the chat. You have to be the leaders that you want to follow. Just like the group of men that you were talking about, they were not waiting for anybody. They went and initiate things themselves. And also, another thing that men need to stop doing is stop playing in the victim Olympics. Okay, stop playing victims. We are not victims. Yeah, I mean, there's a world that try to make it hard for us. But it's one thing my mom always told me. If you put your mind to something, you can do it, regardless of how hard it may be. So again, you know, we need, and I know being a leader is, it's a huge responsibility. We need to step up and take on the responsibilities. Take take on the challenges, because I mean, I don't think people, when things get hard, they don't want to face it. But if we're going to be those leaders, if we're going to have our position back, then we got to take the challenges. Okay, we got to take on those challenges. That's it.
Take on challenges. And I think that, perhaps a lot of young men who are Black don't feel confident enough to do some of the things that they need to do to lead. Perhaps that's an issue. As an educator, I'm around young boys. I'm not I'm an administrator now, but I've been in education for over 10 years. And so I see that, sometimes we do neglect the confidence of our young boys, and they don't develop, assertiveness. And because they aren't taught assertiveness and confidence, and they aren't sometimes spoken to like they matter, and they have friends who, dog them out. They got the older kids who bully them. They got, then they're on the street. A lot of them grow up in the hood. So they have to constantly be on the defense. And, they feel, even if they don't act like they're scared, they might feel scared because they never know what's going to happen. And then some of them, unfortunately, are in toxic homes. A mom's cussing them out or a dad's cussing them out. So they're not developing confidence. So I think maybe that's part of the reason. And I also think that Big Cap, he asked the question. He asked, why should we step up when there's no reward for it? I would rather be a stand-up guy on my own than to try to do it for the community where it's not appreciated by all. So leaders sometimes won't be appreciated by all, right? But I think this question is a good question because it leads me to point out the fact that leadership is not just the MLK up on the platform leading a march, or leading a protest. Like, we need leaders in all aspects of our communities. Like, I think about our churches. We need more male pastors. We need male youth ministers. We need more male educators who become administrators. We need men who are, leading organizations in our community. You don't have to necessarily be on the forefront, like on ABC News, to be a leader. You know what I mean? Like, everybody's not going to be Jesse Jackson, Martin Luther King, Huey Newton. Like, everybody's not going to have that platform, but the platform in your community is still very, very important. You know what I mean? Like, everywhere I go in our communities, you see women leading stuff. We lead everything. And so that's why I kind of get what men are saying when they say we are in a matriarchy. But it's like, I don't think Black women are like, don't come.
Well,
we are not in a matriarchy. We are in a patriarchy where
I'm talking about just like in our community. Like,
I agree with Ashley when it comes to leadership in the community, because a lot of men don't do things. They're not in tune with the community as they should be. They don't know teachers. They don't know doctors. They don't know none of these people that they need to know to communicate with. You women know the principals, the teachers. Y'all done looked up schools for your kids to go to. So y'all in tune with a lot of stuff that men aren't in tune with. And in order to be a good leader, you have to know things. You have to know what the hell you're talking about. You have to be out in your community. You have to talk to people. You have to have a good rapport with people. You have to have respect for people. And if you don't know the people in your community, then how can you be a good leader? That's why women are more likely to be out there, because y'all already have these conversations with certain people, because y'all involved in school things. Y'all at the dentist, y'all at the doctors, y'all talk to these important people in the community, so y'all more comfortable when something happens to go and talk to them. But the men, since they don't have these everyday conversations, as far as even just going to the school and saying hi to the teacher or the principal, when something happens and it's like a school meeting, the wife is going to go because she's had these relationships with them. So yeah, I in the regards of being the leaders in the community, I do think it's more of the women being leaders in the community. and because the men, for some reason, they feel like, and I really think we need to examine these gender roles again, and really classify what men should really be doing in these roles, because a lot of men think they're not supposed to be doing a lot of these things, and that's why it all falls on the woman. When a man feels like he shouldn't have to be going to parent teacher conferences, why not? You don't want to be just as informed with what's going on with your kid as the mother is, and if you're not informed with your kid, then I don't want you talking to my kid. You don't even know what's going on with your kid. So no, you cannot come out in the community and start giving advice to my kid when you don't even talk to your kid and you're not even in tune with your kid's life. So yeah, it's a lot of stuff that men have to do in order to gain respect and get that leadership. And it's all about confidence. A lot of men don't have the confidence to go out and take a stand. So I do understand that why people would look at it and say it's a matriarch as far as in the community, because we see the women doing all the groundwork. We see this, when you talk about a nationwide thing, yeah, it's ran by the patriarch. It's a patriarch society, but in certain communities, the women are running things, and mostly in Black communities, when these women are out with their kids alone, doing all this stuff, getting all this information, and they know more than the man knows about their own community, but the men be in the street 24/7. How is that? Because they're concerned about the wrong things. Men are concerned, like they just said, about sex and money, when it's our kids are the future. So be more concerned about what we're putting into our kids and what our kids is getting out of us, And I think a lot of men, for some reason, they just feel like all they have to do is pay some bills and discipline a kid from time to time. And we've been far removed from those times.
Yeah, this is what I think the confusion comes into.
Cannon, hold on, I'm sorry. Okay. We got Genesis backstage. Hey, Genesis, how are you? Hey, lady.
Hey, y'all.
What's up, Genesis?
Hey.
Beautiful. All right, so I want to hear what Genesis has to say, but go ahead, Cannon. Go ahead and say what you got to say.
Yeah, no, the thing that I was going to say, I think that there's a misunderstanding on the idea of a patriarchy and a matriarchy, right? Like, people don't understand what that means. Like, it literally is like a concentration of power. It's political. It's like some form of organization outside of just like being a single mother in a house. That does not make a matriarchy, right? Like, it does not become a matriarchy just because the man is removed out of the patriarchal system, right? It just means that a woman is there trying to pick up all the slack for the missing piece. And that's what we are experiencing in our communities, not a matriarchy. Like, if it was a matriarchy, then we would have a concentration of power actually through the female line. That's not the case. Like, women are still taking men's names when they get married. Children are still seen as legitimized through the male line. Like, it's still a patriarchy.
The reason why
men are absent, or men are being over criminalized and all other types of things that cause women to have to be forced to carry a lot of load on their own. That doesn't make it a matriarchy, though.
Yeah, and I agree with that. The only reason I started to kind of agree that our community is somewhat like a matriarchy is only because in so many contexts, women are leading our schools, our churches, So,
are women leading the churches, though?
Well, you're right. A lot of pastors are male, but if you look at a lot of the things that keep
the congregation
going, not just the congregation, the women being the congregations, but that doesn't even mean they're leading, though. But if you look at what happens in the church, though, it's run by women. It's run by women. Yeah, well, they're keeping them open, but also the programming, everything is.
Well, let's put it like this: is the work is being done by women, right? But that don't mean you run it or you're in charge of it. Just because you're doing the work, I guess, is what I'm saying, right? So it's like we're still in a patriarchy. Just a lot of the work is falling on women. Yeah, but that doesn't make it a matriarchy.
That's true.
It's the absence of that power as women, right?
Yeah. I got a little pushback there. In the church, I think it's a little bit different because the congregations are predominantly women. Like, the pastor may be the one giving the sermon every Sunday, but usually he has a board that he has to report to. And that is usually made up of whatever the majority of the congregation is, if it's a larger church.
Okay.
Question: do you feel as if these pastors are under pressure to actually pander to women because of this?
I don't think so. Because here's the thing. Now, maybe I'm not aware of some doctrine that these preachers are preaching, but when I go into churches and when I watch churches online, I don't hear them saying things that is pandering. Like, a lot of times it's, you need to choose better. You need to do this to get your husband. You need to, keep your single friends away from you if you're married. Like, you need to keep your legs closed. Like, men always say that preachers pander, but I'm like, what sermons are y'all listening to? Because these ain't the sermons that I be hearing.
Wow, I ain't heard them sermons either.
I just remember a pastor brought 2 mannequins on stage and dressed in club attire, and we're talking about how women who dressed in club attire are not respecting the word of God. So I just thought it was funny that she said pandering.
Girl, shut up. No, he didn't. He put mannequins in the...
Yes, he did. He brought mannequins. And then, first of all, the mannequin just had on like a halter top. Like, I was like, chill, big dog. But he specifically brought up scriptures about modesty and things like that. So I just thought it was funny that you said pandering, because that's immediately...
It's like, what are they watching? Because I listen to sermons all the time. And I'm hearing about prayer. I'm hearing about, submission. Preachers are always talking about submitting to your husbands. Like, I'm hearing about forgiveness. Like, I want to know, what pandering are they talking? I'm not saying it never happens, right? But what pandering are they talking about? Like,
I think men, and I get disappointed with men all the time. That's why I always talk about it, because we don't know how much of power we have, right? We always seem to act like we don't have this power. I don't know what the reason is. Maybe because a lot of men are scared of the responsibility, scared of the work. But women naturally follow men. Like, that's just the order of things. I did a poll one year, and I asked a lot of women that smoke cigarettes or smoke weed. I asked them, I say, well, like, why did you start smoking? Oh, because I had a boyfriend at the time and I started smoking. Like, things like that. Like, women naturally start picking up on men's habits. Men don't usually start to do what the women do, and I don't know why that is, but men need to do more positive things, and I'm pretty sure that women will follow that. It's just the fact that women are not ignorant anymore. Well, they never was ignorant. They don't have the necessity. They don't need men for certain things now, so they're just not going to blindly follow men anymore because they don't have to. And men don't know how to use their other talents to have these women follow them. And we have a lot of talents. We naturally, we're charming. We have all this wisdom, and we just don't use it right. We use it to manipulate the woman into doing what we want them to do, instead of using it to manipulate the woman to have a good system in the family. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know why that is, but I usually feel like men could be great leaders if we just put that foot forward.
So this is my thing. You see the habits that you said that women pick up from men, right? Smoking cigarettes, smoking weed, going to the club, drinking, having sex. The things that men are teaching their women, whatever, are not positive things. You understand what I'm saying? So this is where the leadership shifts happen, because when I went to college, in all the schools that I attended, you know what I didn't see a lot of? African American men. Not saying that every man needs to go to college, but there are trade schools, there are avenues to higher learning. Whenever I have had conversations with African American men about building businesses or whatever, it's been, oh no, you need to just go to work and just have a schedule. If they're like, when you're an entrepreneur, you're working kind of nonstop For the first 5 to 10 years, you're not taking no breaks. You ain't going to sleep, especially if you have a dream and a passion. You are constantly pushing forward with that dream. African American men have told me, I'm not going to speak badly on all African American. Oh, you don't need to be doing that. You need to be focused on this house. You need to be focused on doing this. You need to be focused on doing that. So it's like, it's almost as if society has built into the African American man the lack of vision, ambition, or drive. Even when you look amongst the phenotype of the group, if you go to school and you have an education, you're an educated lame, you're a nerd, you're goofy. You don't have, you know what I'm saying? You're not that dude. You don't have any game until you get a whole bunch of money. And then everybody's in your face because you can buy all the things that the ones that were all swagged out are now unable to afford to give to their families. Like, brothers need to start lifting each other up. Oh, you want to go to school? That's what's up. Even if it's the dude that wants to be the hustler. Because when I was growing up in the city, I'm going to tell you, it was the hustler dudes that was helping a lot of other dudes go to school. That's why that hustler dude is going to be good for the rest of his life, because there's so many people that have gratitude, because that's the one that was the cornerstone that built up the community. So when I hear people on social media talking about the Pookies and the Ray Rays, I see more Pookie and Ray Rays actually devoting sweat equity into their communities to hold their communities together. When you're going to the school and you're like, for me, I deal with a lot of councils with a lot of children, parent issues. It's the so-called Pookie and the Ray Rays that are actually showing up to participate and be involved. And it's the same question I've been asking all the years I've been on YouTube. Where is the money from these the high value portion of society? Why are they not looking back? Why are they not taking all of the men that they look down on and castigate and putting them in a position to do so much better? That's the cornerstone of leadership. Not controlling a woman's body, not controlling a woman's vagina, not controlling if a woman will submit. Because this is one thing I got from Judge Lynn Toller, and they stay calling Lynn Toller a pick-me-sha. When you are invested in a woman's emotional and financial security, she is going to be so relaxed and so submissive and doing what a man feels needs to be done, because it's that gratitude, it's that reciprocity paradigm, and people don't really speak today. I'm be quiet.
Okay.
Yep, she got a video out, I think, on Instagram. She just put a video out about that whole narrative of people calling her a pick me. But then she read people and told them, my husband invests in different parts of me. So guess what? I am going to behave accordingly. That's it. That's all of it. It's like math. 1 + 2 = 3. Told y'all we complicate stuff that's not that complicated. You know, you put in the work, here come the results. You want to be a leader of the community, you put in the work, here are the results. Okay. Even Dr. King and, you know, Congressman Lewis and, you know, Reverend Jackson and, you know, Maynard Jackson, all these different people, they didn't even think that it was really about being in the spotlight. Like, I need like our people to realize that they were fighting for something that people were attempting to do stuff like, you know, like in my hometown, you know, a swimming pool that you'll put your toe in and they'll take you and they'll lynch you and put you in a river type stuff. Okay. So they were out there fighting for like rights that we, you know, quite frankly, we take for granted. They did not look at this as, oh, if I'm on this march, then I'm going to be on Time magazine cover. They didn't do that. Like, they were really risking their lives, like, out here fighting for basic rights that we take for granted. And that's what leaders do. They step up when they see a need. So that's why I asked that question before. And this is my second question. Do the black men want to step up? And then do they see a need? Or are they satisfied with status quo? Because maybe, you know, maybe they don't see it.
Yeah, I was going to say that I think, and I've said this many times before in the way that I'm trying to trace things back socially. I just think that once, you know, racism, for one thing, got more covert. Once the government went and intentionally dismantled all of these movements, all of this progress, all of these things, like intentionally, that I think that it's been very efficient and effective. And I think it's to the point where a lot of our community doesn't even understand what they're fighting or why they should. You know, like it's so effective because when you you literally kill all the leaders, you dismantle all of any type of organization that's really trying to do any type of progress and anything like that, and then you uplift and you uphold the worst aspects of the community, right? And then you get a situation where you have half the people who are very pessimistic about it, the other half of people don't even understand what we're fighting or why, right? And then you have other people who are actively dismantling any progress that we've made. So I don't know. I think it is different because, and I said like it came from a Bell Hooks excerpt that I wrote, and I think that she explained it clearly when she said that at one point, like during the civil rights movement and all that other stuff, we clearly understood that we were fighting for our souls. Like we understood that, but it's like now we think we measure our success by things, by material things, by like how much money we have and all of those things. We don't understand the other parts of it. So I think that's what we see happening when people are like, well, look, as long as I get my money, or as long as I'm able to be successful over here and do this, then I'm good, and forget everything else. And I think that that's where we are. I think we saw it coming and we're sitting right in the middle of it.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
All right. Yeah. I know somebody mentioned, that we don't want to step up to be leaders because they don't feel they don't get rewarded or anything like that. But the question is, what reward do you want? That's what it all comes down to. I wanted to ask this question before I turn in. What reward are you expecting? Because me personally, I just like to, see, the world around me get better. That's what's at stake for me. And, I'm an educator myself, trying to be an administrator. I wanted to step up to that role because I would like to see, my children, especially my Black children, get better. It's so amazing to see them reach that level.
Yep, I agree. All right. I want to welcome any callers who like to chime in on this. Is there anybody who has any like last thoughts about it? Like,
I do want to make.
Oh, go ahead, Raven.
I just want to make a statement real quick. I know everybody has a different idea of leadership, but I was always taught that like a great leader is a good follower. And bye-bye. Have a good night.
Oh, bye. Thank you, Dr. Eugene.
But I was always taught that a good leader is a good follower or a good servant. And so it's strange to me because it seems like men are requesting like unequivocal, non-criticized leadership while not being able to do the same thing. Like you can't even model this type of follower or following attitude that you expect from women while women are in charge. If women are leading Black Lives Matter, starting more businesses, making more money, then show us what type of follower you're talking about because, it doesn't have to be a gender thing.
Okay.
And I just want to encourage men, married men that's family oriented, to have more conversations with your fellow men. I remember years ago, all my conversations was based around arbitrary things. Now when I call my friends and they ask me what's going on, I just went to the school. I just did that. I'm preparing meals. I'm doing, I'm just having these types of conversations that I feel like a man should be doing, instead of, oh, what you on tonight? oh, I'm going to the club. You know, like those conversations I used to have. Now I'm having more conversations that pertain towards family and self-value and stuff like that. And I think if you speak things into existence, it's just going to happen. And the more, because my friends respect me, so it's easy for you to talk to people that respect you and kind of sway them in different directions of doing right and stuff like that. So I think a lot of men should just have more conversations and tell their friends the benefit of being a role model, being a good father, going to these schools, and doing things in the home. And if we talk about it like we like it, instead of like it's a chore or something that we are forced to do, then of course a lot of men go like, I don't want to get married. I'm not about to go to this parent conference, you know. But I actually like going to my daughter's school. I like doing these things because, you know, I'm investing into my kids when I do that, and that makes me feel good as a man. You know, I'm investing into my wife when I do things around the house, when I cook, when I clean, when I make sure she's okay. I'm investing into my community because I'm putting out good product in the community, like my wife and my kids. So I think if we talk like this with other men, they'll start seeing the reward, you know, and they'll change, maybe, hopefully, you know, they'll see like, okay, if I start doing this differently, maybe I can get me a good woman that's going to follow me and actually put something into me, you know, and not just forcefully, you know. I think a lot of men try to force women to do things, and that's just not how it is. If a woman is going to pour into you, it's just because she's going to pour into you because she genuinely thinks you're a good guy, not because you're trying to make her do it, you know. So I think, personally, I think we just need to have more conversation amongst men and get things right.
Yeah. I think that as a leader, people will not follow you when they don't trust you. You know, like in my new role as an administrator, that's one thing that I have at the front of my mind. They have to know that they can rely on me, and that they can trust me, and that I'm competent, or my title ain't gonna do nothing. It's not going to be effective. They will comply to keep their jobs, but they're not going to buy into anything that I say, right? Or anything that I try to do, try to change. So, and this ain't to bash Black men or anything, but it's like we need to hear more conversations about what leadership looks like, because it's lacking. And, you know, a lot of boys grow up not seeing leaders. And so now we have a lot of men who want the position or the respect, but I'm not quite sure if they understand what leadership is. We just don't hear.
I think that they grow up seeing leaders, just not leaders that look like them. So they don't see it as their
right. I mean, in their homes, like seeing it face to face. Like, I don't know if they see it. So
I'm glad y'all being so nice about it, because my whole thing is y'all got these whole YouTube channels every day talking about how we need to dress and what we need to look like and how we need to speak and how I speak too loud and how I'm a therapeutic church lady and how I don't know what psychology is. A whole channel dedicated to clowning, and yes, I'm going to say it, cooning, okay, your whole culture, but yet we have no space to be leaders in our community. I really need y'all to like either log off and go do some community service, okay, all right, or log in and create some show topics like this one right here on your show.
Yeah,
you know, outside of y'all loud and not submissive, and we sick of it.
But the reason
you got the platform for leadership, but then you saying,
yeah,
oh, we don't have space to be leaders. Dude, okay, manosphere, okay?
Like, the reason why I said it though is because like when I think about leadership or when I think about a leader, for me growing up, like that was always like my grandmother, right? Like that, like that is what, so it's like,
exactly.
That's why I say maybe a leader, but my male relatives saw the same thing, right? So it's like maybe the leader didn't look like you, but that's what leadership looks like, getting shit done. You know what I mean?
Like, that's the thing.
Not waiting for somebody to give you permission or to give you direction and tell you what's like, no, just doing it. Like, you know?
Exactly.
And a thankless job.
I'm just saying.
So.
Like, if I know anything about being black, especially being a black woman, is we wake up like at a early age that it hits your mind. Oh, I just got to do this though. Like, I just got to do it.
Failure is not an option.
Exactly.
Like, it's literally not an option.
So I need them to get on their 13,000 channels, okay, instead of arguing with us about stats, facts, you know, and stuff that we're literally saying this is what's happening, and we're you know we're low key telling y'all, hey, the community needs y'all, but y'all need to get off this other BS. Use your platform for good. Use your powers for good. Like, seriously. Up here talking about we ain't creating a space for y'all, but y'all got 13,000 YouTube channels that y'all are streaming all day, every day.
What are they talking about?
Y'all don't even log off.
Stop 304s, like that's what they're talking about. We need some discussions and some training and some workshops about leadership, right?
Y'all crying because Kevin Samuels done passed away, but then another one of y'all gets shot dead in the street by law enforcement, and then y'all try to get on a channel and clown me for wearing a shirt that say your life matter, and I'm going out there on the street, literally in the police face saying, hey, my man, life matter, but then you're not cooperative and you're not submissive. I need y'all to get y'all values and y'all priorities together like yesterday and 3 days ago. Like, seriously, it's getting crazy.
I just want y'all to let Kevin Samuels die. Just let this man. I'm so tired of hearing this man's name. This man will die. Let him die. Is this nigga Santa Claus or something? He gonna come back? Please.
They think he's Jesus. They have no respect for the day.
I mean, and then we can't speak ill of him. I can't.
I question, and I hope I don't get attacked after I say this, but I question, do they really want leadership or a leadership role in the community or just in the home?
There it is again. See?
And I understand, you know, because when we're looking, you know, historically, all of the leaders or major leaders that we've had in the community, they've met their demise during their, you know, season of activism. And, you know, we don't hear people talking about COINTELPRO anymore, but we know that organizations such as that still exist. And I wonder, and even if we take it to, you know, the hood and we go to the street, you know, even the gang leaders are incarcerated and they've been taken out of their leadership roles. So when I hear these talking points and, you know, them saying things, I tend to believe, and this is just my personal opinion, is they want to lead in the home, but there may be some fear of leading in the community or actually putting themselves out there.
Can I keep it real with y'all?
I agree with you 100%.
Can I keep it real with y'all?
They already said that.
What has been done to our leaders was a fire for effect. After Martin, after Malcolm, after Marcus, after all the leaders of the Black Panther, how they disseminated our neighborhoods after that, how they utilized social systems to break apart everything, which is what I be talking about with this Monarch programming, and people be so summarily dismissive because it's a thought process that's outside of their purvey. It's outside of their range, as Cannon likes to say. They don't look at nothing deeper than the surface. Oh, we just gonna blame the Black woman. You idiots. That's what you're supposed to do. That's what you've been socially, subliminally, and mentally conditioned to do, because that gives you an excuse to not stand in your purpose. We get it. You afraid that if you go out there and you gather together your community, you may be, you know what I'm saying, deleted. All right, cool. Say that. Say you coward. Say you're weak.
Well, they have said that. They preached that. They said we don't say anything to men because men are more likely to get violent and stuff like that. So they hold their tongue amongst their fellow men and then come back and use the women as punching bags. Basically, that's what they were saying. That they come and stuff like that, which is very cowardly of men and that's not how you're going to be a leader. Like with anything, it's going to be consequences. It's going to be risk taking. Martin Luther King, he knew he could get shot at any given time or end up deleted at any given time. He still did it. So it's a lot of men out here that, you know, they're just cowards. They just want to hide behind their words, hide behind their women, and they're, you know, I don't understand it, but
a
you know,
lot of men risk their lives for less every day.
Yeah.
For Nikes
and
packets.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
Yeah.
So
for that loud pack.
Word. Cut that one out. Post it in the group.
Yes.
What I would say, I'm gonna close out, but what I would say is like Black men gotta come to terms with the fact that Black women are not going to stop. Like, we're not gonna stop going to school unless it doesn't serve us anymore. Like, we're not gonna stop opening up businesses. We're not gonna stop trying to be better. You know what I mean? So it's like you have to step up, and we don't have to step back for you to step up. You know what I mean? We can do well. We can have dreams and goals, and we can still support you and love you and submit to you and raise kids, because women do it every single day. You know what I mean? And you can still be a leader. Like, us advancing in 2022 does not mean that you're regressing. So, you know, I think that just across YouTube and these spaces, you know, with men trying to shame women for having degrees. I remember when we had one of our first shows about how we can maximize our investment into education. There were people on my personal Facebook page telling me women need to know how to take care of the family and the home. Y'all too masculine. You know what I mean? Like, we ain't gonna stop doing these things, and that does not make us masculine. You know, it just means that we are using the fruits of the labor of our ancestors. You know what I mean? And using the tools that we have in 2022 as people to just live a better life. You know.
And we ain't gonna keep explaining this to them either. Like, I'm sorry, I'm on one tonight. I'm sorry, because I told y'all, like 80% of my clientele are men. We're not gonna keep having the same session over and over again. Like, I'm not gonna keep explaining to you why you need to use this skill. Like, it's even the chat. Shout out to everybody in the chat, because the chat lighting up, and I'm like Miss Lewis here in the chat. I'm like Dira. Like, see, this the problem. They go back to the conversation of feminism, and you're not a wife. That's the problem in the chat. When the whole conversation was about leadership. Like, we talking about you. We talking about you taking accountability for your behavior. For you speaking, just like Darwin said, passing the word to your brothers. But in true fashion and form, what did you do? I'm gonna go back to the Black lady. I'm gonna go back to the Black woman.
Yeah.
You the problem. You the problem.
Their fear of our education reminds me of slavery times, when slaves were not allowed to be educated, because if you picked up a book, you could be deleted. If they could, some of these men, when they speak, I feel like if they could delete us just because we know how to read, they would. That's an uncomfortable way to live.
And a disturbing way.
It must be really sad to feel like you are inept because a woman is doing something good with her life. Like, women are out here raising families. I know doctors, I know lawyers, I know a lot of doctors tend to marry each other. I know women who are married to their doctors and they're married to doctors. Like, I know a handful of women like that. I know a doctor who's married to a lawyer. Like, these are successful women who are married, and they have beautiful lives, beautiful families every single day.
All the other groups or races marry within like the same kind of social status, except for us. That's it.
My godmother is a pediatrician, and her husband is an anesthesiologist, and they've been married for almost 50 years. So what you're saying is absolutely true. And when I see people in the social circle that are all African American, doctors. I have another friend that is a doctor. He's married to a fellow general med doctor that they went to med school together. That's who you usually wind up marrying with and having sustainable marriages. People that you've had shared experiences with over time. These people meet somebody in the club. I met you in the club. Listen, Ashley, I met you in the club. We was having some drinks. You was twerking that thing. You was Now come over here, girl, and be submissive. Go make me a sandwich and shut up. I don't know nothing about you. I don't know your middle name. I don't know your last name. I don't know your mama, your daddy, none of your family, your church life, none of that. But just submit and shut up. These men have unrealistic expectations for things that they don't deserve. They haven't earned it. Let me be quiet, child. Let me be quiet, child.
Mr. Rick in the chat wants the link, so I say we give him the link.
Okay.
I got a little time tonight. I got a little bit. I want to get this free therapy.
I got time.
I'll give you the link, but we gonna shut you down if you talk this nonsense about women.
It really is nonsense because you know the other communities and they do this all the time.
It's nonsense to
Y'all don't even know what he gonna say first.
Yeah,
I know what he's gonna say. I'm telling you right now, he gonna come
that's
up
why
here
we
and be
need
messy.
Darwin. That's why you on the show. We here, but I'm just telling you. I seen y'all the last time somebody came for. We ain't gonna talk about that show. That was a rough. That's the show that Ashley almost grounded us for a year.
I don't know what show.
My apologies. It was necessary.
Lord.
I was absent that day. I wasn't even here.
Oh, see, because look, she looked different, and so now it's like that wasn't me.
Exactly, that wasn't even me. That wasn't me.
Yeah, and so it's like he brought up Kevin Samuels. So I know y'all are like on the opposite end of the spectrum from the Black manosphere of Kevin Samuels, right? Me, I'm somewhere in the middle. Like I think that he has some useful things to say that I think women could benefit from. But I will never respect his platform because he told a huge lie about Black women, and it was and capitalized off at the expense of Black women, and I don't respect that. And he has also fueled a lot of these incompetent, insecure, toxic men and given them rhetoric that is destructive and not helpful. So I don't respect.
He caused a lot of division. You know, if for his platform to say he want to keep Black families together and stuff like that, how can you do that when you cause a division amongst the black men and Black women? So, you know, of course he has a lot of good points. Everybody does, and they trying to manipulate people. That's what manipulators do. They have some valid points.
Yeah.
So they can gain the trust of the people that they want, and then they start spilling in what they want. So I mean, if you haven't gotten that yet, then they don't need to be having conversations, period, because that's just what manipulators do.
Yeah, I have to disagree to a degree. I got to give you a little pushback off that. Because one thing I've always felt about Kevin Samuels' platform is this. Nobody told not nary one of them women to go up over there. And once they saw that it was a pattern of behavior, the frankness that he would mete out without any care to the feelings, Black women as a whole should have steered clear of that platform. If Black women would not have gone up there, his platform would not have grown as big as it did. So once again, Black women for the win, even when we're losing, because Black women is what made Kevin Samuel get $4 million off of YouTube. But to God be the glory and the praise, because he was still married when he passed away. So all the money that Black women fundraised on his platform was returned unto a Black woman. Look at God. Won't he do it?
Yeah, the thing is, I have been saying that for the longest, right? That without the participation, like I just could not understand for the life of me, like why these women would, like even when the first one who went viral, I remember I was talking to a male friend of mine, and then he was just like, yeah, you know, because he rated the. I said, I wouldn't, ain't nobody finna rate me nothing. Like, it's my opinion. Like, that was the craziest thing to me. But So I agree with that point, but I think that further illustrates how much it's a lie to say that women don't care about what men think and all these other things. I think it perfectly illustrates, especially how desperate Black women are looking for approval from men, looking for that approval, that they will continue to go and put themselves in that situation to try to, because I think so many Black women too are kind of used to that type of behavior, being spoken to like that and treated like that by family members and different things like that. So that's kind of normal to them. Like, oh, this is just how you talk, and this is how you talk to me. No,
that's how men talk.
Right. You know what I'm saying? So I think that a lot of them were kind of used to that. And I think that just further illustrates how desperate Black women are in trying to seek approval from Black men and trying to get that validation. I think that's what it illustrated. And
that's exactly why I say a pick-me is a danger to everybody around her. Because I'll never forgive Kevin Samuels for telling that lady, if your daughter come forth with allegations, you tell her, girl, whatever, that's your daddy. I'll never forget, because all this that you're telling me now, it sounds like you're grooming women. Now it's, oh, well, we're going to build you up to be these super submissive women so that when we touch your children, you don't even think twice about it. You just say, girl, whatever, that's your dad. I can't get behind that. Everything that comes out of your mouth after that is already severe manipulation. And I can't get with it, because like at the expense of having a relationship, you're going to offer your daughter up.
But this is why we got to keep pouring into our sisters on a mass scale. This is why we got to tell them, okay, your dad wasn't there. Cool. Get over that electric complex. Get over the issue that you have trying to find the love of your dad. You're not going to find it in these dudes, because the love of your biological father or stepfather, whatever, is going to be organic and it's going to be pure. You're chasing after this love from men whose intention is to get in between your legs, from men whose intention is to take advantage of you and to use you, from men whose intention is to dog walk you so you could take the place of their mothers that neglected them, and or that over babied them and didn't give them enough fortitude so that they could be stand-up men, because their fathers didn't stay in the home and love on them either. They have issues with their dads as well. And I keep telling people, and I'm gonna keep on saying this, I don't got no breath in my body. At the end of the day, these dudes have not had any leadership. They don't got no dads, and their friends are not good because their friends don't got no dads either. So instead of all of these Black dudes making excuses, well, it's the Black woman, and the Black woman pushed the man out of the home. So what? You don't have to be inside of the house to be a parent. We have already seen that role play out. And even if you are not in the direct home, mentors in the community, which again speaks to the leadership. Again, y'all not leading these little boys. Y'all telling them be drug dealers. Y'all telling them be players. Y'all telling them smash whatever they can, because that makes them a real man. Then when we get to the reality of the consequence of that, you crying about child support. You crying about women that don't listen to them.
Or they're no good women.
Right. And if you have stuck your penis in multiple women, I don't care what you talking about. Your penis not dipped in platinum. Me, she, her, nor none of the women that I know is going to sit there and say, oh, it's okay. Tyrone does sleep with my cousin and my best friend, the girl down the street. But girl, I'm going to go on ahead and submit. Let me go on ahead and shut up and make him a sandwich. So he could go do it again. I'm going to let him cheat in peace, child.
All right, y'all. We got a caller, Black Trump. I'm gonna bring him on up. Hi, Black Trump. How are you?
What's going on? What's going on, Raw? I think that your whole terminology is wrong, like always. But you're still my girl.
Here we
still
go,
my
Trump.
girl.
Listen, don't come up here acting up.
Hi,
No acting up. Just giving y'all the facts and giving y'all the truth. I think when it comes to sisters, y'all lacking in the femininity department, and it is what it is. I mean, again, only thing brothers could do is tell you what's wrong. That's on you to act if you want to change it or not.
That's
if
all
you choose not to change,
what's wrong.
yeah, I mean, it's
right.
Well, the thing is, it's like you have a bad kid, right? And the kid is bad, and I'm telling you what's wrong, and you ask me to tell me what's good about the kid, and it's like, okay, well, if I do that, are you really rectifying the situation? You're not.
You didn't
You
tell
do.
them how.
It's like if you have a child with a learning disability, you don't tell them you're dumb, you're stupid.
But again,
you
are we
highlight
gonna?
some of the positives along with giving the negative feedback.
No, you give
But are we going to conform to that? We all know in today's society, men are not going to conform to that. We can
Okay,
identify and
Some
tell you
men
what the
won't.
problem
Some
is.
men.
wait, hold on.
Some men.
Black Trump, let me ask you a question.
Ask away.
I need for Black men to think a little more critically and not just start regurgitating things because it sounds good and you're like, ooh, that'll hit 'em.
I don't think that's what it is, but go ahead.
Let me ask you.
Yep.
In what ways are Black women lacking in femininity?
I mean, like I said before in the chat, I'm saying because a lot of women feel, you go to school, you get your education, you make more money. That doesn't make you a qualified wife. If you don't do the
Only a quarter of Black women
doesn't automatically make us
I'm trying to figure out how we got on this wife thing, and we talking about Black men and how they can be be leaders in the community.
I told y'all,
Black men
y'all are Black men's punching bags. So while we trying to be Black leaders, now we're talking about Black women being feminine. So again, I already said y'all are punching bags. So let him punch away. Let's see what he got.
Right. And my thing is this, man. I mean, you can punch all you want, but at the end of the day, by you punching that bag, what does it resolve? Do you get any real change from it? I mean, everybody goes and they voice their opinion, and they go on and then they give you this whole story about how Black man ain't doing this, how Black man ain't doing that. But at the end of the day, it and I hate to say it, but it's y'all sisters the ones that's gonna be by yourself.
Okay,
You're gonna be
Black
lonely.
Trump, hold on a second.
Raw. We gonna go here tonight.
I guess I'm gonna reinforce
the
actual topic. What are your thoughts on
we
Black
gonna
men
go. We
and
gonna go
leadership in the
here
community?
tonight.
Because it's bigger than just Black men. Again, if you focus on the 30% of the Black men that ain't doing what they supposed to, you have that in every race. But
Okay,
what about? Let me ask you this: for the 70% of the brothers that got their shit together and do their shit right.
Stop, Black Trump. You're just regurgitating stuff. Because who are you to say that only 70% of Black men have their stuff together? And what does that mean? What do you mean have your stuff together? You can have a job, but are you a good leader? Are you smart? Are you wise? Are you fair? Are you honest? Do you know how to build healthy relationships?
Where did you get that number
have
from?
your stuff together.
That's what I want to know, where that number came from.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, I'm sorry. Am I muted?
Are they ready for leadership? And what does
I got muted. I got muted when I was talking.
His name is Black Trump. He on some Trump. You know how Trump used to spit out
I want him to rationalize. I want him to rationalize and answer some of these questions. And
are you gonna mute me though right after, or you gonna give me a chance to answer? You can't mute me and then
I'll give you a chance, but I gotta stop
straightforward
the regurgitation because they are often not critically thought out. Like for one thing, you can't just throw random stats to us. Like,
what random stats? What random stats did I sell? That I thrown?
70% of Black men have their ish together. First off, where did 70% come from? Second, what does it mean to have your ish together? What do you mean?
Okay, you gonna let me explain?
Go ahead.
To have your shit together doesn't necessarily mean that you have to have a college education and you got to work for this corporation and all. No, it could be a man that basically is just working. He's taking care of his own. He's doing his thing.
Wait.
Why does his occupation? Time out. Ladies, one at a time. Y'all plenty of time to gang up on me. There's plenty of time to gang up on me. I'm all for the smoke.
We're not gonna hang up on you, but we need a designated.
No, I said you're cutting me off.
Time to respond.
So
okay, who wants me to answer what first?
Black Trump, basically what you're saying is Black women are not feminine because they can provide for themselves and they're educated. That's what makes hold on, because I'm not finished.
Okay.
Basically, what you're saying is that is what makes a woman not qualified to be a wife. That is what makes a woman masculine. But meanwhile, you're also saying that the majority of men don't have their stuff together because they're uneducated and they have the inability to provide, which would mean that there are substantially more Black men that are unqualified to be husbands versus Black women that are unqualified to be wives on the basis of the ability to provide.
So Raw, do you honestly believe that there are more qualified Black women for wives? Do you actually believe that?
I believe
Yeah,
that
I'm talking about no, absolutely not. That's a fictitious lie.
First of all, I'm going to tell you what I honestly believe. Do you want to know what I honestly believe?
School me, Raw.
What I honestly believe is there are a whole bunch of Black men that are phenomenally insecure. And instead of them getting their stuff together, getting on the same level as the women in their community, they will vilify the women in their community and tell the women in their community to do less so that they can feel like they are more. And I know men, that
Raw,
bust their
maybe that's how it is in New
asses.
York.
I
but
know
it ain't-
men that
I
bust.
see it in therapy.
This is the
every
barbershop
single
talk that I
day.
had. This is the barbershop talk that I had when I went back home to Chicago, and I asked these guys the difference between how men and women are raised. And I asked them, and I say, is it true that men are raised to manipulate women out of sex and to lie to women and basically to get as many women as we can? And they with a straight face said, no, we weren't raised like that. And that's when I was like, okay, this is like where the conversation had just went astray. And then they said, and I said, women are raised, even if they don't follow the teachings of their mothers or their grandmothers, they are raised to be nurturers, to be housemates, to be mothers and wives and stuff like that. Men, on the other hand, are raised and congratulated by other men when we play women, when we have multiple women, when we have multiple girlfriends, when we first have sex at the age of 13, we're getting handshakes from our uncles and stuff like that. This is not something I just made up. This is what was happening.
Well, that's barbershop. You know, barbershop talk is a different type of talk.
Yeah, I know. This
But
is
if you
they couldn't even be honest about it.
right, that's a different type of talk, dog. That's a different type of talk. But let me finish. Let me go.
This is my point. My point is, so for you to say that more women are ready to be wives, I mean, more men are ready to be husbands than women are ready to be wives.
I never said that. I never said that.
How is that even possible?
Okay, you know what? You know what the problem stems from? And y'all gonna all shoot me for this, but fuck it, I'm wearing the bulletproof vest tonight.
I got a hit.
Yo,
it has something
listen,
to do with a Black woman.
Listen, you already Raw know where this is going. It goes to the single parenthoods that's happening, these single Black women. And let me tell you how it happens, right? Because there's no structure. A man brings discipline, a woman brings nurturing, right? So when you are you going to let me finish?
Nope, I'm not.
Raw, you do this all the time.
I know, and I'm always
time.
going to do it. Before you fix your face to say anything about how women are raising their kids, where is the fathers? Unless you come with smoke for the
and I'm going to answer that.
Nobody was
answer
going to really care. I was going to hear you out. But I'm kind of with Rob right
now.
But
you can't. You're not going to understand it until you let me finish.
Talk about Black men bring structure and discipline when you didn't have the structure and discipline to keep your penis wrapped up or in your pants before you had sex with the woman that you weren't married to in the first place.
Listen, at the end of the day,
kids, go in raw.
Listen,
begging to go in raw. I don't like
I'm trying to give you the logic.
I'm allergic.
I'm trying to.
It don't fit right.
Listen. A wise man sees failure as progress, a fool divorces knowledge and misses the logic. What I'm trying to tell you is that if you a woman, you're supposed to have, if you have your father there and you have a male structure, back in the days when women used to bring, young women used to bring their boyfriends so their fathers can meet them. And based on the judgment of another man can pick out whether a man is good for us.
Oh my
But
God.
here's the problem.
There was shotgun
Okay,
weddings
so
until
where's
1964.
you women?
Knock
You
it off.
have
It was
the
the birth
listen.
control.
You
and the
women have the
technology
control in
revolution that killed
selecting
the
the
shotgun marriage.
producer.
Stop it.
You
Stop it
have
right
time.
now.
You
Stop it
have the
right now.
control in predicting the men you want.
So Black Trump, listen, a woman is 100% responsible for what goes into her body. Okay.
Absolutely.
Assaulted, she's 100% responsible.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I
No,
didn't say that.
But I'm
She's
saying
saying that.
I'm
She's
saying
saying
it.
that.
I didn't say you said it. A woman is 100% responsible. That does not mean that because you are a man that you don't have 100% responsibility in what you do with your penis and with the children that you create in this world. So Black women will never be feminine to you because we will never respect that.
And that's fine. And that's not a problem. You'll just be single.
But sweetie, listen.
Stop threatening us
or married for 18 years. Or married.
Where do you
Don't
get
threaten
that?
Black
Where do
women
you
with a
get that
good
from?
time.
That the Black
You
women
don't
need
want
to
to marry just anybody. So there are
But marriage is not up to you. Marriage is not up to
Where do
you.
you get that Black women will be single, as if the Black man is the only option for women, and that there isn't a whole LGBTQIA community?
Or white men, or Indian
I
men,
mean,
or
there's so many other options besides the Black man. Every Black woman is not going to be with a Black man.
But as if marriage disproportionately benefit men, and
I'm bringing everybody out.
and then hold on, wait a minute. Black women are the only group of women who end up losing by getting married because we tend to marry men who have less income, less education,
and they return us back to poverty.
So they are more of a liability than they are an asset. We are the only group of women in that situation. So you saying that, what are you threatening? Like,
okay, are you gonna let me? Okay, listen. You gotta let me respond. You gotta let me respond. Ladies, you gotta let me respond now.
Wait.
Y'all gotta let me respond. Let me respond.
Let our new guest speak.
Tell us why we need the food stamps.
Black Trump and then Genesis. Go ahead.
Listen, if that was the case, if that was such the case when, we losing everything and we become educated, yada, 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 then but there wouldn't be so many single Black women. You could have married outside of your own race.
It's just so funny how this topic turned from y'all becoming leaders in our community back to the same
because it's easy. All right, listen. I get it. It's a woman's panel. I'm not gonna win.
Because whenever you scream for Black
your
men
whole
to take
existence is on Black women. You can't breathe, move, cry, take a dump, nothing because of a Black woman. And it's just like
that's not true.
Like the thing is about self-improvement and community improvement. It starts with self and self-accountability. So my whole thing is, if you basing every action in your life off of a specific group of people all day, every day, that says more about you as a person and less about that group as a collective. Like 80% of my clientele in therapy are men. And this is the same conversation that I keep having over and over again. And excuse me if I'm being rude or annoying to anybody on the panel or in the chat, but I just have to say it out loud. When are Black men going to collectively come together and say, brothers, how can we move past these defense mechanisms? How can we tear down these personality traits? How can we challenge these core attitudes and beliefs so that we can take our rightful place as leaders in our community, as
Black
leaders
men
in our home? And when will the conversation start without starting it with Black women are not submissive enough? Like, I don't understand this. You talking to somebody who grew up in Middle Georgia.
You gotta let me answer
that old school mentality of you introduce the boyfriend to the family. I grew up with all of that.
So the man you date,
I could trace my family back to slavery. My whole thing is that has zero to do with me being a leader right now. Right now, my community needs me. Right now, the community needs Black men. We can't keep talking
I hear you, but you gotta let me.
They're not the wives we want them to be, so that's why we're not stepping up as leaders.
I can give you the information if you don't want to
have this conversation without turning purple and blue in the face.
Miss,
Like,
can you let me finish? Can y'all let me go? Because I have not finished. I have not finished one statement yet.
I'm gonna let you finish, but I need to lay down an expectation, y'all. I want to have this conversation. I am the host of this show. I need y'all to respect that. Okay. I had asked for our new guest to speak, then Black Trump, then Jovo. That didn't happen. But let's try to respect each other's voices. Try to keep it short and succinct. Okay. Black Trump, I'll let you talk. Then you can respond to Jovo, and then I want our new guest to chime in. Go ahead, Black Trump.
Okay, I think the bitching from the men comes from, if black men didn't care about the situation, we won't say anything. We'll just continue to date outside our race and be like, you know what, screw the black woman. But that's not the case. Brothers are coming in and brothers are telling you what the problem is. But in society, especially in black society, even goes back to the black family, when the mother speaks, don't say nothing. When a black woman speaks, don't speak. You to sit there and listen. Oh, you're feminine if you argue with a black woman. If you do this, you can't do that. So that's the reason why nothing ever gets resolved. A lot of men out here that are married to these women, they stay quiet. And then what happens in that end, they end up just going out and cheating. Why? Because they can't get across their point to their wife. And they can't get across their point to their black women. And it doesn't matter how much I tell you, see, but look, see. I can't finish without somebody interjecting. And when we try to explain the situation to you, you got to listen. Now, if you choose not to listen, that's on you. Only thing I can do is bring the information to you. Whether you process it or not, then that's on you. I mean, again, brothers love sisters, but God damn, some of y'all are all fucked up, yo. Y'all just, we can't get a word in and y'all just like flip out. We can't even we tell you what the problem is, but you don't want to accept it.
Okay, so thank you, Black Trump. Okay, so listen. People can hear you all day long. That don't mean you right, okay? You think, just like you kept saying, y'all don't want to listen. We telling you the problem. You, as though you have it all figured out and you're right in everything. You the man, and we just need to learn to listen. You're screwed up. You're screwed up. Because here's the thing. You have some problems on your end. And it ain't just about what job you have. Okay. You all have some problems on your end. We talk about it on this show all the time, but we get men just like you who call in, who just want to be heard. And I understand that. You know, you had a whole lot of women coming at you. But here's the thing. Black women have thought this through and out, up, down, sideways. Okay. We already know what y'all gonna say. Y'all say the same stuff, the same regurgitations, the same, well, if y'all don't listen, we just gonna go someplace else. And we love black women. Y'all just gotta do this and y'all don't listen. That's all you care about. And we're like, you know what? We noticed some toxic things. We noticed some things that we need to do better, but y'all need to be honest about what you got to do better. That's outside of just having a job. Because just because you have a job doesn't mean that you are somebody that somebody wants to be married to. Just like you sat here and told me, you know, like after I said that I don't necessarily respect the man who doesn't take responsibility for laying his seed everywhere. You say, oh, well, that's why you're single. So you think that you can threaten us and shame us for choosing not to be with toxicity. Like, no, you want us to be better. We want y'all to be better. And some of us have long gone chosen to so-called die alone. There are good sisters out here today who are single, not because we have to be single, but because we don't want to accept the toxicity that a lot of black men like yourself bring into relationships. So you can keep saying, oh, we're the problem. But no, you are part of the problem. So go ahead. What's your name, ma'am?
My name is Betty.
Betty. Okay. Thank you for joining us. You want to chime in?
Hey, Betty.
How you doing? Hi, Genesis. Hi, Robbie. Hi, Cannon. Okay, so Black Trump is just, I'm sorry, brother, but you sound like every black man who seemed to feel like a woman's femininity is when she's just shut up, quiet, don't say anything. abide by anything and everything that you say, bark like a dog, a big dog. That's not what makes a woman feminine. And I think that to say that a black woman is going to be single if she doesn't do exactly what the black man say it's insane. Like, so we can't marry a white man. I can't marry a different race. I can't marry a Japanese man. I can't. I'll just be without a black man.
You're more than welcome to marry whoever you want, ma'am. I'm just telling you what the
You
issue
talk,
is.
right? Hold on. You want everybody to let you talk, right? Okay. So I think that the whole thing came on, where are the black men who are leaders who want to progress and have a better, I guess, society of black men? But your first thing is to attack the black woman. It's the black woman's fault. Men need, I'm sorry, I think your name is Jovo. You said it. We're the leaders. You know what happened to those men? They're called simps on YouTube. When a man starts saying good things and trying to be more positive, he's not masculine enough. He's not being that quote unquote ninja. Let me say that word. So,
alpha.
Yeah, the alpha. Let me say that word. So instead of telling us what we doing wrong, you tell me what you're doing right. What are you doing to do right? Because black men.
Are you gonna allow me to answer that, or you want to?
I mean, you made up. First of all, you made up these. I don't even have to go do research. This 70%.
Yeah, you can research it. Go ahead. I think you should. Because you don't take my judgment for it.
I know. Listen,
don't take my word for it. Research
it. Sounded right to you. Them numbers sounded right to you. But the reality is, there's the 70-30%. You made it up. So I think that black men need to focus on themselves. You know how they say when you do healing work, you got to heal yourself first instead of looking at and blaming everybody else. I think that the community needs to look into see how you disrespect women. You don't have respect for your mothers. You don't have respect for the mothers of your children. You don't have respect for your daughters. You don't even have respect for self. And then you have these demands that don't make sense. You have demands that you want, but you're not doing this as a society. You're not doing this as a black culture, black men. So for me, it's like, let's stick to the agenda. How can black men lead? How can we unify and progress instead of continually blaming black women in the moment that they disagree? We can't get married. We're not marriage material. We masculine because we say no.
We masculine because we get jobs. They're masculine because we go to school.
I never said any of that. I never said any of that.
In fact, you did, sir. In fact, you did, sir. That's why you're not qualified to be a wife. That's why you're going to be alone. That's what
those are facts. Those are facts.
Gave you a battery because Kevin Samuels quote unquote clowned a couple of women, and then that made y'all feel so good about yourselves. But if you really take a step back and look at what he was saying, Kevin Samuels also was saying how black men are superficial, and that you don't care about a person's value. You only care about the way they look. You don't. The same Kevin Samuels that these black men are praising, he said that he clowned y'all. So for me, it's like I don't like when I'm sorry to be long way. I don't like when black men only want to side with people who clown black women to make it that's their thing. Whenever there's somebody that's making fun of the black woman, y'all want to hold this person and praise them and make them Jesus. And like the other lady said, let the man die. He dead. Let it go. It's he gone. It's okay.
Can I just say one quick thing?
Kevin Samuels.
Because I already can feel you gonna say.
Can I say one quick thing?
Did you have a husband? Were you ever
no. I'm not saying none of that. I just want to.
Go ahead.
One quick thing, and I'll shut up. What other race besides Black America and America where the woman is at this hierarchy wherein she dictates all the terms? Not even in Africa, not even
all of them. Are you okay?
None of them. None. This is a lost community. We are lost.
And I have never seen somebody just create.
If we're being serious,
This
Hold
is
on,
a
real quick.
creative way to deflect from talking about black men.
Chinese culture, the women are in charge. It is the women who
told you that?
Hold on.
Who told you that?
Let me finish. The men are the one with the money, but it's the women who control what happens in that marriage, where certain things happen, contrary to people's beliefs. So when you say certain things, just because a woman looks like she's not saying anything, just because she looks like she's quiet, you know, and the quote unquote feminine, doesn't necessarily mean that she's just sitting there just allowing a person to do whatever they want.
Right.
I think that
they are very vocal in their relationship.
Thank you. I think
Wait,
that to say
Black,
that
Black Trump and Joe, Rob, I'll let you finish. But we are so over these regurgitations and this stuff that y'all be spitting that y'all ain't thinking through. It's all emotionally driven. If you look at other races, Hispanic, white women, other countries like Brazilian women, Asian women, these women aren't just sitting there with no opinions, no desires.
I never said any of that, ma'am. I never said nothing.
Listen, because here's the thing. When Black women have our complaints or our things that we want to say, you know, we have goals, then we're masculine.
Okay,
like
so
you
no.
wanted, like you kept saying, we can just go, if y'all don't listen, we can just go to other races of women. Here's the thing. Other races of women don't want toxic men either. And Cannon can talk to you about how Black men and white women are amongst interracial couples are the most likely to divorce. You all are still having.
Can you show me some stats on that? I don't believe that.
To what I was about to say. Number one.
Can we see some stats on how Black men gonna lead this community? I still ain't got the answer to the question yet.
What's happening now? You see all the flights overseas. Everybody's jumping on planes.
That's not leadership. They're going to sex traffic countries where people are actually being paid to give you the girlfriend experience. So let's not ever
Hey,
forget
you say
that
tomato,
point,
I say
number one.
tomato.
Okay, but anyway, back to what I was gonna say. Kevin Samuel has done told you, man, because I have did a commentary video on it. Is your penis big? Do you have a lot of money? Do you really qualify for what it is you're asking for? And for the vast majority of you, it is a resounding no. Now, when you make the ignorant statement to say that other women are not leading en masse, the Black manosphere is the spoiled child of the manosphere. The original manosphere is full of white people, and white people are the prevailing majority of the culture in the United
That's
States
true.
of
That's
America.
true.
Because white women that y'all be wanting to run to don't play that shit. They want their money. They need their credit. They want their appliances. They need their houses. They need their cars. They need their good communities.
White women
They
will
are
always
running
fly
the
to Black
shit.
men.
They
Period.
are
Doesn't
running
matter.
the shit. They are running the shit out of all the men, even Black men, because I know plenty of white women that dates Black men. And guess what? Them Black men got to figure out how to make it enough, because when they go into their white families have generational standards. You're not taking my daughter to the projects. You're gonna have to buy her a piece of property, or
Well,
now
that's
you're
somewhat
indebted
true.
to, or
Somewhat
now
true.
you are indebted to the family because the father and the uncles and the nephews feel pity on you because they dumbass niece, daughter, cousin, or whatever that fell in love with your bum ass. So now they're giving you a job. So now they're giving you a house to live in. So now they letting you use a car. So now they making you feel like somebody without you having to do any of the damn work. Due to nepotism, the same thing happens in Hispanic communities. And we all know how the Hispanics get down in this country. They'll be 30 deep. They'll be 30 deep in the house. Everybody working at Taco Bell, putting in on that damn rent
But that's
until
bum niggas.
somebody could get a piece of property, until somebody could get a vehicle, until somebody could buy a store, and then they use the money from that investment and pour back into their community, because that's how the leadership goes. Then they pour back into them and they bring some more people over here. I don't care what you got to do. Go clean the garbage behind the damn restaurant. Get your little $100 a week. put it into the family, and we all in together. It's only the black man. It's only the black.
You ain't talking about the 30% once again.
It's only, no, that's not the 30%.
Yes, it
like
is,
how
Raw.
you said, it's an increasing number of black men that are going overseas with the passports,
30%.
going to get the prostitutes and the
Let's
sex
talk about the
workers in
70%
Brazil.
now. Let's get back on topic.
Let's get back on the real topic.
70%.
How to increase leadership in the African American male in America, because it was never on the women, it was always on the men. But you wanted to come up here and be on that divisive, subversive bull crap.
It's not divisive, it's the truth.
Trying to derail the conversation to paint a picture against black women because you didn't have any input into how black men can lead the community. But let
You're
me go
emotional,
ahead
Raw.
and shut up. I'm not emotional. I'm speaking
You my
facts.
girl, but you're emotional.
The things you're saying is ridiculous, Trump, because you're
What's
not
wrong with
on
emotions?
topic. You're not on topic, and you being
Okay, let's get back to
emotional.
topic. You're yelling at me, Raw.
And you came up here emotional.
Okay, my bad.
And
My bad. Let's get back on topic.
And I've been quiet. And I've been quiet listening to the divisive rhetoric bullshit that you've been spitting on these panels as these women have collectively asked you patiently over and over and over again to get back on the topic of African American men in leadership. Knock it off.
You know,
You on point with her emotions,
we can definitely get back on topic.
I don't care if she emotional. She on
Listen,
point.
Raw do this all the time with me, yo. So I'm used to it. I'm used to it. I'm
You
numb.
ain't gotta convince us, sir. You don't have to convince us, sir. You don't have to convince us.
Need mommy energy. You need your mother to be re-invoked because somebody needs to get the chancla. Somebody needs to get the chancla and spank y'all behinds. That's what y'all really need to be put over somebody's slap and get the little. Get it together.
I can't relate to the 30%. I'm sorry. I just can't relate to the 30%. But if you let me answer the question.
I don't think
Can
women
you
will
relate
want
to
to follow
answering
men.
the question about black male leadership? Can you answer the question in reference to black male leadership? I've really been waiting for an answer for like 10 minutes.
Again, I can't say from state to state, but we got here in Connecticut, we got plenty of black leaders that lead other black men. We have groups called a Connect where brothers is trying to come up and trying to do different things, you know, and brothers who have professional, that's part of profession. And, you know, that doctors, lawyers, construction workers, contractors, we all get together and we mentor the kids.
Here too.
So that's what we do. I can't speak for whatever goes on from state to state. I only can tell you what we have. So that's the reason why my perspective is a lot different than what a lot of people see.
So let me ask you this.
Ask away. Ask me the questions. I'm ready. I got the bulletproof vest
Does
for.
a woman being submissive or not submissive control you actually participating in that particular organization?
No, we do it for the thing. The problem is we do it for the young boys that want to be a part of it. Now, it's just like anything else. You're gonna have, if a kid is a stick-up kid, he's just gonna be a stick-up kid. He ain't gonna try to do better. You know, and then we even get situations where let me finish. We even get situations where mothers don't want to, you know, put in the time to bring the kids to us and have them be mentored and everything else because she claims she got this to do, she got that to do, but later on you'll see later on in the day you'll see her out chilling with some dude. So it's like, okay, well, you can't be attending to your child, so but you can do this.
Another man to get mentored. What a father at?
Well, good question. Where was she during the process of selecting a producer, a provider, a protector? Whose fault is that? That's her fault.
To procreate with.
Listen. Let's not pretend, ladies. Let's not pretend you made the best decisions. 80% of women made the wrong decision in selecting a mate. We know that.
I just want to hold
on.
on.
What does that say about the men? What do you
again? You select the 30%. That's your fault.
Before we get further down the rabbit hole, let me say something to him real fast. I am so sick of these lies.
It's lies.
Listen.
Okay. Go ahead.
You're trying to act like Black women are choosing, as you all say, the low 20% or 30%. How is that even numerically possible when 60% of Black men above the age of 30 have children? So what are you saying? So are you
No, that's okay, but it's 50% of men that don't have children, and it's 50% more women. 50% more in our black community.
We heard that one.
Talking about 21-year-old men.
Let me talk to him. 50% of black men don't have children. That's all black men from as young as 18. Let's talk about 30 above 30 years of age, right? Which is like when men are getting married, most of them have children, right? And most of them, 72% of them, I'll pull the stats up, have children outside of wedlock. So if you're going to say that the women are so irresponsible, how can you completely ignore the men? And then you're trying to put it on the 30%. Oh, it's the Pookies and the Ray Rays. No.
Okay. No. I can I answer? Can I answer? There's
you have children outside of wedlock.
No, listen. Here's another stat too. 50% more women have kids than men. What does that go to tell you?
He just be lying. Y'all don't let him keep lying.
Look up the stats for yourself. Black men.
Woman can't have a child without a man. So how's you getting this?
No. The problem is that women are sleeping with the same number of guys. That's the problem.
Okay, so let me tell y'all what the real problem is. The real problem is no. I'm about to tell you. I'm about to give y'all the whole game. I'm about to give y'all the whole game. The whole game is this. There's a whole bunch of no. There's a whole bunch of men in this world, right? That's fine. That got their game together. Their confidence is all the way up. No matter what their money is looking like, they're able to get into relationships where they can be happy. And because you have a greater amount of men that don't got their game together, that can't get no women, so they not happy at all in their mind. And some of those men that can't get in a relationship and can't keep a woman, they still get sex from time to time, and then they deny the kid because they don't want to take care of their baby. Oh, that's not my baby. Oh, I didn't do that.
Right. Let me give you the difference between men and women. Let me give you the difference.
Y'all just mad.
No, it's not about being mad. I'm just giving women. The problem is hear me out. Let me go real quick, and you can go. Let me go real quick. Women have a particular type. Women have a particular type of man that they like. Men have a range of different type of women they like. There's a difference. So the common type of men that women like, the type of women. The type of guy that like many women like that same type of guy. With guys like different ranges of women. So it's different. It's a different feel.
Okay,
there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 women up here. You gonna tell us how we like men?
I don't even know why y'all listen to him.
I don't
He's hilarious.
I speak the truth. I only speak the truth.
Let me actually astronauts, if y'all didn't know.
You speak your truth.
120% of us got college degrees. Y'all need to do y'all research. I can't.
You cannot blame a woman for being a deadbeat father. That's just like
you blame a woman for the selection of men she chooses.
Is
ridiculous.
The selection of the men that she chooses tells a lot about the woman.
But what about the man?
And this is why. This is why I will always have a job as a therapist. This is why 80% of my clientele are black men right now. The plain out blatant, I'm not gonna take accountability for things that I'm responsible for. This is why right here. I'm just
men not taking accountability or women not taking accountability.
Because my first baby mama is fucked up, that means something wrong with me.
Because number one,
we fuck up too. Men fuck up. Men fuck up. I ain't gonna say up there and say men don't. Men do.
Number one, you taking accountability should not start with what black women are not doing. That is not self-accountability. Like, for real. And you don't even have to be in therapy or be a therapist to know that. I respectfully, sir. Like, I have heard you say nothing about what you're doing other than that organization that you linked.
I don't think you heard me say anything that agrees with you. I think that's the problem.
No, because you haven't said anything about the fathers. You're blaming a woman for the fact that a man chooses to abandon his responsibility to the child that he went half on. See, I don't give a damn.
Are we gonna get in this again tonight?
We are.
Like I told you.
And follow his logic.
Like I told you before, if you select a guy that's no good, that's your fault.
Exactly.
I can't put it no other way.
It's okay.
The women have the control. Women have the control.
Is it the black
You
woman
have
that
the
he's
control.
no good?
So do men.
Black woman
Men
that
have
he's
control
no
too.
good.
Hey, but you don't like Nation. You don't like
listen.
Nation. You feel like men don't have control. I told y'all this before. It's certain kinds of men. It's men who are helpless out here in this world, who has no control of nothing, who's complainers, and it's men like us who make shit happen, who are leaders of our family. So we
Who has access to sex, my friend? My friend, let me ask you. Who has access to sex? Who gives you access to sex? Woman, right? Okay, so they hold the
Trump. This is the point, though. This is the point, though. Even you know what? I'm gonna give you the caveat. Yes, women are completely responsible for the man that they choose. Great, awesome. So now, what is the accountability on the man for being a ain't nothing man? What is the accountability on the man to keep creating children that he's not taking care of? What is the accountability to the African American male in America to teach their brothers to do better, to not be that type of man? So now we the women take ownership. You know what? We shouldn't even sleep with y'all. Cool. Now what you gonna do for all your brothers, and what's your recourse for and that ain't doing what they supposed to do for the children?
Okay, you want to give me? Okay, can I go now, or I'm gonna get cut off? Can I go? Okay, men.
Listen. I've taken accountability. I've came up here personally and I told my truths. I told my story. Haven't I not, ladies, gentlemen? Have I not said that I had to took accountability for the responsibility for what I've done in my marriage? I put that on myself. Can you do the same thing? Obviously not. Obviously, you have a problem with women who sleep with ain't shit dudes, but ain't shit dudes get the pass. And what do women get? The fault. Yeah, it's your fault. It's your fault. It's your fault. Doesn't it take two to tangle?
Okay, yeah, and I agree. We don't lie. Let me go. All right.
Two to tangle.
Okay, brother. Okay, but hear me out. I have a friend, right? He was dating this girl, nice body, banging body, ridiculous, fine as hell, sister, but she got blue fucking hair, right? He messed around and got her pregnant. She was a no good broad from the fucking beginning. No fucking good. He had a baby by her. Therefore, it's that nigga's fault.
Where was the communication between both parties? Where was the communication?
He was no good because she
this
had
is
blue
how
hair.
this goes, right? So if I'm talking to
Oh God, I can't win. I'm at a losing position here, yo.
Hold on.
Your last name Trump, so don't complain about that.
Yeah, I should have known better coming up here with Raw, yo. I can't win, yo. I can't win. I can't win.
Purposely inflammatory and then play the victim when they're responding. He came up here literally saying black women aren't feminine. It's just the truth. These are facts. Now he cowering.
Well, yeah, I still stand by that. I think black women need to be more feminine. I believe that.
Definition of okay. So what's your definition?
What do you believe?
Okay, can you ladies just do me a favor? Can you just try it out to see if it works?
Hell no.
How about that? There's an idea.
Give us a definition. Tell us what it is.
I don't hold myself to white standards of femininity. So, and I know that so many of you, unfortunately, are saddled with the affliction of trying to compare or thinking that white women are the standard for femininity. So, no, I have no interest in what your idea of femininity is at all.
Well, he can't even.
And white women,
but
white women have blue hair and pink hair and orange hair and red hair. They have all the rainbow hair because they're actually the ones that start the color hair trends. So I mean, if the woman's not nothing because she don't got blue hair, well, damn it, pink, you ain't shit. Lady Gaga, sit your black ass down. Katy Perry, go on hell because you're masculine and you ain't shit. Like what we talking about here? Is that really the standard?
You know what we're not talking about? We're not talking about black male leadership. That's
What is a feminine? What do you consider to be feminine?
Thank you. Yeah, that's the question to ask.
Oh, you guys are actually asking Black Trump what he feels? I'm so touched.
Well, since you want to talk about leadership, we might as well get you to talk about something else.
1 second. That was the first question I asked you, Black Trump. Go ahead.
Yeah, they asked it several times.
Okay, I'm on the time limit, yo. Oh, the time limit. Can I get it across?
Yes.
Get to talking.
Come on, y'all.
He's
In what
evading.
way? In what way are Black women lacking in femininity? Let's give him the floor. Go ahead. Go ahead, Black Trump.
Oh, okay. I thought you muted me again. No, I think, and again, I think Black women just need to, kind of relax a little bit, man. Don't need to be so abrasive. Just try. All I'm saying is, sisters, try it. Don't. In all seriousness, yo, Black men love Black women.
Try what? What are we trying?
Try being submissive. Try being feminine.
Okay, so Black Trump
doesn't know what he wants to say. He's just gonna use buzzwords.
Y'all listen. So Black Trump, listen. Can you try to be critical for a second? And can you try to listen for a second and try to understand and not respond for a second? Because
every time but when I try to respond, I keep getting muted, yo. I realize I'm the most hated on this panel, but it's all right.
I just wanted to see how something sounds right quick, though.
You're giving yourself too much credit right now because what you said, we've heard this 2,000
times. A gazillion times. We already know
you good, but you ain't all that.
But I'm saying, if you keep hearing it, don't you think there's some truth associated with it? I'm just asking.
Talking points you heard on YouTube, you're regurgitating.
I have a question.
There is no Ron. You know me on this panel long enough to know that my Trump has not my views has not changed to adjust to no manosphere, nothing.
Black Trump, do you hear yourself? You have white society saying how Black men ain't shit. So because they keep saying it, I'm supposed to believe Black men ain't shit. Just because you keep yelling, hold on. I really want to hope that you have the capacity to sit there and listen to what you're saying. When I asked you, what is your definition of someone being feminine? You really don't want to say what it is. It is what we all know you want to say. It is for us to shut up and bark like a dog, and hop on one foot and do whatever the Black man say blindly without
when he's toxic.
We are not slow. Not one woman on this thing is slow enough to not understand what you're saying. The problem is you just don't understand that it don't make no sense. Just because you're screaming for us to be quiet, you're also saying it's because you can't handle somebody talking to y'all, because you need to work on yourself to be able to deal with the relationships and the responsibilities that it is to be a man in a relationship with a Black woman. It's always well, it's her fault. She chose the wrong man. Let me tell you something. That statement needs to stop. When two people have a kid, you don't know what anybody's capable of doing until the situation arrives. Some people don't know what's going to happen. We need to stop blaming the people, but the people who are making those choices. A man who is an absent father, it is his choice in being an absent father. He is the person that needs to be held responsible. The woman.
Okay, can I respond?
Hold on. What I don't like is when men talk about these Black women who have bad fathers. These women are working, taking care of the kid, taking them to activities, doing all this stuff on her own. Yeah, I never hear the Black man say, "Oh my God, thank you for trying to hold it down, even though you didn't have that Black man there." It's never a positive statement. It's always, "Well, she chose the wrong man." Are you the right one though? Like, are you who the right one? Show me the right one. Are you the right one?
Oh, okay. So you gonna let me? Can I respond now, or can I respond? Can I respond? Okay. First of all, to address the first.
There's some stats. Go ahead.
Okay, to address your first thing, one, white man that says Black men ain't shit. It's a different feel when you have a Black woman saying Black men ain't shit. And the reason why I try to prevent women from doing it, even I get on Nate's channel too as well, and I go at him, because for the simple fact is that, yo, listen, even by you saying that all the time, some of you sisters have sons. And for you to keep regurgitating that same shit, you have you impacting your sons that are growing up
So who are
by
you
always saying
impacting with what
niggas
you
ain't
did?
shit.
Do you have daughters or do men have
I'm
daughters?
sorry.
This is why I keep muting
Listen
because
to what I just
Contradiction.
you're not
said.
thinking, man.
Why
Like,
you
I'm
not
sorry.
listening to what I just said? I said, I'm going by what you say. If somebody
Yeah,
keeps
but I'm
saying
going down the
something,
list. I
hold
keep
on. No,
getting every time I go down the list, I keep getting muted,
You
yo.
can't.
If you
Nobody
didn't even hear the whole
sir. To
piece.
be honest, there is no mute next to your thing. I think
No,
that
she
it's your
mutes me,
internet
yo. I'm not.
connection. You need to check your internet service provider because I don't see that you're
No,
being
I'm
muted.
getting muted.
No, the next thing is I don't think
I respect it, though. I respect it. I respect
realize
it.
that I don't think you have the capacity to actually answer the question because that will require you to actually
Miss, you
sit
got to let
here.
me answer it. That's the problem. I keep
No, you're
getting
not
muted.
answering. It's called you
Okay,
going
can
ring
I
around
go
the
now?
rosy, pocket full
And
of
you been,
posy.
hey,
You go
hey,
all around town. The
Okay,
point
can I
is
go
my
now?
statement.
Can I
Hold
go
on.
now? You have yet to let me finish.
You did not say what I said
And I know
properly.
the odds are all against me. I get it.
I said, when white people say black men ain't shit, just because they keep saying, are we supposed to believe it? You're saying a black
It's a
man saying a
different.
woman. Excuse me. I said your statement is when someone is saying something to you all the time, maybe we supposed to take that as truth. I'm saying I gave that as an example by saying to you, just because someone is saying it all the time doesn't make it true. You come back with, well, if a white man say a black man ain't shit, then when a black woman say it, it's worse. Totally
Well,
off
because you
point.
didn't let me finish the
why
whole
do we have
statement.
to
If you would let me, you would have got see where I was going
like
with
they
it.
in elementary school? Like, if they
Oh,
don't have
okay.
the capacity to know what the fuck we talking about, then that's just on them.
Bottom
We
line.
breaking
Listen,
this
Black
shit down
Trump,
to
these numbers are not in my favor at all. I get it. I get it. I respect it, though. I respect it.
Raise a hand. Raise a hand.
What's good?
Raise a hand. Raise a hands. Who's getting tired of hearing this same nonsense? Raise a hands.
Hey, when we started, you saw what I put in the chat because
it's
we
just
spent 5 seconds
I just
talking
got a
about black
question.
male
I just got.
leadership
Well,
and 45
I want to
minutes
say
talking
something
about
right quick.
femininity.
I want to say
and still haven't gotten an answer.
Well, I can't. I've never been able to finish one statement yet, but I respect it, yo. I respect it.
And black men, and when you tell black and when you tell black men how they talk about black women and they have black daughters, what they say is, well, my daughter is different because she being raised by me. So black women can simply say, well, my son is different.
Say that again, Rob.
When you
Oh my
tell black
gosh.
men, when you tell
Yo,
black
I'm in a
men to stop
losing battle
saying
here,
that
yo.
black
I'm
women
in a
ain't
losing
shit,
battle.
they say their daughter is different because their daughter is being raised by them and they don't have no
And they're
reason.
raising them by themselves?
Nope, they raising them with their mama. And the rarity that you have a black man that's raising his black daughter, he don't give a damn what he's saying about no black women, even though his daughter is a black woman. I said it because it's
So
true.
I want to bring up some stats, and Black Trump, I actually do want you to talk, but I want you to think through some things, and I want to ask you some questions. But Darwin wanted to say something.
Oh God!
I wanted to say something.
You have no faith in God, man. You have no faith in God. No faith in God whatsoever, bro.
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
Because based off of what? Because I don't let a woman lead? Nah, dog. It don't work that way, kid. You might. I like your channel and everything else, but you're wrong on that.
Before we go down this rabbit hole, before we go down this rabbit hole,
because you do know that they are a part of you, right? The more
she
you
came from the rib of Adam.
You're yourself. You do know
Guess
that.
what?
Right?
She came from the rib of Adam. So therefore, she needs to fall in line.
Not all women came from the rib of Adam. Some women came from the
Okay.
You actually believe in that biblical story.
Hold on, y'all.
You fell for that.
Hold on, y'all. We got to get through it. Darwin was finna ask something. Ashley was finna do her stats, and then we'll respond.
I just wanted to paint this picture. Like, if I have a friend that's a friend that's like a bad father, he don't go pick up his kids, he don't give the girl money, don't do any of these things, and we sitting up having a conversation, I'd be like, man, why haven't you seen your son in over a year? And he'd be like, man, shit, she know what time it was when she got with me. She shouldn't have had a baby with me. Is that really how the conversation goes? Because with this way of thinking, I would think these are the conversations that's being had. And for my friend to sit up there and be like, well, I'm a fucked up nigga, she shouldn't have let me bust in her. Is that the explanation that y'all are really giving to be deadbeat fathers. Like, I cannot believe that. So it's just, you're just saying anything right now. You're really
No,
just
you're reverting back to
no one
something
has
else,
ever
man.
had
I
this
don't. I'm
conversation.
lost.
Nobody, no man has ever told a woman, like, you know I'm fucked up. You know I'm a deadbeat. You know I
That's
don't
his
have no
job.
money. No
Is
dudes
that
is
his
going
job, my
around.
man?
No dudes are going around saying this to women. So for you to have that as an excuse on why dudes are deadbeats, where are you getting that from?
Can I ask you something? So if you date a woman, right, she use you for your money, right, and she ain't about shit, right? So I'm gonna post a scenario to you, and you still dated her. Your boy's still telling you, yo, listen, this broad ain't shit. And then you mess around, you have a baby by her. She take you to court and take you through the ringer. Meanwhile, she got other niggas all around that she mess with. Who fault is that?
It's her fault.
It's her fault. It's not your fault for not listening.
It's
Come
her
on, man.
fault.
That's what
It's her
this
fault
is,
if she's not being
and
a good
this is
mother.
the problem,
No,
yo.
the problem is, why is you listening to your friends about who you like?
Oh my
That's the first
God,
problem.
yo.
That's the first
All
problem.
right, man. All right.
That's the
Then
first problem. I
yo,
don't need
dude,
none of
man.
my
It ain't
guys
never
to tell
going to
me
get
about
resolved
anybody
that
I
way,
like.
kid.
Two is,
It ain't
I
gonna get
don't have
resolved that
control over
way.
what a woman does. If she wants to be a bad mother, she's a bad mother. I'm not gonna look at myself and be like, oh, I'm messed up. No, that's not how I get down. I have more
So
confidence in
there's no
myself,
trash,
and I
there's no
have
trash
more
baby mamas out here. There ain't brothers out here trying to fight for their kids in court, and women using them as pawns so they can get cash and doing shit. So none of that shit exists. None of that exists.
I
Come on, man. Come on.
Wait, let me
But let's get back to topic. Go ahead. Let's
If
get
a
back to
woman
topic.
does that, that's on her what she does, not on me.
Let me ask you this. So if these
Yes.
women ain't shit women, right?
Yep.
Who is at fault for being with those women?
It's the man's fault.
Okay, so listen, because you didn't say that earlier today.
I did. I talked about the girl with the blue hair, right?
Okay, so but when you say stuff like, oh, women choose, women give access to men, think about women in the households, they doing this, they doing it, you're taking the accountability off of the men who decided to make those children.
He don't know what accountability means for either party.
So you're like,
brother, I think y'all misconstruing what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that those individuals have to take responsibility. A lot of these women up here that are going on these panels and bitching and complaining, a lot of them knew what the deal was. And I hate to say it, it is what it is.
That's my point. No, that's my point right there. Why do you keep saying they knew what it was? No man is
just like a man know what it
telling
is.
them that they're deadbeat fathers. They're not meeting women saying,
So you don't know the difference between a deadbeat father and a father that's good, that's right for you. You don't know the difference.
What the fuck?
So, but where's your woman?
They know that.
But when Trump, where's your woman? Where's your woman? And is your woman black?
Capable of until they
don't
are
mute
in
now,
the
Black
situation. Trump. Black Trump, you need to stop blaming people for other people's choices. When someone makes a choice to do something, you can't say, oh, well, it's the woman's fault because he don't want to be a good father. You sound crazy in these streets with that. You sound crazy. The
Can I
man
make a
ain't taking
suggestion?
care of his
It is
kids.
her
It's
fault
the
for
woman's
choosing
fault.
him. It's her fault for choosing him. But hold on, listen. This is the point that really needs to be made. He's trying to say, like, we brought this up, right? Like issues in the Black community, right? The first thing he did was point at Black women. And his rationale, like a lot of these men, is that because they in here raising these kids by themselves, they chose the ain't-ish men, right? That's the thought. But what I'm trying to get him to see and all of us to acknowledge is that very premise, it don't even add up, because you can't sit here and have 62% of Black men who are between the ages of 30 and 39 be fathers. And there's another stat that says 72% of Black fathers had their children outside of wedlock, right? You can't, those can't be the stats. And you also say that women who are having these kids are having them with no ain't-ish men. And then tomorrow we'll say that Black men are the best fathers. Y'all don't make no sense, Black Trump, and that's why I keep muting you, because you keep regurgitating nonsense. And
Thanks.
I'm trying to get you to see the error in your thinking. And
It's
y'all,
not gonna work.
I love y'all, but I don't think y'all yelling at him ain't gonna get it either. Because I really want you, Black Trump, to explain this. So I want you to talk. So this is the stat: percentage of men who are fathers by age, race, and Hispanic origin. So all the men, and at what ages they become fathers. Black men, 80.5% of Black men at what age have children?
40 to 49.
40 to 49. What about Black men ages 30 to 39? Black Trump, you see this? What percentage of you all have children?
2.5%.
Black Trump.
Listen, I don't know where you got these stats from. Listen, let me send me your email. I'll show you what I have. I don't know what this is.
This is from the United States Census. So stop, okay? Answer the question. What
Completely fabricated.
From the Census Bureau?
Yes.
But do you have a woman, Black Trump, and what race
So
is
this,
she?
He got
so
the
this is
Kevin
accurate.
Samuel. He got Kevin Samuel stats. I'm done.
Yeah, he got
and Kevin,
But I
Samuels,
got real quick.
Kevin Samuels has messed up a lot of things because.
Wait, hold on, y'all. I'm sorry. Let me do my little thing because, like, this is just irking me. Okay, like
I gotta go, but I just gotta say,
go ahead.
I gotta say one thing. I gotta go. I gotta say one thing. Can I make a suggestion?
Mm-mm.
The next time this thing comes up, simply revert back to the topic.
Thank you.
Encourage all of you. This is going absolutely nowhere. For Mr. and Mrs. Cannon, Ashley, Joel, Supreme, Raw, Genesis, ma'am, I just met
Betty.
you. What was your name, ma'am?
Betty.
Betty Boo.
Betty.
Betty. Trunks. Have a good night.
Teacher.
I just really want. Maybe I need to do a one-on-one with one of these Black men on men.
No.
You know what, Ashley? Hold on.
They don't
Ashley,
know.
this
They
what
know
happened.
what you know.
They don't.
Listen, if you want the truth, I give you the truth. You want to give me some fabricated shit, I'll fabricate it for
He
you.
knows exactly what needs to be. He
No,
knows exactly
fabricated
what the
for you.
situation is. It's the lack of wanting to take accountability because maybe he knows one good Black man and he doesn't. You know how, because you know one good Black man, oh, that's not all of them. But
Well, that's the same way I feel about Black women. It's the same way.
It goes to the beginning, though.
Trump. Tell him why you mad at something. But no, it's like it's like, you know, you gotta look in the majority of the scale of things. Every time you say something, I'm like, do you really should replay and see how every time somebody say something, it's the Black woman's fault. It's her attitude. It's because she's not feminine. It's because
I have yet to finish what I was saying.
Let me finish. This is what I'm hearing. I'm
You've been
telling you what I
talking for
heard.
30 minutes
I have
about
yet to finish shit. I get finished done.
Hold on, we mentoring these Black boys, but the mother, she don't want to come around. She want to be out in these streets with a man. It's her fault. Everything her fault. But meanwhile, we listen to you. The woman is bringing the kid to get help. Where the father at? Oh, well, it's her fault that the father is messed. Everything's the Black woman's fault.
But that's not our responsibility.
It's the Black woman's fault. No, tomorrow is the Black woman's fault.
Nothing is your responsibility.
Everything is the Black woman's fault.
Because you want me to justify for the 30%, I'm not going to do that.
And then
on
top of it,
your
they're not going to want to
masculinity
get
is about
married. You're not going to
femininity.
get married. You know, we're not going to marry you. We're not going to do this for you because you don't make no sense, sir. We tired. We tired of hearing what you're saying. We tired of that.
I mean, again, you don't have to listen. You don't have to listen. That's fine. I mean, again, I can just tell you from my perspective.
We tired of it's foolishness. You know what?
Let me respond to the fact that about him threatening that we're not gonna get married and all these other things, right? The reality of the situation is that the majority of Black men who make it to the middle class make it there through marriage to a Black woman. Okay, first of all. Not on their own.
Can you provide those stats? Because I don't.
You've been talking this whole time. Let me finish. The other part is married men live longer than single men. Period. So single men have less of a lifespan than married men. But guess what? married women live a shorter life than single women. Okay, so you sitting up here threatening women to not get married makes no sense, because at the end of the day, the institution of marriage as it is situated right now strongly benefits men, and in particular in this community really benefits Black men, because it is what propels you into the middle class, because of the income that because of the income that men don't care about so much, and the education that men don't care about so much. Those Black women are
Y'all don't listen, man.
going to get that education and marrying down and bringing those men up into the middle class. So again, you are not threatening women with not getting married, because the other part is who is most likely to die alone. It is unmarried men, not
Your stats. Do you listen? Are you listening to yourself? You're making no sense.
Let me finish.
You just said women live longer who are unmarried, right?
Yes.
The women who are unmarried that are single are living long. Then you turn around and tell your stats that men are going to die alone. So aren't the unmarried women dying alone too?
You didn't let me finish my point. You've been talking the whole time. Let me finish. Okay.
I have not finished anything I said, yo.
Listen, let me finish.
Go ahead.
I said that no, unmarried men are the ones who are dying alone. The reason, if you would let me finish, is because women are more likely to keep larger networks of kinship, which is their family, their friends, stronger bonds, and communal relationships, so they are not dying alone, even if they are unmarried, than Black men are. Men are more likely to depend solely on a wife for those things, and if they do not have one, then they are alone, and a lot of times they don't even have good relationships with their children, so they are alone. So I'm just telling you that in reality, when you're saying those threats like, oh, you're gonna die alone and we aren't gonna marry you and all those other things, I'm telling you that the reality of the situation is that while you're lying to these men out here, making them think it's sweet, the reality is that when they're living their lives this way, they are the ones who are actually dying alone. That is what is happening. I just wanted to tell you that. Now you
And they're so thirsty. And they so thirsty, and they cannot stand to be alone, that when men are divorced, they have the highest turnover rate to get remarried, because they cannot stand to be alone for 5 minutes, and those marriages do not end out well either. They wind up being repeat serial divorcers, because the issue is them. Those are facts, Trump.
I disagree. And here's the reason why. An educated man that got his stuff together has no problem getting the women. No problem whatsoever of any race.
I heard you.
With 7 Black men with just what you just said.
Right.
One at 8:30 a.m. this morning.
And he doesn't even realize how what he just said only further shored up the point of what I said, because men can get a woman to accept them, but they cannot keep the woman. See,
what? Are you trying to reverse this, Raw?
The real rate
stop
of
it.
divorce,
Stop it.
The real reason for the influx of divorce is behind
I'm in the twilight zone.
Men's inability to maintain a long-lasting relationship. Most divorces.
Ladies, here's the truth.
Most divorces occur for irreconcilable differences. Those irreconcilable differences are categorized by the following: infidelity, financial issues, emotional incompatibility.
Yeah, because women create the divorces. They're responsible for 80% of the divorces. That's a fact.
They're not.
Are you okay? Are you okay?
Why do you say divorcing y'all?
This nigga whole life is a lie.
Are you okay?
Jared.
His whole life is a lie. It's just based on the whole lie. He like living in the matrix.
I told y'all in the chat what it's based on.
We're being punked.
If the man is a script on Amazon, he has purchased the script on Amazon.
Okay. I'm wrong. Okay.
I can't.
I don't even think
the numbers are not in my favor.
I really believe you believe in your own fairy tale. Like you believe in what you're saying.
Bruh is
I don't think
down
you're
right
wrong.
now.
I think you
Sister, here's what it boils down to, right? A man that got his shit together doesn't matter. He's always going to have options. He's always going to have options. He's always going to be able to do whatever he wants. He's always going to have access to women, right? But it comes a point in time in a man's life when he just doesn't want to do it no more, and he just find one woman and he just be with her.
No, that
Simple.
ain't how it works, bro.
There are more single women. Then why are there more single black
Genesis.
women than black men?
It's not.
Can you answer that? Answer that.
I just want to say something real quick. Hold on, wait. I do think
who just left.
I think it's interesting that it's kind of like I think you guys it's kind of funny because it's like an ironic situation that's just like the road itself. A lot of men tend to have this hegemonic sense of power where they think being able to do and say whatever they want, live and do, behave however they want is true masculinity. That's true power. That's how you dominate in a situation. So sometimes because they cannot do that in real life, they'll come to spaces like this, say whatever they want to say.
Oh my gosh.
And feel like
I'm like in the Twilight Zone.
true dominance is people submitting to that.
Okay.
Like we literally provided the U.S. Census, and he told us it was fabrication. So what's happening?
Miss, how many do you honestly believe there's more single black men than single black women? Let's keep it a bar. It's what is it? Just answer the question as is, please. Don't give me a whole.
What does this have to do with African American male leadership?
There's more women than men. So when you talk about the single of numbers, obviously there's more women than men. But when you have to talk about ratio. Now we gotta take you back to school. You have to go.
That's what I've been trying to do.
He gonna go back to school.
He doesn't care about the stats. He doesn't care about the facts.
I'm on here with all women, not one man on here. I'm the only man up here.
Darwin is a man sitting right next to you.
Don't
so
do
that's
that.
disrespectful.
Don't do that.
I don't accountability.
No, but right here, I'm sorry. She had the census thing up, so I couldn't. I knew you was on that, but I forgot. My bad, dog. I didn't mean it like that. Cause she had the census thing up, so I just like all women.
That's passive aggressive. But let's talk about out of all the single women.
Raw. Come on,
out
man.
of all the single women,
me.
how many of them are lesbians? So that takes at least half off the table.
Okay, how many men are gay?
Hey, how many of them are down low?
Okay, okay. So we go to those stats now. Those stats matter.
Easy for them. It's
Yeah,
so
they
easy
do.
for them. It's so easy for them to talk about femininity over masculinity. So who knows how many gay men are out there? At this point, I don't know because we can't get y'all to talk about leadership.
Well, you live in the DC area, you know how y'all do.
We can't get you to talk about self-accountability. We can't get you to talk about leadership. But you can spend 5 seconds talking about how you're a leader and 45 minutes to an hour on what black people are not doing.
Okay, but you gotta understand my position.
But I digress. I'm sorry. I must have common sense. So I digress.
That's why they don't want black women to wear wigs so they can tell the difference between they tight.
I'm on the panel with 6 women. The odds are not in my favor, yo. I'm sorry. It's just not. And again, I respect it.
He's playing the victim again.
No. He never said he was a leader. He knew people who had an organization. That's what he said. I heard this.
What are you, a lawyer? I like this. She cried.
Yeah. So give me your definition of a leader, and I'll let you know if I fit that description or not.
Well, we tried to ask you, but you wouldn't.
Accountability is number one.
Listen, I've been getting.
I heard what you said. I listened to everything you say. I'm just shocked and appalled that you keep saying it, even though people are telling you and showing you things that's contrary to what you're saying. But you know what you are? You the typical one that does not. You talk about us taking accountability, and I don't even think you understand what that word means because you refuse to take accountability even when it's shown right in front of you.
Yes, I could bring the horse to water, but I can't make it drink.
I'm sorry.
Right, that's how we're feeling about your perspective.
So I wish I was as articulate as she said it. It's when you come on these platforms and it's like all you want to say is black women, we don't listen. Listen to what? Tell me when we ask you what we're supposed to listen to, you can't give a.
You guys to be trolling. Y'all know
when you say
articulate,
we gotta just listen and do whatever you say. Well, what is it that you're saying and doing? It's never clearly stated on what I'm supposed to be doing. Tell me what I'm supposed to be doing. What am I doing wrong as a black woman to get you, the black man? I need you to tell me.
We all know. But okay.
He said relax.
He said
Betty
relax,
has been
don't be so
very.
abrasive. He
I
said
heard I'm supposed
relax,
to show
chill
my
out,
father
don't
my
be so
boyfriend.
abrasive. That's what he said.
And
So in
light
other
a
words,
candle.
he's saying,
Mm-hmm.
so in other words, he's saying, don't call us out when we're wrong. Don't tell us when you do hurtful things. Don't tell us when we're toxic, when we're abusive. Ignore all of our faults. Stop telling us we ain't ish. And when we tell you you ain't ish, you need to shut up and listen because you're the problem. That's what he means.
That's what he means. But you know what he can't say? That. He can't say it because in order he knows he's wrong, he left.
Yeah,
He clicked out.
It's good that he left. Thank you, Black Trump, for coming. Thank you for supporting the show.
At 3
What's
C2.
the point? Like, y'all know I'm a teacher, so I like to help people think through stuff. So I actually wanted to hear what he had to say. When I pulled up these stats, it had wanted him to explain how are these all Pookie? How is it only Pookie and Ray Rays that's out here making the single mamas when 62% of black men above 30 have children? You know, and then like he kept talking about 50% of black men don't have kids. 40% of black women don't have kids. Like he don't
No,
make
but I'm telling you, Ashley, it's literally the mindset. Because I saw a post on Facebook, I think earlier today, where this guy put up that he said, I don't know why y'all guys want to chase these women around out here if they trying to keep these kids from you. I'm not gonna be blowing up your phone. I'm not going to no court. I'm not doing nothing. You just gonna be a single mother. If you try to keep my kid from me, you just gonna be a single mother. And it's like all these dudes like, yeah, that's true. And I'm like, but y'all don't understand that also makes you a bad parent. And they just kept going back to, but you're not looking at the fact that why would she do that? Should it matter why she did that? If your kid has a bad parent as a mother, your response is gonna be forget.
I'm gonna be a bad parent too.
Yeah, like I'm gonna be a bad parent.
But the kids,
that makes sense. It's the mindset. I'm telling you, like it's so
It's
weird.
called childishness, lack of maturity.
Yeah, it's where maybe it's because we got social media and stuff too. Because I'm pretty sure that this is not a new thought process, but I don't know. I feel like it's becoming more prevalent or something. I don't know if I've ever just heard men being like, "Well, then forget." Like, I guess I have heard them say it's just because it's on social media. So now they just get to all congregate together.
It's
and pretend like it
individualism
makes
and ego.
sense.
I see it every day. I see dudes like Black Trump every single day. That's why I kept laughing. And I know that we got some educators on the panel. Let me tell you something. This boy got, or man, my bad, or leader, okay, my bad, or troll or whatever he want to call himself. Okay, today, okay. My whole thing is this: he has core beliefs, a mindset, and apparently a manosphere script that he might have bought off Amazon. Who knows that he's buying into? And there is no changing of the mind. The same stats y'all pulled up, he know those stats exist. He know they're valid. He knows that already. I really wanted to tell him, bruh, if you want a panelist position on the show, just say that. You ain't got to do all this circus big top clowning on the show to let us know that, hey, I want to be a part of this. You can just say that.
It goes back to the beginning when KS was calling them women up and clowning them and really getting into them, laying into them. And he picked up the women that he knew he could do that to. But on this panel, you can't do all of that. You can't come with fictitious stats and all that stuff and think you gonna be, getting anywhere. No, we gonna cut you off every time you talk for 5 minutes. We let you talk for 5 minutes. You didn't get to a point, so yeah, we gonna cut you off. That's what we're gonna do.
He talked for 45 minutes. I was timing him.
My favorite statement is, "Well, if you hear it all the time, maybe you should change. You hear it all the time. They hear what? What do I hear? Tell me what I'm hearing."
It's so unoriginal.
So much so, and it just speaks to it just speaks to just, I'm not interested in telling you how I'm gonna lead. I'm not interested in telling you what my characteristics are and my abilities are. But what I am interested in is telling you how you're masculine, you're loud, you're abrasive, you're feminine, and yada.
And the main thing is, when they are black men who do try to lead, they get lost in the masses because they get clowned, they get ridiculed, right? So it's like they're spitting on a big old fire by themselves, and it's like,
but
I feel bad.
But it keeps going back to the fact with all of this feminine, masculine stuff is super offensive to me anyway. Because again, when I first heard that in these YouTube spaces, it was crazy to me because I already was well aware that Black women socially in this society and culture have never been considered feminine by this society, period, since we got here. And it was so crazy to me that people so readily just accept all of that indoctrination and just regurgitate it. It's racist. It's racist, period. I was having so many different conversations with people, and I'm like, do you even understand what the idea of femininity is in this country? And they started naming off how it's being this being. Do you know that is rooted in white culture, white society, white women held up as the standard of femininity off the backs of Black labor? And you trying to compare Black women to that, which we have never been. Like that, we don't want to. Like that is like not even understanding that femininity and masculinity is not even a set, solid definition. Like if you look up the definition of that, it doesn't even have like a standard. So it's like you don't even understand that society dictates what that is, and you are purposely going off of what white people told you what femininity is, and you're using it as an insult against us who've already had that as an insult the whole time. The entire time we have never been considered feminine in this country. So like, what are you even talking about?
My favorite one is
that's been happening since we got off the boat. So what now? Now what are you talking about?
Being submissive equals being feminine, and I have no idea how those two got together.
But there's never been. But if they can point me to a time in this history where it was ever like, oh, look at these feminine.
Well, how you gonna do that?
Not looking back now and deciding that that's feminine, but looking at any time frame for any communication, anything at that time that was using Black women as the idea of femininity in this country. If they could find me that, I would pay them so much money. And
look, and the whole narrative of y'all gonna die alone. I believe sometimes when they come on the show or come on the panels, that what they really want to communicate. Let me see who on the panel is single, and let me see who married. That's really what they be wanting to say. And then the whole thing of now you plotting, and now you trying to be manipulative and trying to see who inbox you gonna get in. And who you gonna send a friend request to? Yeah, I'm calling some of y'all out. I am, and you know who you are.
That's what they be doing, Miss Jomo.
That's it. So if you want to know,
that was happening. Well, that's when he take a breath, and when you after I talk, it's gonna say, "Well, were you ever married? Were you?" And no, I stopped you right then and there. Don't even ask me those questions.
The same woman they labeling masculine on the show, you in the inbox the next day.
Darn, what were you gonna say?
My thing is this, like, at the end of the day, these dudes want to be chosen, but most women have become sapiosexuals. So if you're not intellectually stimulating, it doesn't matter how much money you have, it doesn't matter how good you think you look, like, we're uninterested because you're not mentally stimulating. At least for me anyway. I'm gonna speak for me. I'm gonna keep the onus on me. If you dumb as a box of rocks and we're having a basic conversation and you can't follow a simple vein of thought, I am under impressed. And I really didn't like in Black Trump, you know what I'm saying? This is what he does and he trolls or whatever. But I found it to be extremely disingenuous when he said he's with nothing but women on the panel and Darwin has been here the whole entire time. I did not like that. That was like a slight thing.
Me either. He tried to be slick with
that.
The
only reason why, and the only reason why he did that is because Darwin and what's that? Because they weren't on his side. The moment y'all was on his side, then y'all would have been bros for life. You know what I mean? Like
bros over hoes, bros over hoes.
That's why I say the ones who talk, the ones who are advocates for Black women are always pushed down because it's like, oh no, you don't know, you ain't have the you didn't get the Black woman yet that's gonna mess you. And I'm like,
or you a simp or something.
You're a simp. I'm like, where's your mother? Like how about you work on that relationship? Because when I hear that, I'm like, okay, so what's going on with you and your mother? Have you
trauma bonding?
Have you talked to her?
Trauma bonding.
Go ahead, Darwin.
Betty
I was
so
just,
mellow.
Go ahead, Dar.
I was just gonna say, leadership ain't complaining, and that's what a lot of these men are doing. Like they just complain. I don't think no woman wants a man who just gonna complain all day. Even when I find myself complaining about things around the house to my wife, I try to stop myself and try to be a leader and find other ways to get her to do something. Like if she's not cleaning something that I want her to clean or something, I will say, okay, tomorrow we need to clean up, and I'll just be like, I'll do downstairs, you do upstairs, stuff like that. That's what leaders are about. Leaders not going to complain about something all day, every day, and expect to change. That's not how that happens. That's not how it happens in sports. That's not how it happens in the church. That's not how it happens in your home or anywhere. You just can't complain and things gonna get it done. You have to learn how to have skills to be problem solvers and stuff like that's what leaders are. And all he was doing was complaining about women, complaining about everything. Like even if a dude is a deadbeat father, he complained about the woman. Like it's just not making sense. And so as he said, he has no problem getting a woman, which no man has a problem getting a woman. Bums can go and get a woman. I actually seen homeless dudes with a woman. So any guy can go get a woman, but the problem is these men are so mad because they can't get that woman that they want. They can't get the woman that has the good job, that has the good career, the beautiful woman, and they can't get her to act right. So now they want to put this stigma out there that all women are messed up just because they can't get the certain women that they want. And that's all what it's all about. They want all the women to fall in line so they can have their pick of the litter. And now since it has gotten even harder because more women are obtaining the wealth and the education, now it's even more difficult for them to get these women now. So now they're just trying to get you all to come back down to their playing field because they're not gonna raise their level up. But they want y'all to come down. So they want to speak all this craziness into the air and thinking that y'all go society to what they saying. It's just not gonna happen.
Why do you think it's so hard for men to hold other men accountable though? Like why do we see in these spaces? It's like you never really see them willing to hold themselves or other men accountable. Like what do you suppose that comes from?
It's some men just feel like it ain't gonna help. They be like, it's a lost cause. Like why would I talk to this dude? So they just be like, whatever, let him just be without. And then the other is they scared they might get their ass whooped. Like they've been saying, like I'm not about to say nothing to him. He gonna beat my ass. I'm like I ain't about to start this. So they just ride along with it. You know what I'm saying?
So
Or they might be afraid of losing friendships. I went through that. I was for a long time. I held my tongue about my views and stuff like that because a lot of my friends, close friends, had different views from me. But again, I had to be myself, and I start speaking what I wanted to speak, and they disagreed, but they're still close friends, and we have good conversation, and I see a lot of change in them. And actually, sometimes they say some things that I might be like, okay, I can see how I kind of like went overboard with it. Like when people say I'm pandering or being a simp, I don't really too much take heed to that, but sometimes I do go overboard, and that's because I'm so passionate for my black women. You know what I'm saying? And y'all don't get enough love, so it doesn't matter if I give y'all too much love. You know what I'm saying? So it really doesn't matter to me.
But
let me say real fast. I remember like in thinking about what you were saying, Darwin. He brought up us like the money you make. He's like the money you make ain't gonna don't make you a good wife. He brought that up when we were talking about how women are not about to stop pursuing their dreams. We're not gonna stop going to college. We're not gonna stop trying to get jobs and stuff like that. We're not gonna stop doing that, right? He brought that up. And it's just very telling. It's like, it just shows inadequacy. And I literally said, we don't have to step back for you to step up. Like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, there are times when we will follow you, okay? But it's like, how we gonna follow you? Like, why do we have to step back because you want to stay back? You know what I mean? Like, you have to step up. And then it's like, it's just such a way, and we talk about this all the time. It's just a way to kind of get us at, like Darwin, you were saying, at their playing field. But I really, really wanted to kind of hash out with him this thought that like it's Black women's fault. Like overall, we're in this position because of Black women. Yes, a lot of Black women have made bad choices, but they keep going back to like Black women, single mamas, and they're single mamas because they made bad choices. But that's saying that the 72% of Black fathers which have had kids outside of wedlock are bad fathers. So are we not going to address that? That's a significant number of fathers. So I'm just sick of the lies and the puzzles. The puzzle ain't done. It ain't fitting together. They throwing in some pieces that don't go in the box. You know,
He going to make America great again.
That's being scared of change.
Hold on,
It
Betty.
means lack of
Well-
accountability. They can't change. People don't want to change.
So-
To change is hard for some reason. I don't know.
Deborah was asking in the chat for the definition of leadership because I think a couple people need to hear it so they know what their purpose is supposed to be. You're supposed to show someone the way to a destination by going in front of or besides them. You're supposed to be a route or means of access to a particular place in a particular direction. Be a reason or motivation. Culminate in any particular event. Be in charge or command of, organize and direct. Set a process in motion. You understand what I'm saying? Have the first place. Be ahead of other people. Be superior to. Have the advantage. Have experience in a particular way of life. All of these men that be out here talking about some of their leaders, they don't even know, they don't have no experience in no way of life. You cannot lead me when you do not live the life that I aspire to live, that I aspire to have for my children. And that is the biggest problem in the community. These dudes live a low rent, low budget life, and they want you to live there too. I'm going to say it again, and I'm going to go ahead and go. I am not living in the projects, Craig. I am not settling for the lifestyle of $20,000, $40,000 a year. Craig, if I want to shoot for the damn whole entire universe and fall on the moon, at least I have let my, you know what I'm saying, reach outside my grasp. I'm trying to do something better. Stop having a limited perspective on what life should be, and there you will find your happiness, and there you will find your partner. But ladies, this has been fun. I'm going to bed. Good night, y'all.
Thank you, Rod.
I say it all the time. If these men are saying that they have no voice, that they're not leaders in their home, that they can't be masculine men because the women are too masculine, then I believe them. I truly believe them. And I'm just gonna leave it at, hey, if y'all are these kind of guys that can't be heard in your own home, and y'all getting walked over by women, and y'all can't get no sex because y'all said something out the ordinary to your woman and she holding back sex, and you, I believe you, and I believe you. I believe that these men do exist. So, you know, that's why when they talk, I just listen to them and I just be shaking my head like, yeah, you is, something's wrong with you. You definitely is a lame. Like, they call me a simp, but you definitely is a lame if you sitting here admitting that your woman doesn't listen to you, you can't be a leader, and you're not masculine because she's masculine. So yeah, like I don't say this. They say this about themselves. That's what they come on here saying, that y'all taking all the masculinity away, and there's nothing for them to be masculine, and y'all have to create a place for them to be valuable in your life. And I believe them. I believe they're really going through it. I feel sorry for them. Y'all should too.
In answering my question, what can Black men do to reclaim the role of leader? Y'all, I'm not as optimistic about this as I was when I started this show. I'm a little like, I don't know, like, is that gonna happen? They still are looking at us like, you know.
I have devised a plan.
Black women don't have things to change.
I have devised a plan, Ashley.
Change is hard, just like Betty said.
I think all the women should take a vote on who are the good men in the world, and allow those men to have 4 or 5 wives. And that way,
look.
Wait, see, Triple OG, we be here.
Go to bed, bro. Go to bed. Go to bed.
Y'all go dial on.
See, I told you to leave that brown stuff alone. I told you.
We're gonna die alone.
Y'all
Nobody
gonna die alone.
want us.
If y'all don't want to share a husband, a good husband. I ain't saying a good
But I
husband.
love black women. But you know.
But I wish and I really love, Ra's insight, but I really want us to have the conversation about what makes a good man extend beyond financial provision. Like we need to kind of get past that. Because it's so much more than that. You can't build a successful family just off of money. You got to have wisdom, insight. You got to be willing to listen. Leaders listen. Leaders are some of the best listeners. You can't lead and never listen to nobody. And Black Trump felt like we weren't listening to him. And at one point we weren't trying to hear him. But we have heard it. It's a broken record. He said everything Black ministers say. Women give access to sex. Women date with 20%. Only 50% of Black men have kids.
It's the woman's
Black women are the least
mother.
married. Y'all gonna die alone. Money don't make you a married. He said,
I want y'all to really think about those statements, because see, this is the thing. I see it every day in therapy. Deflection. That's what it is. Right? It's deflection.
With Jovo, he hurt, right? It's Jovo, he hurt, right?
Yep.
I don't know what he is. What I do know, because I bet you if I have a one-on-one,
you're a license taker. She can't give armchair diagnosis on live. Come on now, girl.
What I will say is this: that going back to what I said about like in my Tuesday night group class, moral recognition therapy, where these guys are really literally, they've had a history of criminal behavior. They are the Pookie and Ray Rays. They got the multiple children. They have these things going on. Okay. And I have some women in there too, but oddly enough, there's more men than women in those groups nationwide. That's a whole program. So, okay, when we talk about women picking better, but the whole program surrounding higher moral value is like 80% men in that whole program. But that's a whole nother conversation. So when we talk about this, think about some of the things that they've said about Black women. All these are statements of deflection that have no merit, no numbers, no support behind them. They use other numbers for other things.
Right. They ignore the real stats and make up their own. What type of shit is that?
So what do I do when I see something in me? What do I do when I see something in me that I don't even like, that other people see? I deflect. That's what I do. I deflect. I go back to talking about you. That's like those clients I get that they want me to talk about Ms. Jovo in session, but they don't want to talk about why they in session. And I have to redirect them every time.
But what's funny is every time we have conversations like these, when we're specifically addressing like a lot of the things that these men say, and we respond directly to what's going on. What's funny to me is how a lot of the other men in the chat and stuff get defensive too. And like they view it as bashing men. Yep. Like even when responding directly, like even if we say, hey, these men said this, and then we talk about what we think about it, they're like, you're bashing men. It's like, you don't hear us respond. And then they'll come up and say the same stuff that we were critiquing. And it's like, no, we're critiquing these ideas. You're viewing it as man bashing. And so your response is to continue to say a lot of the actual woman bashing that we were critiquing in the first place.
Exactly. Like the time we had that
because
conversation with
if
that
you're
couple,
not and I don't like saying this, but if you're not the pick me girl, then you're not, nobody's paying you any attention. Everything you're saying is that you're the Black angry woman because you're not complying to whatever they want and saying whatever they want. Meanwhile, they don't even know what they want. They don't even know what they have. And they don't even know where they're going. Based on this man, I don't know this man. I all I see is, the red flag is red, burgundy, pink, all shades of red.
Exactly. That's right, Betty. Absolutely.
We went out with a couple one time, and the women were discussing like critiquing Black men and talking about Black men as a whole in general. And my friend, he was looking at me like he was disgusted, He was like, how you just go sit here and let them talk about us like that? Hey, man, they bogus. They sit up married to a Black man. They talking about us. I say, no, they're not talking about me. They talking about you. You know what I'm saying? Like, I understand. I know how to differentiate who they talking about, because I don't belong in that group of men that they talking about. So I'm not going to take offense to it. Now, if you took offense to it, of course you go sit and wonder like why they talking about you. But that's how these black men are acting. They acting like hit dog holler. So when y'all critique this stuff or say what's going on, all these men got to run to the defense because they know it's what's going on. And so then now they have to bring these false narratives and these false statistics to try to back up the truth. Like you're not about to do this with this smart panel of women. You can't bring these false stats and try to cover up the real stats and think they just gonna be like, oh, okay. No, that's not about to happen. Take that shit to the lame women, to the pick-me's. Let's go fall for it. You know what I'm saying?
I wanna digress for one thing, and this is something that's always been bothering me. Black men always talk about black women who don't advocate for them, but when they get shot and we have all these type of crimes, it's black women who stand up for them. But where's the other women that they put them on these pedestals and they put them on these trophies? Because I don't see them on them. Do you see them on there talking about protect these black men? But then you want to put, you put these other women, the others, on these pedestals as if they're the perfect woman. But they don't even advocate for you. But then you want us to be like them. But then we the one who cry for you. We the strong black women and everything. We cry for you. We yell for you. We yell at the cops for you. We do everything for you. But it's not enough.
What's my line from that Tyler Perry movie? Charles, she didn't give a damn about you. She wanted you to die. That's what the soon-to-be ex-wife said about the mistress when the husband got shot. And that's exactly what she said, Betty. Exactly what you said.
I think it's also what Darwin was saying earlier as far as manipulation and how it's just kind of like they're socialized to do it. Because oftentimes I wonder, do they know they're being recorded? Because he literally came out here and said 70%. And then when we brought up stats, he was like, who brought up statistics? You, nigga, you brought up statistics. What's happening here? Do you know that you're being recorded? We could just hit rewind. Like,
I don't even think that they know. I think it's exactly what Darwin said. It's like he'll even tell you, like, I have male relatives. I have male relatives who do it like in a conversation. Like they do not have to lie to me, right? They're a relative and they're telling their story or something. And then the way they tell them, I'm like, hold on, that doesn't. And it's like they're so used to talking in manipulative ways that it is like it's their truth, though. Exactly. You know what I mean? Like it's their truth.
Yeah,
but
he believes
all manipulation. Like
exactly, but believe that. But
that's to make themselves feel good. They have to
Black Trump believes in what he's saying. He believe his. I couldn't when he said the number 70 and 30. I said he just broke 100 and just made it a stat.
That's it.
I said.
That's it.
I was like, I'm not even gonna pay. It doesn't even make sense.
Can you even find a stat for that shit he was saying?
He only said it's for them having a job and black men leading unemployment. So what is that?
But even let's say like most black men, like because most black men are in the middle class, right? So they do lead in.
No, they're not in the middle class.
Yeah,
we
they're not.
They're not in the middle class.
Oh yeah, because the middle class is no longer around 40 something. I think
I said that most of them get there through marriage. When they do get there, it's through marriage.
Yeah.
Because of the black women.
Because I was looking at some stats and I thought that they're around 42K. Is that middle class?
No.
Those are the ones that
not
work.
anymore.
Don't work.
Okay, so it's not middle class, but here's the thing. I know middle class is struggling. Like, have you guys not seen the data and the research about how the middle class, is struggling?
Inflation is going up.
Yeah, so I'm not quite sure what that's supposed to mean. But even outside of that, like my whole thing is, let's say they were above middle class. What does that mean? Does that really mean that you are fit to be a husband? Like I get that financial provision is so important. And I think we gotta remember that, when we're picking our husbands and not let nobody make us think that we gotta be with a man who ain't got a job or who ain't doing nothing, right? Like we ain't gotta do the struggle love stuff, right? But I feel like at one point in time, Black women talked about it so much, and we didn't talk about the other things enough. And now we got these men who really think that that's all they got to do. Like he keeps 70% are this and that. What do you mean? Just because you got a job, just because you got a job, even if you make $100,000 a year, what does that mean? So what? Like I don't care, especially not when I make $100,000 a year. Like And I'm not saying that makes me husband material, but just because you got a certain job doesn't mean you're husband material.
See, they
But
use
that's
that
the
term
culture.
high
Black
value
culture
loosely.
value, but that's the black culture. Men's value is based on their money. And then with money, they equate that to how much they can control. So, and then why women, we know why black women have made it, because there were so many of them not participating in the household or not giving money. So then we're like, no, you got to, you want us to cook and clean, but you're not paying bills. So that's where that came about. But a lot of black men, I know a lot of black men, they think because they have a steady job, they have a steady income, that means that they're a good man. They don't understand that being a good man, there's morality, there's
thank you.
But
there's so much more than that.
Exactly.
Yeah, but you know, you talking about they've been brainwashed with this money equals their value.
Exactly. When a
mean,
woman prioritizes,
Money is one part of it.
when a woman
Black
prioritizes,
Trump is back.
wait.
Oh my gosh.
I want to say something before he's over.
Money is one part of it. It's a two-piece program. It's one part of it.
And
Yes,
what's the second piece?
financial is part of it.
And then we're gonna let Black Trump finish. Go ahead.
Okay. What I want to say is just like what Betty said about they've been programmed to think that their worth is financial. It's just kind of funny because we're in a capitalist society. We all know how we got here through capitalism, through slavery. So it's funny to think that the amount you contribute to the GDP determines your wealth. I mean, your worth in this world. But nevertheless, my point was that when women decide to prioritize men that we have actual compatibility with and emotional intelligence, then those men are shamed. Like, look how they do Russell Wilson. They keep saying that women want future, but men shame Russell Wilson. So,
Do you know why that is?
I just said
Tell
No. I'm sorry. I'll let you women go on because I don't want to get cursed out. So please proceed. I'm entertained.
We haven't.
I'm going to tell you what it is. I'm going to tell you what it is before he said, because he's so predictable. It's because apparently Russell Wilson has married a tainted woman,
right?
Of some sort. Apparently, women are not supposed to have a sexual history. We're just supposed to be innocent and, I don't know, I guess untouched or whatever before we get married.
Well, no, you know the basis of any real man like me. I have my own house. I got my own business. I do my own thing. I'm good. I'm Gucci over here. So at the same time too, men look at women just as like they look at their vehicles, their cars. When you purchase a car, what's the first thing you look at? The mileage.
And that
if
is
it has high miles, you're not going to pay.
You talking about Sierra?
Men look at women like objects, and if you throw an object in the trash,
Listen. I'm breaking it down. I'm breaking it down. I know a lot of people don't put it in that format, but that's the way men look at it.
So y'all want virgins?
And y'all keep asking
virgins
why.
to
Hold
the
on.
partners,
And then
right?
you keep asking why women are single. What makes you think that anything that you just said is appealing to another human being? I do not want to be in the presence. No, hold on, pause. I do not want to be in the presence of a human being that is telling me that they are looking at me as an object. That is not.
Miss, all I'm doing is breaking you. All I'm doing is telling you the truth. Now, again, I mean, you don't get upset. It's biology. It is what it is.
It's not cars and biology. It's not biology.
First you said real.
He's gonna lie again. That's not biology.
No,
Well, how is that like? Okay, so you think men don't mind that a woman has a lot of miles on her? Do you really believe that?
That's the truth, right? But that does not mean
okay, ma'am. Can you just answer the question?
Hold on,
Do you think men really care? Do you think men care about women? How many people that his wife been with, or how many people that have his wife? Dude, if my man, you right to my right? You actually think a man don't care? And be honest with these sisters. Don't lie to them.
You've been sipping on that brown liquor juice.
That's my husband.
This is the breakdown of it. Men, real men. You said real men care. No, real men don't care about the mileage because a real
that's a lie.
What man dates women inquiring about how many men they have sex with? I just want to know, like, how many times have you dated a woman?
I'm gonna give you name me one previous porn star that retired that ended up getting married.
Most
None of them. None of them. None of them. Don't lie. None.
You don't have to look that up. You just made that up.
Lying again. He just
Right.
lying.
You just said no porn stars are married.
I'm
What are you
lying.
talking about?
So you saying there's a lot of porn stars? There's a lot of porn star women that are married.
Well, no porn stars are married.
You asking the wrong question.
Damn near none. Maybe, maybe she married somebody else that's in the industry. Yes, but besides that,
No. Black Trump. How many porn stars have
a lot of porn stars be married while they doing porn.
Thank you.
But they're married to other porn stars that are in the industry.
Doctors are married to other.
That's it. But that's very few and far because there's more women in the industry than there are men.
Let me interject. Let me interject.
knows a lot about the porn industry.
Let me
He
interject.
knows a lot about the porn industry.
Black men will find women who are strippers and wife them up.
Oh, that happens. Oh, no doubt. I know.
Hold on. That was a narrative at one time. It was they take the strippers and they make them their girlfriend.
And how long does it last?
How long does regular marriages last?
It doesn't. It doesn't.
Are you married, Black Trump?
Any woman that has a promiscuous past, the
Black
marriage
Trump.
never lasts because
Black
you can't
Trump.
bond to that dude.
Black Trump, are you married?
Nope.
You're not married?
Yeah.
Okay. So
Have you ever
I'm
been married?
Wait a minute, Black Trump. Don't you got a lot of options?
Yeah, listen, I have friends. I'm not gonna sit up here and lie. Yeah, I got friends.
Ever been married?
Hold on, wait a minute. Bro is not married. Sully in the chat talking about us being single.
But why are you
Listen, because it's different for me. It's different because I'm a man. Listen, when you're a man, listen. Whoa. Yeah, it is a different because as a woman as she get older, her options thin out. She doesn't have the same options.
Black Trump. Black Trump. I will say to
you seen Trick Daddy?
Most of the people on this panel, y'all know my story. So Black Trump, I know, and I like to use that term because I'm old school. I know two men. One of them is my husband. That's it. Okay. I've been married for 18 years this year, May 29th. I'm very happily married at that. I would like to I've known my husband probably for the last 24, 25 years, and he has never, ever asked me about my quote unquote mileage. He's never asked me specifics about mileage. Okay. In some people's eyes, I would be a person that said that in some people's eyes, I'm a person that doesn't have quote unquote a lot of mileage.
So you don't.
Okay, hold on. I wasn't finished. As somebody who has been in a long-term relationship and actually can give you some insight and knowledge into that, because you're someone who has not been married before and you don't know that longevity of a relationship, I can just tell you, sir, that some of the things that you're putting value on in terms of what makes a husband and what makes a wife are really not those things of priority and merit in terms of a long-term relationship or marriage. And I'm still talking. I would highly encourage you when you all are using these terms like high value men. If you look up the word value are those things that are most important to you. Things like loyalty, family, integrity, ethics, having a moral fabric. And what makes a high value man in that other spectrum that you were talking about is that high value man is able to challenge any core thoughts, any beliefs, any moral judgments that he's had previously. He's able to examine those and challenge those and actively listen and keep an open mind to identifying which one of those things he needs to challenge to make change happen. See, a lot of you all in these spaces talk about marriage and long-term relationships like it's one thing in the beginning and that's it. But I can tell you, sir, after being with the same person for 20-something years and being married 18 years, that marriage is an evolution. It is a change. Okay.
Okay. Let me go. Let me go.
You have a one set mind. And
I'm reality. I'm reality.
No. You keep regurgitating the same
because I can't even speak because everybody's so long-winded, man. Let me go.
I am long-winded, just like you were in the last segment. Okay, I am. I will own up to this. I'm long-winded. I'll take accountability for that. I've been on several tangents tonight. So I'll take full accountability for that. Just as you've been long-winded, but that's not the point because I can't control your tangent.
Never tell Kevin Samuels he long-winded.
Okay, so it's fine. I'm used to it because I'm a black woman and I'm a therapist. Two things that black men like to reject. But then once they discover them, their life becomes so wonderfully different.
Miss, what kind of can I ask you this? What kind of men do you deal with?
What kind of men do I deal with?
Yes.
Men like
no. You deal with a certain caliber of men.
I deal with black men.
Go back. If they need therapy, they're not the typical caliber of men.
Yes, they are. So a lot of my clients are of the following. They are doctors, they are lawyers, they are truck drivers, they are men who are blue collar, men that work in different professions.
Oh my God.
Okay, I thought I was under the impression that they were just out of jail. They were out of prison. Okay, but maybe that's my mistake.
Wait. Did y'all hear him? This goes back to what I just said. He's telling on himself. I just told you all that black men do what? Two things that they reject: black women and therapy. So what do I do to deflect? What do? I challenge her, just like the other guy did the other week on the other show, asking me, what is the definition of psychology and challenging me on what I do for a living. And before this comes out your mouth, I've been doing this work now almost 17 years.
Okay.
And so I can tell you, and I'm encouraging you, that what defines a good leader, a great leader, is his ability to challenge core attitudes and beliefs, to challenge them, and to understand that change is a process. You all deal in extremes, and those conversations are working against you. Very much so.
I think we live in a new day and age where professional brothers, just such as myself, there's no kind of incentive to get married. And here's the reason why. I still get women coming over. I still get sex whenever I want it. No woman puts brothers. Hear me out. No woman puts brothers to the task and say, yo, listen, I want to do this. I want to do that. So now when you have no priorities in line, brothers are going to treat you the way they want to treat you. It is what it is.
I'm trying to figure out how that narrative lines up with what I just said about how.
Because you went on this whole long tangent about marriage, I kind of got lost in the train of thought.
After that, I talked about what is a high value man. I actually defined value.
Okay. Let me get back to the subject. Sorry, I went off topic. I get back on. All right.
I outlined the subject with my comment. So what I was saying was, in terms of being a high value men actually challenge certain core beliefs, thoughts, and they practice active listening. And I just encourage you to do that.
Miss, your definition of high value is not my definition.
Of course it's not. Because just like Ashley said, a lot of this high value conversation only deals with income and W2, and not.
It's not up to you.
I've heard you say a lot about
only up to the women. If you're a high value man or not.
What I haven't heard you talk about is your moral fabric, your values, integrity, your ethical beliefs, and things that actually protect those things that you were saying identify you as a high value man. So you can't just have value and not have
know this.
I'm gonna say that
men cannot tell other men.
Let Darwin go.
Men cannot tell other men that they're high value men. Only women can tell men that they're high value because that's who.
So a woman defines you, yo? Maybe in your case. In your case, it does. I get it. I respect it.
So, woman defines what is valuable to her in a man. You can be valuable to yourself, but when you're talking about dating a woman, only she can say if you're of value to her. You can't say I'm a high value man. Why don't you want me? Obviously, you're not valuable to her. So you cannot just say because you think you're a valuable man that everybody else thinks you're a valuable man. You have to bring value to that person. So no.
If you're a producer, brother, if you're a producer, a provider, a protector, you got your shit together, you make good money.
And a lot of them
the doors is always open. It never closes. I don't care how old you get. Your options are not the same as ours.
So listen,
that's why Ray Rice. That's why Ray Rice ain't playing football no more.
This is where Kevin Samuels failed men like him. So he has all these options, but he's not married. Right?
Yeah, I give the ring. You just offer the sex. I believe that.
He's an example. A lot of Black men who have a certain status financially will be alone, and it's not because they can't find decent Black women. There are decent Black women out here who will submit to them, who will love them, who will be good moms, who will be the things that they want, right? But they are choosing certain types of women, one, or they don't attract the type of woman that they think they should be attracting. They want the high quality woman, high quality, not just in terms of looks, but they're not compatible. I can't picture any self-respecting, emotionally intelligent woman, mature woman, choosing a man with some of your viewpoints. You know,
no.
If he had it the way he said he did, he wouldn't be doing all this complaining.
But no. Listen. Here's my thing. Here's my thing. Let me respond. Let me respond. It's a lot of emotion. Let me go.
Emotions are the safeguards for our body.
Let me go. The way I look at things, and the way men in my position look at things, is that for a woman, all I get is you. What other value does a woman get besides a man gets from a woman besides herself? He doesn't care about her financial. He doesn't care about all her accomplishments. He doesn't care about her trophies. He doesn't care about her awards.
No, do like Happy Samuels and die alone.
Back up here for this.
Exactly. Maybe he's trolling or something.
Look, I'm not going to explain that to him. I got 25 years under my belt of managing a home and a family. I don't have to explain that to him.
No, it's amazing to me that they really think that they are these men of high means and status.
If that was a troll statement,
it ain't that, sister. But you gotta let me finish. Let me finish.
I'm gonna give you your Grammy.
Let me finish. Give me a chance. Give me a chance. Give me a chance. Give me a chance. Give me a chance.
Have more money and more status, they get married every day, and yet we get men that have less coming up here telling us that they are not any qualified women. Who the hell are these other men marrying?
Listen, I agree with you, brothers who don't have their stuff together shouldn't be talking to you like that. I get that. I agree with you 100%.
It can't be the women. If all the men that have more than you are married, get married.
All right, can I go now, or I'm gonna get muted again? I respect it though. I respect it. I respect it. I respect it though. I respect it. It's not like marriage is not something that you just go ahead and say, okay, well, listen, I'm doing this. I'm just gonna get married. Marriage is about. Listen, hear me out. Let me finish. Let me finish. Marriage is about what she brings that makes me feel a type of way. Like the compatibility from compatibility. Yeah, I said it. That's right. It's all about me. It has absolutely nothing to do with her. It's all about me. Yes. Yes, absolutely. Call it selfish. Call it selfish. I hear you. I hear you. Call it selfish. It is what it is.
Black Trump, it's not for you. All of us are not built for this. I was built for the wife life. I know this. I know this for a fact. I need zero validation on that. Stay single, brother.
Well, everybody's different, miss. Everybody doesn't go off the same. Nobody goes off the same template. It's different. It varies from person to person.
Don't wife nobody up. Don't pass go. Do not collect $200. You good?
Man, we might have to stop. You listen. Right now, what you have now is a lot of professional brothers going overseas.
That's good. That's really well.
And I think what's going to happen after a while, the sisters are going to become obsolete.
No, I don't think it's going to become obsolete. Black Trump, I'm giving you a fair warning. Don't go get married.
Now y'all gonna kill him
for this life.
I'm gonna give me a gonna fuck him up. What? Okay.
Y'all, it doesn't matter. He's not ready for married life. He doesn't understand it. He doesn't have a concept on it. He's not educated on it. He lacks intelligence on what marriage is, and maybe even the word unity. So sometimes you just have to let people be in the space they want
Miss,
to be.
that's based on your definition, though.
No, you just have to let people be.
Yeah, it is.
From a woman who's actually
I'm not.
But her husband gave her the ring. She didn't give him the ring.
Black Trump.
The talk is different.
I'm full support.
Ring
Be
don't
where
mean
you
nothing.
are. Just don't get
No,
married.
my thing is, you
Look what
think that
Irv
when
Gotti
you
did.
say that the black man goes over, I hate that. You really need to stop that narrative.
Miss, I'm just being honest.
No,
But
they go
why
over.
you
sir.
went wrong? That's what
All
I'm
right, so they went overseas, and you stay here, so you
But
didn't
why
cross
you
the seas
here?
yet. Okay, so they go overseas, they do their 90-day fiance or whatever.
Your ass ain't even got no passport. They not going overseas.
Exactly. They got felonies.
A lot of brothers going overseas, yo.
You can't get
It's
a
crazy.
passport if you owe child support. You can't get a passport if you
There's a
owe
lot of brothers that don't have no kids. This is what I'm trying to say. 50% more women have kids than men.
You can't do it.
Hold on. They're going overseas for a relationship, or they're going overseas to solicit sex.
Sex
tourism.
All of the above.
I have a friend that went overseas.
All of the above.
You can solicit
Ladies,
sex
take
in the United
notes.
States.
Don't
I'm
let
just
these
being
problems
honest.
fool y'all.
Money here.
Ladies.
You can pay for prostitutes here too.
Exactly.
So the
Exactly.
reason why you don't pay for the United States is because it's cheaper over there. Right?
Because they don't have it like that.
But they
And-
desperate. They're more desperate to get over here, so they're willing to do anything to get over here.
Listen, and brother, you are absolutely right. You're absolutely right. You ain't gonna hear me deny that.
Ladies,
came back on the
So
show.
so what? So what? So what is the point of saying they'll go overseas if you admit that you
Okay,
go get a
you want me to
low-caliber
explain,
woman,
but you can't cut
that
me
you would
off
rather
though.
get a
Can't cut me
low-caliber
off if
woman.
I'm gonna explain.
If low caliber women makes you feel like a man, then okay, admit that.
Ladies, you see. Don't say Miss Jovo didn't warn you. Be smart.
Listen, if you ask Black Trump, you're gonna get the truth. And I know it angers people, but it's so true.
Ladies, I told y'all earlier in the show, it is not your job to rehabilitate these
It's
men.
not.
You're social
know.
workers.
Hey, listen, rock on.
I see the red, the pink, the burgundy, the hot.
It is what it is.
Don't do it. You do
It
not
It
want
is
to
what
make.
it is.
And
You are
here's
not
telling
trying
the
to
truth.
make America great again. Don't do it, ladies.
It is a group of men out here that will rather go get low caliber women to make themselves feel like a man. He's telling the
But
truth.
what is your basis on low caliber though? Explain that. What do you mean by low caliber?
You're going to get a woman solely because she's desperate to get over to the United States, so she's willing to do anything and accept anything from you. That's a low caliber woman.
Speak on it.
I want to play something, y'all.
Wendy, how you
Listen up.
doing?
This is
What's
so
going
funny.
on?
This is crazy. It's kind of sad.
I've been working as a nail technician for 15 years
Oh,
now.
my show.
That is
Oh,
my
this that 90-day fiance.
meet new people, make them look beautiful. Go ahead and take a look at the menu.
I come to Aloha Nails about twice a month, and Caesar does a really good job. He always puts his heart into his work. People request him all the time.
When I tell people I do nails, they're pretty surprised, but still a hopeless romantic. It's very important for me to have somebody that's my soulmate, somebody that I can walk the beach with, live our life. And her name is Maria. She's 28 years old, and she lives in Ukraine. We met on Anastasia Date. It's a very special website that brings Americans and Ukrainian women to meet each other for a small price. Anastasia Date has a unique system. You could buy flowers, candy. Then it's up to the girl whether she wants to respond. This is the card and the flowers that I sent her with my email and my phone number on it. This cost me $450. And then she emailed me back, and there was immediate sparks. Yeah, it was like firecrackers, and everything was just booming off.
We going
She's
overseas.
kind, she's smart, funny. She makes me feel special. She is my soulmate.
Period.
Maria and I communicate every single day. And then she sends me these little videos, and she's given me pet names like Big Daddy, my husband.
I can't wait to be with you. Love you, my husband.
Bless his heart.
Do you think she's sending those videos to anyone else?
I hope she's not sending those videos to anyone else.
Does she ever say your name?
Love you, my baby.
Well, when she calls me my baby, that's what she calls me.
Baby.
I watched this show.
If I got to be in the same boat as this nigga,
Ashley,
then
you on mute.
I don't want to do it.
Oh, okay. So I love this show. If you go
Me
on,
too.
it's a little sad, y'all. It's because this guy, he
$500 for some flowers, and they mad about a coffee date over
Well,
here. What
he
is it?
seems
he
like a
actually
nice
spent.
guy.
No,
But
I don't get that. Doing no shit like that. That's
But now
crazy.
listen, let me say something.
$20,000, right?
If you watch 90 Day Fiance,
I love that
you
show.
will see so many foreign women who go for these men. Quite a few of them are black men, right? And these women are the most superficial. They are all there for the money. They are commanding. What you call us, Black Trump? Abrasive. They are anything but feminine and all this stuff. They have demands. They want the best of the best. And if you ain't giving it to them, they got problems with you. And so it's so funny. It's almost comical, and you should kind of be a little embarrassed. I'm embarrassed for you that y'all always try to use this as, I don't know, like a scaring tactic. Like, if y'all don't do what we say do, we gonna go to Brazil. Like, if you go to Brazil. But
my favorite one was George and Anfisa.
I'm sorry,
George
Rob B
up.
said
She was
said
beating
it,
George
but she
up.
said it and it went over his head. When black men talking about these other women that they getting, y'all end up working like dogs. Like I'm sorry.
Betty said it. I didn't.
Yes. Go
Oh,
ahead.
I'm sorry. Y'all end up working like dogs because these women, they gonna stay home and do nothing, don't contribute nothing. Some of them don't even want to cook. I watch this show. They don't cook. You gonna give them the money. You gonna give them the diamonds. You gonna give them the gold. They make you end up cooking. That man, if you know that story, I think he ended up spending $20,000. He ended up moving into a basement so that he can send this lady who he never had a video call with money. Yes, he did.
No, I have a friend in real life who went overseas, brought a woman back, got her pregnant, brought a woman back. Like, he was going overseas for years, just because it was cheaper to get women and stuff like that. And he was just having a ball over there. He's from the military and this and that. So he's like, I'll just go back overseas, and he'd be over there for 5-6 months at a time. He brought this woman back, and then he got her pregnant, moved her in the house, with him and his mother, left, told her to take care of his mother. When he left, she left and went and got married to somebody else. Look.
I know a story that a brother divorced his wife here.
She gave him
moved a girl here from Africa, and they've been together ever since. So every story, not to say that it's the answer, but that's what a lot of brothers is doing. I mean, it is what it is.
Instead of looking within yourself to make things work, it doesn't matter if you go overseas to another planet. If you don't look within yourself and fix things within you're not going to have a successful whatever marriage, relationship, or whatever. So men can keep thinking they answers just go lie in something else or somebody else and do all these dumb things. Or I'll just go.
Shout out to DR.
Okay, go overseas.
Darwin, I identified this when he came back on the
reality is that a lot of these men
no,
are
I
on
think
these
y'all
platforms
just trolling
literally
now.
promoting and admitting international crimes.
Exactly.
And they're getting themselves on the FBI watch list.
That's
That's what's crazy about these passport bros. Like, there's literally an FBI report out about literally that very thing. Y'all out here telling on y'allselves on here.
I want to say something.
Miss, what FBI report? How can the FBI? Let me ask you this. Let's say like your hypothesis is right.
No,
Let's just say it is right. How would you track that?
I personally know a guy who went over to Africa.
Everybody got one personal story, but go ahead. Let me hear it.
Yeah, exactly. I know a guy who went over to Africa and he did his thing. Everything was cool. On the way back to the airport, he was caught up by the police. I don't know if they were crooked or if they were actually enforcing sex tourism, but he ended up in a police station being extorted for tens of thousands of dollars because it is illegal to show up in people's country just to sleep with their women. Yep. So when they asked him, what are you doing here? What are you going to say? Oh, I'm just here to bag on y'all bitches. Good luck. That's the way that
Miss, you know how I say that story doesn't make sense because how would they know he's out there sleeping with women?
Because
how would you know?
Because the whole thing, what you don't understand is acting like these women are
perfect beings who don't do anything wrong, and
I never
everything
said
about
that.
them is morally, and they're better than the black woman. It's a game, it's a hustle, and they trying to get your money. So my thing is, while you threaten, you use it as a threat. Oh, we're gonna go overseas. Go ahead and get. You know what? Go ahead and go get God.
Yeah,
Go,
I'm ready to
run.
Yeah.
I
He
think
was
black
literally
women need to
police
get
station
together.
trying to
We
get out.
need to put together a GoFundMe to send some of these black men to Brazil.
Oh gosh, I heard this before. But
We
go
need
ahead.
to do this. Like, what is going on? Because y'all keep talking about it, but y'all ain't going. I'm just like, I'm confused. Like you haven't gone.
Getting
Like, but no, real talk, Black Trump. Seriously, I want to ask you a question. So
Go
you
ahead.
don't feel value in marriage, okay? So amongst black women, right? So why haven't you done that? Why haven't you gone to another country, used all the resources you say you have to get a non-black American woman?
Ma'am, and see, this is what I try to tell you. Women, the way women think and the men think are two different thought processes.
Why haven't
No real man sits up and say, well, damn, I gotta get a wife somewhere. That's a woman way of thinking. Men don't think that way.
Okay, question. I got a question.
Talk about our
Men don't think that way.
and you shouldn't complain about our communities and what's going on, and you shouldn't criticize black women for being
No, I criticize because it's like stop the black bashing.
single.
Listen,
so why do you do that? Why do you
the
do that?
the criticism comes from stop the black bashing because the flip side.
Value marriage. You don't value marriage.
I never said I didn't value marriage.
Yes, you did. We can just rewind it. Do you know
Miss,
you
do me a favor. You can rewind the stream and say that I said I don't value marriage. Show me in the stream where I said I don't value marriage.
You didn't say those words.
Oh, okay. So that means I didn't say it.
Ashley, can we drop him?
You're not talking to
such gaslighting, manipulative conversation.
Yeah, I know. I think that.
So what? So who was that said that?
You said men with status don't.
I said when women give access to sex, men give access to being a woman.
So hold on. So earlier in the show, was that you who said that more men are prepared for marriage than women?
More men are prepared for marriage than women. No, I don't believe I said that.
Are married?
Here we go lying again. See, Ashley, drop him, please.
Just all you got to do is rewind the video. I never said more men are prepared for marriage than women.
You said more men are married material than women are. This is what you said.
Okay, I would say that. Yeah, that sounds probably right. But you said that's not the same. That's not the same statement though. That's a different statement. That's a different statement.
But it coincides with what you just said.
It's not the same though.
Are not the same as women, and that men do not. What you say?
I said men typically. I can say, well, men. Personally, I'm speaking myself. Let me say, so I won't offend anybody. Okay. I said, perfectly me by myself. I don't say wake up in the morning and be like, yo, I gotta find a woman to get married to. I got to find a woman to give a ring to. I don't think like that. And typical men don't think like that. The ring comes apart. Hear me out, brother. Hear me out. Let me go. Let me finish.
I agree with you now.
The ring piece comes apart when you find that individual and you say, okay, well, listen, I can see myself spending my life with this particular individual. That's when the ring comes along with it, because now it's saying, yo, I'm giving my commitment to you.
So I have another question for you. So
ask away.
Why do you think that you have not found that woman that you think is somebody you would want to put a ring on?
Because I live in an area where there's not a lot of, which I believe is not a lot of qualified women.
Why don't you go overseas then?
So what do you consider a qualified?
Not afford it.
No, what do you consider a qualified woman?
A woman who is submissive, don't have a gang of fucking kids, because a lot of women around here got a gang of kids by multiple baby daddies.
Do you have kids?
No.
No kids. Okay. Go ahead.
So, you look at that because, and I see my other friends growing up. I see my other friends sit up here, raise kids, put them through college and everything else, raise another man's seed, put him through college, and then when he becomes successful, all the things go to the mother and the real father when the real father was never in his life.
There's the
So when I started looking at that mentally, that started to make me, change my thought process, saying, "Yo, I don't want to do that."
There's the trauma.
Let other men scare you.
And I'm just being honest, ladies. I'm being honest. I don't want to, I ain't gonna lie.
I don't really want.
I hear your truth, and I respect it.
I prefer a child.
I mean, that just destroyed him. And I seen the way he was like, "Yo, your father was never here. I did everything for you, but you going publicly thanking your mother and thanking your father. Your father was never around. He put him through college. He gave him the loans. He went and brought him the car so he can get back and forth to school. And that's what you have. That kid would never bond to him.
Witnessing this type of trauma will have you challenge your beliefs. I'm sorry you had to witness that. I'm sorry you had to witness that.
You never bond to him because he ain't go to the parent teacher conference and take him to the doctor. he bought the car and gave him the money. He gave him the car and bought him the money, but that's not how you bond with kids. Kids are very manipulative, and they
he raised them, man. He raised them. Took them to the football games. Taught him football. Played. He played for Rutgers. He played for Rutgers. Didn't even think his father was never in his life. But then again, when he graduated, and he's doing all these big things. His father shows up to the end product. Yo, that I'm sitting by my boy's side, and we looking at it. And he was getting angry and was starting to anger me, and I had nothing to do with it. You know what I'm saying? But just the mere fact seeing that, it's like, yo, that I would never, and that's what scarred me. I was like, yo, you know what? I would never do that, yo.
I'm sorry you witnessed that. That had a profound effect on your thinking as it surrounds relationships. I'm sorry you had to witness that because not all marriages and long-term relationships end in that manner.
Yeah, man, that messed me up.
There's always a thing. This is a great moment right here. We've broken through some insight because I tell y'all every week, people don't just think and do just because. This stuff don't come out of the air. There's always a backstory. We just heard it. So when you witness something traumatic like this really, really, really probes you to challenge everything you were taught, everything that you think, everything that you learned about relationships. This man is guarded. That's why I said, Black Trump, when I told you you're not ready for marriage, I wasn't saying that to insult you. You have witnessed something that really has probed you to challenge how you thought or maybe what you were taught about long-term relationships. At this point, I wouldn't even blame you for not being married or not even seeking marriage. It makes perfect sense. It fits together.
Yeah, I mean that's the reason why it is in a sense is traumatizing, but it's not traumatizing because it never happened to me directly. But just to see the pain in this man's face, man, I was like, yo,
he was your
I'll be damned if I ever do that.
It did affect you. No one wants to see their loved one go through anything like that.
Yeah, man, that fucked me up. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, but I'm not a therapist, but you were the same person who made it seem like a Black man who's seeking therapy is less than.
Yes.
So someone who has witnessed some type of trauma and want to better themselves or, try to progress in life by getting therapy, you're saying.
Oh, I don't need no therapy for that. Not at all.
He's not ready for it.
I don't need no therapy for that.
I'm glad you told your story out loud, but you might not be ready to heal, and that's okay.
I'm gonna let you talk. What I'm saying is, before they say the one without sin may cast the first stone, because y'all love doing the Bible stuff. You want to throw stuff at people who are trying to better themselves, but yet and still you sound like the people that might need to go to therapy to help better yourself. So I don't understand.
No, it's I get offensive when women always and Raw knows how I am because I went on with her with other panels too.
She's not here. I'm talking to you. I asked you a question.
Right. Well, but what I'm trying to say is that there's a lot of black. Don't get me wrong. There's some dirtbag black men out here. I ain't gonna sit up here and lie. If I said they didn't exist, I'll be lying. I'll be bullshitting. But you can't paint the whole wall with this broad brush and say, what the black men are not doing, why they ain't sticking up. And it's like, yo, man, listen, this brothers out here that's doing their shit.
Respectfully. It's called, the word is called digress. I asked a specific question, but for some reason you want to sit there and go to the east, the west, the north, the south. My thing is, you bash people who you say they not a man. They something wrong with them if they get in therapy. Well, obviously they want to fix something, or they want to better themselves, or they want to stay. They want to control certain things, whatever the case may be. You sound like the people that might need therapy. So to
Miss,
me, it's like
I don't need therapy because I don't want to date a woman that I have to sit up there and raise her child. That's not
no,
therapy.
you excuse me, you're
That's
saying
not
that.
therapy at
No,
all.
you need therapy to deal with how that situation with your friend
No,
affected you.
I don't,
it's not
because it
about
doesn't
raising the
impact me.
kid. Hold
It
on.
It
does.
doesn't
Raising the
impact
kid
If
me
is
at
it didn't,
all.
you wouldn't have spent the last
It's
10
a
minutes telling us
guaranteed
how it
Listen,
result.
Miss,
But
I
it's
was
okay.
giving you, I was
Guaranteed
spending the time
result.
because I was giving it to you as an example.
Hey, you
Yeah,
don't
but
have to
you're not
convince me,
willing to
sir.
raise
It's
someone
okay.
else's kid because you want a guaranteed result that you would reap the benefits of a successful child, and that to me,
Right.
nobody.
Well, my thing is this. Here, let me finish. My thing is this. No man really, in true reality, no man wants to raise another man's legacy.
Okay.
No man wants to do that. But some men be like, yo, I get to the point, I may meet the mother, I'm in love with the wife, the woman, I may want to do it and take the risk. And, I always kind of like sat back in the background, never said anything about it when he was dating her, and did it. But it just proves what I was saying when that happened. And I just saw the disguise. I was like, yo, see, this is the reason why I say, yo, I can't do that, yo. That's not my
And
job.
where's the social? And we're gonna go back in the circle. So, where's the social responsibility of the men in the community to not allow these things to happen? So, if you don't want to raise another man's kid, so how do we, as Black people, ensure that the other Black man don't raise the other Black man's kid? How we do that? How can
Miss,
that
that's
happen?
not, but then now we're going off on a whole nother tangent
No,
because
answer my question. How
that's
can we?
Miss. Listen, and don't take this the wrong way. I can care less, and I don't mean to say it like that, but my thing is this: I'm not gonna be. It's not my responsibility that these two individuals decide to have raw sex, and then a child come out of that. That's not the responsibility of the whole community. That's the responsibilities of those individuals.
Oh, today is there. It's not
So
the woman.
now it's not the responsibility of the whole community. If we talking about women, though, it's gonna be.
I guarantee you, he gonna end up with a woman with kids. Lots of them.
Exactly.
Nah, ain't happening, kid. Ain't happening, my brother.
That's what
No, we gotta move on. We gotta move on.
No, go ahead. Ask away. Ask any other questions. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to go off topic.
We're gonna actually close out. We're gonna close out. It's been almost 5.
Okay.
I just wanted to say this to Black Trump. It's okay for you to witness situations, and this could have happened 2 years ago. This could have happened 5 years ago. This could have happened 6 months ago. It is okay for you to have the feelings that you have about witnessing your friend go through something like this. And I know you care about it, because if you didn't care about it, you wouldn't have spent time telling us the story and the backstory behind all of this. It's okay for you to care.
No, it's
also
concerning.
okay
I won't lie. It's concerning. It concerns me,
Absolutely.
But
I also
because that's like my brother. So
So I also want to educate you on trauma in terms of witnessing trauma. You don't have to be the direct person to receive what happened for it to affect you. That's like if you witness something violent and you were not hurt or actually in the center of the circumstance, it still can very much affect you. So, sometimes it may not be therapy. It may not even be mentorship. It might be some type of coaching or just having a conversation with somebody you trust, where you're able to clearly and honestly, express your thoughts and feelings about what you witnessed so that you can move past it. Because I can see you still holding on to it. And that's okay, because there's no green light and there's no time frame for you to let it go. But do understand this: as long as you hold on to it, you're going to hold on to certain thoughts, certain opinions, certain beliefs about relationships in general, and not just with Black women. I'm talking with family, with friends, with all of the ships, I call them, that we all hold close to us.
But I don't think it's not a color thing. It's just something I just won't do with women in general.
I think, it's relationships. It's bonding.
Right.
I encourage you to watch my Clubhouse tomorrow. I'm going to be talking about attachment styles and I'm going to be addressing our expectations we have in relationships. I encourage you to I dropped some really great knowledge. I do. Thank you. There it is. Thank you.
All right, y'all. We gotta close out. So I had.
All right, everybody. It was fun.
Don't go just yet. I'll let you have your famous last words. We do famous last words here. Just 30 seconds. Your famous last words from this entire conversation. What would you like people to remember?
I'm just saying, just in general. I mean, again, we have to, as a community, stop all this. And again, I know you're talking about the low level, but, yeah, we are going to talk about it. Fuck it. All this low level Negro shit, this guy ain't taking care of this. He ain't doing that. Black man, where you step up your game up, do this, do that. I mean, you can't blame everything on the black man. I think, accountability needs to be held on both sides of the coin, and not just blaming black men, because black men, we have issues with black sisters, and sisters have issues with black men. So, if we have issues, let's iron them out, and let's just put it all on the table and dice it up and make sure it's even. That's it.
All right. Thank you very much. All right. Who likes to go next? Go ahead. We'll let Kenny go since she a little sick today. Hold on. Hold on 1 second. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, my last words are, again, just if they talk long enough, they will tell you exactly who they are. Listen to them, believe them, and continue to make good judgments, ladies. Good night.
Thank you, Cannon. All right, and Mrs. Understanding or Super. Are you officially changing your name?
Absolutely. The courses are still available for $1,800.
Supreme Super Sarah.
It's $1,800 for me.
I mean, anything less would be unfeminine. It would be masculine.
Go ahead.
I just want to say that literacy is super important, guys. It's not just important about reading, it's also important to comprehend what you're reading. I think it's important to take the time, really look at the stats and what they're saying, not so that you can show up and debate people or whatever people think's happening here, but for the betterment of Black men. We are not lying on Black men. Like, there are stats y'all need to pay attention to. Everybody's not lying on y'all. The number one leading cause of death is homicide. So ignoring the situation does not make it better. Read more books. That's it.
All right, Darren, you want to go?
Okay. So men, we do not have to manipulate women to get them to follow us. All we have to do is understand them, and not understand them like an automobile, like we know how to fix a flat tire or something like that, but understand them as feelings and being emotional creatures. And I think we'll get a lot further if we just did that.
All right. Thank you, Darwin. All right, y'all. Who didn't go? Betty, go ahead.
My words is accountability, self-love is important. And going back to this, therapy is something that we shouldn't be embarrassed to seek. And I guess, I'm gonna just try to stand by these brothers the best way I know how.
All right. Thank you. And Jovo.
Yes. If you decide not to change your thinking, you will continue to recycle the same experiences. If you don't challenge your core values and beliefs in different parts of your life, you will continue to cycle the same experiences. And that's my word for tonight.
Awesome. I would like to say my famous last words is that to Black men, we really do want you all to lead. We really, really do. But I really want for there to be a little bit more sincerity and leadership, accountability, fairness, balance, a lot of the things that you all want from us. And I think that we both need to figure out how to offer that to each other and stop getting on the defense and pointing the finger every time you hear a little bit of criticism. And I would also like to say that I think we need to continue to have these conversations. And I think that we need to start really, especially us as women, we got to start thinking a little bit more critically and pushing back critically and really trying to make them, well, not make them, because you can't make anybody do anything.
Nope.
But like call them out on when things are not factual and when the things are not critically thought out, versus focusing on the smaller details. I think we kind of got to get the big picture, because focus on small details ain't working. But anyway, so that's just my famous last words, y'all. So we gonna close out, y'all. This has been a long one. This has probably been our longest show. But I had fun. Thank you, Betty. See y'all next week, 7 p.m. Central. All right. Peace out. Thank you, everyone. Have a good one.